Hello and welcome to the ADNOC Yas in Schools 2025 National Finals. What a fantastic week we have got in front of us. If you were with us last year, you know exactly what's coming. If you weren't, boy, are you in for a great show, full of technology, exciting design, compelling intelligence, and innovative technology. We are so excited for what we've got over the next 5 days. I'm Jake Sanson, with me is Chris Milbourne, and we're at the home of Yas Marina Circuit. Formula One takes place here every year in the United Arab Emirates. How exciting.
It's absolutely exciting, and no better place to be here than in the capital of the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi at the picturesque Yas Marina Circuit. Luckily, we were inside here doing the competition, and it's a lot bigger than it was last year, not just in terms of the venue size, but of course, it's a record number of participants here. Absolutely stunning, and they're going to be vying for one thing, what is stood in between us right now. Now, Jake, you've obviously got the pleasure of seeing who was the winner from last year, also here last year. They're up first, so is that a challenge for them, or is that them making a mark?
Yes, indeed. The school that was the reigning champions last year are going to be our first competitors. There's so much nitty-gritty to get into, though, about the ins and outs of how this competition works. We are starting with the 4x4 challenge, and that's definitely going to be an exciting stuff. Big shout out to our sponsors, ADNOC. We cannot do any of this without their support and their assistance, and we are very excited about what we're going to show you over the next 5 days. 2025 is even bigger than last year, and 2024 was fairly spectacular. Did you miss it? Well, here's a look back on how we kicked on. Last year was so spectacular, and the only way we can improve on that is to go bigger and better, and we have definitely done that in 2025. We've got 5 intense days of competition and 3 different competitions to bring you over this week. So let's look over the schedule for the 2025 ADNOC Yas in Schools Finals. Today, we are going to be on the 4x4 Schools Challenge. That's going to be running all the way through the day. Lots to talk about and lots to catch up with. Then we've got tomorrow the F1 in Schools Pro Class category. That's the premier category for the major championship. So as you can see, today, 4x4 in Schools Technology Challenge. We've got all sorts of track action, and we'll be talking to all of the different teams over the course of the day. Tomorrow, we go into the F1 in Schools Pro Class category. Those are the fastest racers, the fastest teams in this category, and it is going to be the biggest F1 in Schools national final on the planet. That's really exciting to build up to. Friday, we have the rookie class for the newest teams to compete in the F1 in Schools category. Then we go into the weekend, and we have Formula Ithara, which is exclusive to the United Arab Emirates. We only do Formula Ithara here in the UAE, and that is for the primary school competitors getting into this competition for the first time. We have the professionals class on Saturday, the rookies class, the newbies will take place on Sunday. Then we'll have a day off because quite frankly, we'll need it by then on the Monday. But you can join us on Tuesday morning for our Yas in Schools Awards ceremony. And of course, all 3 competitions will have a champion in the F1 in Schools. The winner of that competition will get to represent their nation and their school in the World Finals. Very exciting times. And when you think just how much has gone into the preparation for this, every single student here is going to be so excited.
Of course, and it's been months of preparation, right? It's not just something that happened overnight or something you just wake up and go, right, I'm going to do this. No, it's taken months to get everything sorted out, whether down to the coding, the design of the car, marketing, even gathering sponsors for them as well. And for those of you watching at home, if you want to stay along with and stay up to date with everything that's happening, Yas in Schools is the place to be. It's on all of your favorite social media platforms. So it's at Yas in Schools. And of course, you can follow them on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Remember, for those of you who are at home, tag Yas in Schools, using the hashtag Yas in Schools, and of course, Thrills and Skills. We'd love to see what you're watching at home, and of course, showing your support for the teams that are here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're attending one of the schools that's in the competition, shout about it. Be proud. Support your schools as they take on the national competitions. So we're here on day one for the 4x4 Schools Challenge. This is going to be so different compared to what we'll see across the other 4 days. This is more about discipline, control, poise. It's a very unique competition. So the best way to catch you up to speed with what you're going to be seeing over the course of the day is to bring you over to our 4x4 alumni and one of our premier judges. It's really exciting to see how this whole course is going to be shaped out. So let's go over to the track with Abdullah Khan. Abdullah, all yours, my friend.
All right. I'm going to check if my mic is working. All right. First of all, I'd like all the teams to come next to the track so they can look at the demo, because I'm going to be giving some key insights, some tricks in how to get the best score you can on the track. So this is going to be my demo car. I'm going to assume everybody has their car ready for a track at least. So this year we've given a service time where people can actually service the car, make sure the car is ready, just to avoid any headache on the track. So first we're going to move on to the trailer tow assessment. Now the trailer tow assessment is the first stage, and I want everybody to stay calm. It's super easy. We've given 8 minutes. You can finish this in 2 minutes. And what's going to happen is I'm going to place the car out here on the arrows, and what the teams are going to do is one of my judges is going to give the green light, and he's going to say, okay, you can start. And what the team's going to do is basically, if you can have an angle of the track here, the car is basically going to reverse on to the trailer, and what teams usually do is they have a Bluetooth tow bar, and that tow bar is going to get hooked onto the trailer, and the team's going to go around the ADNOC building very slowly, come back into the start position, reverse the trailer, unhook the trailer, and then come back to this position. Now, this is super easy. I'm not going to be doing a demo of this. And the key thing here is to stay calm. The moment you make irrational, rash decisions is when the mistakes are going to compound. So that's it for the trailer assessment. Now we're going to go, in my opinion, to the more cooler parts of the track. Terrain 1 and Terrain 2. Now this year we've got a cool terrain, cityscape kind of platform where we're going to start with 8 obstacles. Now the main rule here is each student needs to do 1 obstacle, and we're going to keep track of that. So if you have 6 members, as long as 6 members do 1 element each, we are happy with the rest of it. And again, stay calm. There's a lot of time. We'll do it really quickly. So the first element, I'm just going to check if my car is working. It's working. And the key here is to not be trigger happy. So I'm going to go really slowly onto the entry cones, into the entry ramp. Now the entry ramp is just a warm-up, a starter for you to get the feel of the car. We're going to go really slowly, really easy. Going to keep going up. Make sure to avoid the cones. Now after the entry ramp, you have a sharp right turn. And we've added some cones in here. And the key here is to just, see now this is something you're not supposed to do. But this is the old remote. Now people with the new remotes, you have a throttle setting, and I want you to go on the lowest setting. So the lowest speed, because this is what's going to help you. So I'm going to go in here slowly into the tunnel. And we have ample space. And I'm going to maneuver around. I'm going to maneuver around a little bit. And it's OK if you go off the ramp here. I'm going to focus on here a little bit. This is fine. I'm going to go up here slowly. And now we go into the tunnel. Now in the tunnel, I want everybody to stay straight. And I'm going to come back to this side. I'm going to look in through. Now, in this position, we're going to have all the teams' lights come on, because in the tunnel, there's going to be a slight bit of darkness. And we need lights coming on so we can score you accordingly, because this is one of the requirements of the 4x4 in Schools Challenge, where you have a light sensor and you adjust your light sensor sensitivity. Now, we understand that sometimes the light can be too much during the event, and we're going to take care of the light sensor working outside the track if need to, so don't worry about this. Again, try to keep a level head. Now, we enter the hub. Now, the hub is really tricky. It's probably my worst element, so I'm going to expect people to do much better than me. And the key here is to enter on the outside, because you need to take a sharp right turn. And I'm going to go a little bit to the left, and then I'm going to do a sharp turn in. Now, there's not enough space. I need to be really careful, because my throttle settings have not been dialed in yet. I'm going to do really slowly. I'm going to make sure my rear wheel doesn't drop off. I'm going to make sure my front wheel doesn't drop off as well. It's a really tight balancing act. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. That works out. And that's it. So if you've seen it, my wheel was almost off the element. That's fine, as long as the wheel basically doesn't drop off in here. So the next thing I'm going to do is basically go forward through the water element. This is one of the simplest elements, and what I want to see is no splashing around, very slow movement, and this is testing basically your waterproofing. We don't want any electronics hanging down below the chassis. And as you can see, super straightforward. We're going to come down. We're going to go out here. Now, I'm going to make a small 3-point turn. I'm going to go up to the side slope. Now, the side slope is going to be testing your tilt sensors, because these 4x4 cars have a really high center of gravity, and we want some kind of sensors to tell us that the car is very close to its tipping point. So what I want teams to do is wait here for some time. We're going to hear a buzzer for 3 seconds. The judges are going to record this. So 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to go down here. I'm going to go here. Now, the next element is the hill climb. Now, this might seem really complicated, but there's a trick to it. And the trick is to not turn around. The trick is to reverse out. Now I'm going to do a parallel turn here, go a little bit here as well. So the main trick here is to do a turn similar to when you're parallel parking. I'm going to reverse really slowly and try not to hit any of the cones, because if you hit any cones on the water crossing, for example, we're still going to mark you down. And the hill climb. Now, the hill climb is basically testing your approach angle, your center of gravity, the stability of your car, as well as your traction. We have these 2 black strips coming out, and we're going to go really slowly. The faster you go, the front wheel is going to kick up. So I want everybody to go really slowly, and hopefully we can get a majestic shot of the car here for every team. And here I'm going to do a quick descent. Let me just get out of the way. And I'm going to go do it. The trick here is to let the car slide, because we have cones, and try to direct it as the car is going down. So I was really close to the right cone here, so I'm going to adjust myself. All right. And now I have to do maybe a 3-point turn or even a 5-point turn. To do it really slowly here. Now, teams with usually all-wheel steering or rear-wheel steering it's really easy for them, but we've made sure that even the basic kit can traverse through this obstacle. Now, the next obstacle is the articulation, and the articulation is basically testing your breakover angles, your approach angles, and departure angles, all the way diagonally from the front left to the rear right. And what I want to see is teams going in slowly, not getting stuck in the ridge right there. I'm going to go really slowly here. Try to adjust my steering. Yeah, my car is getting stuck. No, I'm going to turn around a little bit just to settle my car down. Now, it's a little stuck here as well, but that's okay. Settle my car down again, settle my car down again, and I'm going to go to the articulation. Now, this is super straightforward. I'm going to go really slowly up here and into the exit ramp. Now, this kind of track layout, I would also like students to think about the engineering challenges that each obstacle gives, and basically design your cars according to these requirements. As you can see, my wheels were interfering with the bodywork, so maybe a good decision would be to have the bodywork more away from the wheels, and now we're done with stage 1. So next, we're going to go into stage 2, which is a very cool desertscape. And we're going to start right underneath this mosque. Now, again, the judges are here to help you, so if you have any questions beforehand, please let us know. We'll be happy to help. And we're going to start stage 2 really quickly. So the first element we have is the seesaw. And I'm just going to look at my car, see if everything's OK. And once the timer starts, I'm going to go really slowly, up, down. Now, this seesaw is literally testing how well your suspension is. Now, because as the seesaw goes down, it's going to create a bump. So what I'm going to do is kind of adjust myself so the seesaw's in its down position. We're going to wait for 3 seconds according to the rules. 1, 2, 3, everything's OK. We're going to go down. We're going to go down into the camber dome. Now, the camber dome is, again, testing your approach angle, but from a vehicle corner point of view, which is the front wheels, the rear wheels separately. So teams might have electronics hanging down one side. So we want to test this as well. I'm going to settle my car down. So again, if the wheel kicks up, a good trick here is to just move the steering. Now the steering adjusts the car down, as you can see. And I'm going to go up to the camber dome. And I'm going to hold here for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to go down. I'm going to go back down again. I'm going to come into the rock crawl. Now, the rock crawl, super straightforward. We need some irregular terrain, and we're going to go really slowly. And what I want the teams to do is not to touch these metal barriers. You're going to lose some points if you do that. So I want really slow. I need control. Really slow, go over it. It's just testing the resilience of the tires, how the vehicle handles irregular inputs. And then now we go into low mu. Now, low mu has these really cool Teflon or rollers, which will actually reduce grip on one side. So this tests your power distribution, your differential, how your power is being distributed by one motor in all the wheels. So I'm going to go really slowly. I'm going to go up really slowly. The car seems OK. The wheels might spin. Now, if the wheels start spinning, I don't want people to press the throttle really hard. I want people to still stay calm, maybe reverse a bit, maybe come down. And what I don't want here is for people to touch this stainless steel strip in the obstacle with their wheels. So low mu, that's pretty straightforward. And then we're going to do a sharp turn. Now, it's OK if you touch the rocks. The rocks are here for decoration, but please don't break them off. We're going to go into the V-gully. We're going to do a quick 5-point, even 7-point turn. And we're going to go in. Now, the approach doesn't matter as much. So all I need is your left side to be on the left side of the V-gully and the right side to be on the right side. So I'm just going to move around here, come back to the starting position. And I'm going to look in very slowly. Now, this is OK, and there's a slight kink here, so I want people to make sure that the tires don't slip down. So this is fine. It's going to work out. So again, my wheel is getting stuck to the bodywork, which is fine. So I'm going to go back up again. I'm going to try this again. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to reverse in. So again, it's fine if your bodywork hasn't been designed right, but there's always a workaround. So I'm going to reverse back again. And and this should be okay. And yeah, I think this is V-Gully done. And now we have a really scary looking element, but it is pretty easy. We have really thick pipes. And I'm just going to reverse back, reset my bodywork. And the key here is the approach. So I don't want people entering really angled like this. I want people to reverse and start as straight as you can. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to line my front wheels first. I'm going to go really slowly. I'm going to look down, crouch down if need to. It's fine. It looks okay. I'm going to look at my rear wheels from the top if I can. And keep a lookout for my front wheels as well, because the front wheels are going to drop. So now I'm going to be really, really, really slow. And this is pure driver skill. So I'm going to go really slowly. Now my wheels are currently wet because of the water crossing. So it's going to be really, really difficult. Whoop. I'm going to start again. And don't worry, the wheels will be dried off before stage 2. I'm going to make sure again that everything is okay. Yeah, I think this bodywork is getting quite in the way of the car. So I'm still going to try. I'm going to remove the bodywork so it's a little bit more straightforward, just to show you how we're going to complete this. And yep, just going to do a quick removal. And I'm going to start again. So in your service time, what I want students to do is, if there's any bodywork clashing, try to cut it off, because then this makes life really easy. And one thing to note is, once you have, if your car is not working, you're going to have a backup car with us. And again, I'm trying really slowly. I'm trying to adjust my steering. I'm going to go back up. I'm going to go back up really slowly. And if you're a little bit off the pipe, that's fine. We're just going to readjust our steering. We're going to go back up, go back down really slowly. And this is finished. So that's end of stage 2. And few key things to note down is stay calm. And if there's any problem, you still have a service area here. So you can fix the car, and the timer is going to be running. But again, stay calm, be really slow on the throttle, and readjust yourself whenever you can. All right, thank you guys for coming, and good luck.
Well, thank you, Abdullah. My goodness me, he's shown us literally everything that can go right and everything that can go wrong there, so very in-depth. But for those of you watching along who want to know just how much hard work goes into all these months of training, designing, building, and coding, well, let's have a look at what these teams have in terms of a challenge to win this event. intense stuff, STEM at its finest. And to tell us a little bit more about it before we get the competition underway, our head of the judges, Chris, has come and joined us. Chris, thank you so much for giving up your time.
Thank you for having me. It is a little intense, but we can make it work.
So first of all, walk us through, each project element. How is it assessed? How have these teams of 3 to 6 students worked their way through each process?
So the thing with 4x4 in schools is that it's a little bit different in that it's very technical. And so some people get caught up in all the technicality, but we also do judge the marketing. We judge the team identity. We try to make sure that, in essence, they're creating a startup, right? And so we look at verbal presentations, right? We look at the pit display, the thing that they're building out there. We then look at their portfolio. They've got a 12-page portfolio detailing all their research, their innovation, all of that. And then we also look at the racing. But the funny thing is, the racing is almost only 20% of the total points. So they need to be strong in all the other aspects to actually win in the competition.
I think that's great insight there, but how does the competition reflect real-world STEM and engineering practices? Because, of course, as you said, racing itself is 20%. Then you've got the marketing side of things, how everything looks, the pit display and everything like that. What about STEM? How does that come into it?
Right, so I'm an engineer myself, and something that we realize with engineering is that it's interdisciplinary. It works its way into everything, right? And so our main focus this year is innovation and sustainability, right? And so we try to make sure that even in their car, even in their pit display, they've shown innovation, right? And at the end of the day, we've got coding, we've got building, manufacturing, research. All of this is engineering, is STEM. And so that's how it works its way into real-life STEM, because these are all skills they can then take and apply to almost any job out there.
So what are you hoping that the students competing and watching at home will take away from the experience, beyond the awards, obviously? What do you think the students are going to get the most benefit from?
Honestly, and we've done this with a lot of alumni, is there's a life-changing moment, right? There is a spark that's going to be created here today, where a lot of these students, even if they might not end up being engineers, they will become leaders. And that's what we're hoping for. Leaders in their own fields, leaders in their own capacities. But there's people who are now self-independent, right? They know what they can do. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. And they're working on building up to what their full potential is.
Now, there's, of course, a lot of people watching at home, and there's a lot of education institutes that didn't make it here to the national finals. We look forward as well to 2026 before, obviously, we got what's happening today. Right. What advice would you give to those who are watching at home, those who want to be a part of it in 2026?
So from a judge's point of view, please review the scorecards, right? We've detailed everything there to say, this is what we expect from you. But from a competitor, a past competitor, an alumni, what I want to say is that always remember it's cliche, but it's the journey, right? Not the destination. And so make sure that you go above and beyond, not just to complete the project, but to actually take away from it. Because something else we actually assess is 4x4 in schools learning experience, right? And that's a huge part of this, is because at the end of the day, they need to take back a learning experience, and that's what we hope all these teams are able to do. So if you want to participate next year, just make sure you follow the guidelines, but also you stay on top of things and actually take the time to learn from everything.
Very exciting. I mean, it's such a big competition, so much bigger than taking your 4x4 out on the course itself. So we're very excited to see what you guys do. I don't envy you. You've got a very tough task in front, Chris, as head of judges. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and we cannot wait to see what you're all able to give us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, we are going to get ourselves into the meat and bones of our competition. Stay tuned. We are about to get underway. So the wait is over. It's time to bring our teams out onto the course one by one to take on the track itself. The challenge is going to be an intense one, and all of our teams know now just how difficult it's going to get. So let's bring them out. From our own high school, our first team on the course, Akuma 4x4. Time to welcome the team out onto the course. They are from the winning school last year, and it's going to be important for them to open their account with a very strong performance. This team looking good.
And of course, as you said, defending champions, and they come in full force. Not one, not two, but 4 separate teams. Akuma 4x4, our own high school. Great to have you guys here. You're up first. What's going through your mind right now?
very excited for this challenge, and it's like it's my first time, and it feels very good to feel like it's a very good challenge actually. That's what
So where's the car? I don't see the car.
Yeah, we haven't got the car.
Where's the
Is
car?
it already on the
Have you
course?
already
Is it
popped-
ready?
It's already there. Well, we'd like to have a look at it and show the fans at home what it looks like before it
Yeah.
goes out on track. Then if it's all the way over there, talk us through what's the design here? What's the thought behind the car?
we had actually tried to make a Tundra, a Toyota Tundra. So during the process of making it, we accidentally snapped a piece off. So in the time limit that we had, we couldn't fix that back together. So right now we are running a car with no body.
Oh, so you've got no body. So that's why we don't get to see it. So that's the chassis down there. Now, with there being no shell on top of it, is that going to lose you some points, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
You think the judges are not going to take kindly to that? It's a valiant effort nonetheless that you still got the car running with that damage there. Now, of course, you're up first. You're defending champions. What's going through your mind? Like, what incentive have you got to take it home again this year?
We're going to try at least trying our max effort, or at least we have to try our best. There's nothing else we can do.
Well, I think, Jake, should we get started? I think the judges are just doing their usual checks beforehand. And, well, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Are you
Okay.
going to walk away again with the trophy?
Maybe.
Yes, totally, maybe.
Totally, maybe.
Yes.
Amazing. So, who, if the team would like to make their way over there, I think we'll keep one of you here with us as well to talk us through everything,
Yeah,
right?
one of the members of the team, if you want to stick around with us and talk, yeah, come and have a chat with us, my friend. The rest of the team, get yourself into position, and you can tell us a little bit more about Akuma 4x4.
Akuma 4x4 was inspired by a Japanese name called Akuma, and that name was inspired, it was portionally called like a fighter, street fighter.
Okay, so the elements of the bodywork that we don't get to see, explain it to us. What was the driving concept behind what you wanted to create?
So the expected body was supposed to be like a Toyota Tundra, but unfortunately we have snapped it and we are unable to use it.
It happens, I guess, in transit and what have you. Now, the presentation that you guys, we don't get to see much of the presentation, obviously, but what did you guys feel in terms of that procedure? Is it difficult to kind of put everything together?
It wasn't that difficult. It sure did some time to make it, but it was all worth it in the end.
Fantastic. Well, you guys have got everything ready for the first part of the course. Now, we're going to hop in and out of all of your courses because it's going to take some time to go through all of the terrains. Your first piece, the trailer tow. Now, this is actually much more complicated than it looks. How have you guys been preparing for it?
It does look like complicated. That's why we have looked a lot of videos of people doing it. And it's sure we have practiced somewhat a lot.
Fair enough. Now, we spotted something from some of the teams when we were walking around, right, Chris? We saw something about the trailers.
Yes, so we noticed a few teams had their own trailers. Now, is there a regulation that you need to test with your own trailer, or do you actually bring your own trailer here, or you can use the one that Yas is using here?
We could. We are the ones to use it here. But yeah.
So essentially, you have to use the one that they've provided, but do you get to practice with the same spec?
Yes, we do. But in the course of time, we did practice by looking at the videos of how people did it.
And we were talking as well about how much goes into the preparation. 15,000 code commands that you guys have put in to making these things work. How complicated does that get?
Really gets a lot complicated when we have to figure out what's next and what we have to do, especially to not get the code wrong and not make it fail during the competition. It's a huge thing.
Fascinating stuff. Now, you guys obviously need to all be ready in preparation to make that work, so I'm going to let you crack on and go and join your team. Thank you so much. We wish you guys all the best. Akuma 4x4, good job.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So you guys are now all going to be ready in position. Go and join your team. Fantastic. So as we said, because all of the terrains take quite a long time to go through, they're going to be going through. We'll pop in and out. Our cameras will pick up the course as we go through. But yeah, big pressure on the reigning champion school from last year. And they brought 4 teams to the mix.
Well, they know that they're good, don't they? They just know how well they did last year. They thought, you know what, we're not going to bring 1 team, we're going to bring 4 to maximize our chances of taking home the glory again and add a second trophy to the cabinet. So as soon as you walk in to our own high school, they'll have, well, not one, but they'll have two. But of course, it's very stiff competition out there. We've seen a lot of different body styles, a lot of different practices going on as well. And of course, with them going up first, a lot of the teams now are going to be watching them. They're going to be keeping a close eye out on them as well to see how they make their way through the course. Now, it looks like they've got their car up onto the track. Unfortunately, no body shell on it, but that does give us a chance to see more of the car in depth of all the wires, all the coding that's got into it as well, and it seems to be a very impressive piece of kit.
Yeah, I like seeing the inner workings, actually, because you do understand just how much intensity has gone in. Remember, weeks and months of planning and training going into this. Just looking at all of the various elements, it must be so difficult to keep all of these things out of the water, out of the way of the wheels and everything. They've obviously had to problem solve every single element of the design. And that's one of the key factors of this as well. What we've got to remember about this particular category, 3 to 6 students, they're designing, they're building, they're coding, they're tackling the off-road course, obviously, which simulates real-world terrain in many different areas. We saw Abdullah take us through it. But they're using CAD and CAM software, Arduino, they're using the sensors, the fabrication tools to innovate their design. It's the ultimate test of teamwork, engineering, creative problem solving. It's the peak of science right now.
It certainly is, and it looks like they've got underway now, so they have to go through those markers. So the orange arrows, they have to have all 4 wheels go through that. Now, every course is actually a timed course, and each course has its own time frame. So in total here on the oval, as we'll call it, is an 8-minute course. So they have 5 minutes to hitch the trailer up, and then they've got 3 minutes to go around, and of course they have to hitch the trailer up, bring it around, and then they have to park the trailer back into its position as well. You will notice when you look at the track, there are little metal cones around as well. Those are sort of penalty cones, as we'll call them, right? So they can graze them ever so slightly, but if those cones move out of place...
Which one has already, unfortunately.
And you will see that there is a red circle underneath it. You can just see it behind that right rear tyre. There it is at the end of the line there. So that is unfortunately a penalty already. So, of course, this also gives the teams a chance now as well to look at what's happening, see where the penalty points can be picked up, and really figure out how they're going to do it here as well. So it's a time course, and then, of course, with the obstacles, they're also scored. You can see that Abdullah is there, but also just behind him is Shanham, is one of our judges here who will be scoring on the oval layout. There are 3 judges in total, 1 for each course. We've got Ghanem and we've got Bobby as well, who are for the middle course, and then, of course, the desert layout as well is where we'll see Bobby later on. So it looks like they've hitched it up. They have indeed. So now they're just trying to get through the 2 orange arrows.
And they want to make sure they do that, of course, without tripping the cones, because that will get another penalty. And unfortunately, they've done that. So they now just have to cut their losses, try and get round the outer perimeter of the course. And again, it's all about precision, control, discipline, and the biggest thing here, patience. You know, so much hard work has gone into this, and you know you've got a timer. You want to complete the course as quickly as possible, but patience is so important. So we'll leave them on the trailer tow to go through that, and then we'll bring on our next team, which is going to be very exciting to come and have a look at, because again, they come from the same school, the same championship winning team that did so well in 2024, and they brought 4 different teams to the mix with them, so plenty to talk about. So let's bring out our second team from our own high school, Dune Dusters. Great to see the Dune Dusters. They are prepared for action and activity, and they have brought a very swish-looking design to the fray.
And it's great to see that we'll actually get to see one now in person. So move the iPads out of the way so we can have a look a bit closer at it. Guys, if you want to come over here and show us what you have here. Absolutely fantastic
nice.
bodywork on it.
Come and stand to the side with us, guys, so we can see you.
And I can tell it's 3D printed, but this looks absolutely fantastic. Talk us through it.
So we 3D printed each part separately, so it's easy to put together. And as you can see, we also put some special designs, so it looks also good.
It looks stunning. I really like what you've done here, but I do see the car is sort of tilted off to one side. Is that a tactic there for you, or has something gone awry already?
I think maybe it might have been too big, but we'll try to see if there's anything we can do about it.
I've driven one of these on the road myself, and they are very big and very bulky, but the ground clearance is obviously an important factor. Is that kind of the thing you were considering with choosing this design, or what was the thinking behind it?
Yeah, we try to make it good at the same time useful. So we thought of a big design, but maybe it helps go to the obstacle course easy. So we chose this type of design.
And I noticed as well, it's plain white. I've talked about this with people in the past when some of the designs don't have any color. Does paint actually add weight to your design? Is that why you chose not to?
Actually, we're not sure, but it's better if we kept it plain because then if we put any designs on it, it might have like increased the weight of it. So that's why we.
Yeah, because I know that some people choose not to add that extra few grams to it, so it's fair enough.
And I do see here, so one thing I noticed when Abdullah was showing us the course as well, especially when it comes to sort of the tricky ones that have the ramps, everything like that, is the bodywork that touches the tires. And I can see here on the right rear, you've got a lot of body rub there. You think that's going to really, you know, slow you down, or?
It might like stop the car from moving, so we're not sure what we're going to do. We might remove it over there at that part.
Well, it looks like your stablemates have moved on from the oval. They're moving on to the middle course. So if one of you would like to stay with us here and the rest of the team can go take their position on the starting course here, I think that'd be fantastic to see here. Thank you so much for talking to us as well. Do come and sit with us on this side here while the rest of the team will make their way across.
Yeah, one of you draw the short straw and come and sit with us. There we go. The rest of you, grab your car, go over to the course. Absolutely, take it over. So, Dune Dusters. Tell us about the name. Who came up with it? Was it a collective team effort? What's the brand identity?
We're thinking, because we are making a car for obstacle course, so we're thinking of a car which can go through multiple environments. So we thought of Dune Dusters since it sounds good and also is like a good name for us.
I quite like as well that some teams have chosen to have your own uniforms and whatever, but you guys have literally come in school attire. You know, you guys are very serious about this and very smart with it. Just something you didn't need to consider?
No, really, we weren't thinking about team uniform because we wanted to represent our school also. So that's why we came in school uniform.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 split decision. I get that. So just how intense has the CAD and the CAM side of things been, looking at all the creative designs, getting it wrong, changing the concept? How difficult has that process been?
It's been pretty hard because, you know, the whole thing, putting it together is kind of difficult. So we had to like retry again and again until we like got a proper shape of the car and also the design.
Interesting stuff. I mean, what I like is that you've gone for something that's very straightforward. It looks very identifiable from the average person's side. What is it that you're hoping to get out of it? Where do you think the strength is going to be? Will it be in terrain 1 or 2? Will it be in the trailer tow? Where do you think you'll be strongest?
I hope it's going to be strongest in the terrain because the whole thing we thought about the terrain mostly when we were building the car. So that's why.
Fair enough. And I do think, I really like the bodywork, but do you think it might be a bit too big for some of the obstacles that you've seen here today?
Yeah, maybe because of the full body, it might get stuck in a tunnel or maybe it might have extra weight. So I think we might have a bit difficulty over there.
Interesting. Well, it looks as though you guys are getting ready, and I've noticed, oh dear, it looks like you guys have already considered removing the particular car, so that's already an interesting step. But I'll tell you what, I'll let you go and rejoin the team and figure out what the situation is. But thanks very much for joining us. Good luck to the Dune Dusters.
Thank you.
It actually looks like, Jake, they may have gone to a secondary car by the looks of it, because if you look at the one that they showed us, it still has all the internals. So I do wonder if they saw what we noticed as well on the right rear, that the bodywork is touching down there, and that really wouldn't play in the hand, especially when it comes to, as you said before, the obstacles that have the ramp where the car and the suspension really has to work, it's put it to hard work in there. That would rub up and that would actually slow them down. And even, you know, they said it's 3D printed. I know these tires are pretty tough, they're made of hard plastics, but that could puncture it, right? And that would cause the car to be uneven.
Certainly could. And the other thing you have to take into account as well is that they have to build these designs within a set form of regulations. You can't really deviate too far. There's an innovative concept and design you can explore yourself, and you can go in a different direction there. But the key elements of certain components have to be adhered to. So you can come up with a great concept, but if it doesn't coexist with the standard parts that are part of the standard regulations, then that can be a real hindrance. We're on the trailer tow using one of the B-spec cars, essentially, so it has no particular body shell or anything, but again, we can see the internal workings. It's so difficult to get this throttle adjustment right, and that's the thing. It requires such unbelievable delicacy, and that's exactly what can go wrong. It's very, very tough, considering all the hard work and preparation. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but you learn so much from these little things.
And it's something you said before as well, it's throttle control, and it's also patience, right? This is not a walk in the park. It sounds like it on paper. It sounds like it would be easy, just simply tow the trailer around the circle, you know, but it's not that easy. They've finally got the tow hitch connected, and now you can see they are taking it quite slowly through there. They know that they've got to be careful if they want to get that time reduced and they want that, those extra points, because yes, those in front of them are from the same alumni, but they're also in a competition here, right? They want to be number one at the end of the day here, don't they?
Yeah, there was an intelligence there in terms of the decision-making process out of the blocks there as well, actually. They had a very smart thought there of, shall we take a penalty just to get the trajectory right when they came out of the grid there. So they actually made a calculated decision. We can take one penalty to stop us from getting 6 or 7. So fair decision-making there. Right, those two teams very much now on the course. Let's have a quick look, if we can, at Terrain 1, because we can see the guys from Akuma currently navigating the crossover. I'd like to have a quick look at that if we get an opportunity, because we'll interact over the time as we go. But we'll obviously get to see drop in and drop out. We'll look at the teams as they go through Terrain 1 and through Terrain 2. I think we're just about ready to get the third team out onto the course. So we'll allow the teams from our own high school to navigate the course. We have got 2 more teams from that particular squad, from that particular school out there. You know, considering that they won the title last year, to come with 4 teams, surely that creates some kind of conflict within the school, doesn't it?
100%, because it's going to be, well, who brought it back, right? Who brought that trophy back? Whose name is on that trophy as well, like you said? And I think that's going to be a challenge within the challenge, isn't it? Because you're not going against 19 other participants. You're going against 19 plus 3, essentially, right? Well, I guess you could calculate down to 16, but still, there's still that 19, because you're not working together. Sure, there might be some parts that are changed. If they need some help or anything like that, there might be some, you know, things being exchanged. But it's a competition in a day, and they want to be number one.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be very tricky. We can see there that it looks like they've completed the trailer tow, so that's a perfect time for us to bring on the third team in the competition. From Dubai College, please welcome to the 2025 finals of the 4x4 Schools Challenge, the one and only Team Diesel. Now, these guys have come with a real slick look. They are so prepared for this. They've come with their own team uniforms, their own design, and this looks sharp, fresh, and original. I'm really excited to see what these guys have created. Come and join us at the table, guys, and plonk on the desk your design. Take a look at this.
And of course, Dubai College is one of the oldest secondary schools here in the United Arab Emirates as well. It's great to see DC represented here. For me, who grew up here as well, I went to English college, so maybe I shouldn't mention that, but still, great to see you guys here. Car looks absolutely fantastic. I see you've gone for just a plain look, no windows anywhere, no front, no side, no back windows. Talk us through the design here.
So I think I would pass on to our manufacturing engineer who would be more qualified to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so this design, we try to make it as bold or as slick as possible, which is kind of our team identity. We have our sponsors on the sides, and we have the fenders there to meet the regulations, but also ensures that we have a lot of wheel maneuverability. So we can do most of the, obstacles in the trailer.
So does each person here in the team have a different role that they play? You're obviously the manufacturer here and the design, and this is all your brainchild here, and I assume underneath there's another team member responsible for that.
Yes, for example, we have Isabella, the electrical engineer. She handled all the lights, the, buzzers and all of that. We designed it together with Johan, the design engineer. And then Hari and Zihan handled our social media and all of our branding and all of our graphics.
Right, you hinted a little bit, but come on, turn around. I want to see the back of your uniforms. Look, their name and their role on the back of the uniforms. That is slick. I really, really like this. Okay, you can turn back to faces again, guys. That is cool. That's outside the box thinking. I like.
It certainly is. Now, who is responsible for getting the sponsorships here? Excellent. So talk us through, how was the process of initiating the conversation and then putting pen to paper and then getting that name on the side of the car there?
So firstly, we emailed many global companies and even companies in Dubai. Sometimes we went to their offices to further discuss these. So we got 2 sponsorships. One is Aminov, an oil and gas company, and it's the leading supplier in the Middle East. And the other one is ENES, which is an electronics manufacturing company.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. This is the first car that we've seen actually that's come through that has sponsorship here. Job well done for that. Now, I can see you've kind of adjusted the bodywork. I don't think you have actually adjusted the bodywork, but of course it does look a lot higher compared to the car that we've seen before. So there won't be any body rub when it goes through the ramps here. What are your thoughts now going on to that after seeing the first 2 teams go through?
nervous, but we can do it.
Nervous, but you can do it. I think that's
right.
words of encouragement there. But of course, up first is the oval challenge here with the tow, where you have to hitch up that trailer. I will request for the team to go over to the oval, and if one of you want to join us here so we can talk a bit more about your project here for
so
Team Diesel.
one of you come and take a seat. The rest of you grab your car and head over. Thank you very much. So, yeah, this is going to be, take the car. You have to compete with it. No point in leaving it behind. So the concept Team Diesel, you guys obviously want to come at this with a very aggressive tactic, but you obviously want to make sure that discipline and poise is an important part of what you've brought to it. We've seen already the first two competitors. It's so difficult to stay off penalties, to control throttle. How have you guys been preparing for that challenge?
So firstly, we went to the Yas School's tester day, which gave us a bit of a nice opportunity to try out our car, know what each team member's strengths are, and then delegate properly based on those strengths. So I think that's what's going to carry us through this competition, just knowing each other very well, being a very well-coordinated team, and just knowing what each other's strengths and weaknesses are, knowing how to combat those.
And this is the one competition of the three that is not about speed. It's not about racing to the finish line. This is about making sure that every single box is ticked. Precision, discipline, control. Is that a bigger challenge, perhaps, than just focusing purely on speed?
I think it may be a challenge because there's very tight maneuvers and stuff like that which have to be completed throughout the course, but I'm very confident in our team to bring it home. So.
And because, of course, you've got 6 members, the full capacity in your team, and every team member not only has their role in building the vehicle, but obviously taking on the challenges. Have you all kind of figured out which part of which bit of the terrain that you guys are going to handle, which one you handle the best?
Yeah, so while we were on the tester day, like I mentioned earlier, we actually did have a bit of a note on, I think my phone it was, and we just wrote down each obstacle, how each person was coping with it, how each person's strategy was playing out then in the end, and that's what helped us decide who the final members who completed each obstacle would be.
Now, talk us through the color scheme. I noticed that the car is red, your uniforms are red and yellow. Now, when I think of Dubai College, I don't think of red and yellow. What's the motive behind the color scheme?
So when I think of like that typical four-wheeler car, like dune bashing in the desert or something like that, that's the typical vision that comes to my head when I think of diesel. And usually in that, it's very sort of warmer colors like red, orange, which like show power and aggression, yet also precision. So those are sort of the color schemes that we wanted to go through. We want it to be vibrant and bold and exciting and something innovative to the competition.
Which certainly is something eye-catching, isn't it, Jake?
It really is, yeah. It's very garish, which I think is nice to bring to the competition. The name Diesel, I'm interested by this. Was this named after somebody? Was this named after the fuel? What was the thinking behind it?
So it was named after, once again, that typical image that you see when you think of an SUV or a 4x4 car. You see it just racing through the deserts. Like, that's what I see at least, and that's what the rest of my team saw. So we thought it would be a good, aggressive, and bold strategy to name it Diesel right off the bat to show that sort of aggression, that power, and also sort of represent the fuel in the way.
So, Jake, both you and I were wrong.
Yeah, we were completely
around,
wrong.
right, weren't we?
I was wondering if you were naming it after the original inventor, Rudolf Diesel, or something along the lines, but no, fair enough. Look, it looks as though you guys are on the trailer tow now, so I will let you go and rejoin your team. Good luck. Thanks for telling us a bit about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Perfect. I have to say, this is a very bulky design, but they've managed to get the initial applications down pat, so it looks like there's some bold potential in this one.
There certainly is, and I've also noticed the car is sort of tilting over to the right, so that was a similar instance that the team beforehand from our own high school, now, I wonder if this is a strategy maybe to sort of have the car lean more towards one side to make it maybe a bit more easier to attach that tow hook as well for the trailer. But let's see if that works out at any point for any of the teams as well. So they're about to hitch up the trailer as well. I see we have a team that's moved all the way onto the desert course now as well. It looks like our own high school may have finished the middle one already as well. And if they have,
the Dune
that's
Dusters.
mighty quick.
Yeah, the Dune Dusters have already gone on to Terrain 2, so that's very exciting to see the kind of progress they've made. We can see them on Terrain 2 at the moment. Now that is, I don't think that's a Kuma 4x4 anymore, is it? That's, oh no, wait, it is. It is a Kuma 4x4. So yeah, that's the original team that's out there with the original one. Maybe they've had to take a pause in proceedings, and do things in a slightly different order. But yeah, fascinating to see how it's all kind of run together. But it is, this would be so difficult for me as someone like me who's autistic, who's slightly SAD, slightly ADHD as well. The patience would be such a big thing for me. That would be really difficult. I just want to control the car and get it to the end as quickly as possible. Having that 7-minute time limit for me, that would be more of a challenge to beat it than to stay within it.
I agree with you, with someone who also has ADHD as well. I'll be zipping through it as fast as humanly possible right now. I'm just still having a look at where the diesel car is leaning towards. Now, sort of when it gets going, it sort of tilts off to the left, but then when it slows down, it tilts off to the right. So I do wonder if this is a strategy that the team has that they've kind of coded in so that the bodywork actually moves to shift the weight around. Because now that it's reversing, once again, it's shifted off to the right. I find this quite fascinating, actually, as well. But they're about halfway through the course. I don't think they've picked up a penalty, and it looks like the first team have completed the final course as well, Akuma 4x4. So that's all 3 courses done for Akuma.
Very cool. Right, we've got a little bit of time while these guys are on the trailer tow, so let's move over to the next competition. I think we've got our next team standing by, ready to go out, so we will try and bring on the next group. Unfortunately, my radio has just run out of battery, so I'll wait for the command signal, and we are ready to go. So there we go. Right, our 4th team to hit the course in 2025. From Dubai College, please welcome Project Nova. Project Nova ready to go then, and they are looking very excited about the challenge in front of them. All slick uniforms, all decent team, and how about this for a design as well? They have come up with something very unique indeed with their car. Bring it out. Let's come and have a look at it on the table. My word, you guys have definitely gone outside the box.
It's very unique and very flat, but I think it's also very, very aerodynamic. Now, who's going to be the one that talks to us? Because I'm going to ask you the question, why this design of all things?
So basically, what we've gone for is Project Nova, heavily influenced by space and all of that, rocket ships and also, let's say, futuristic designs. So we've gone for a very polygonal and angular structure at the front, but then it sort of blends into more curves and sharper edges at the back. So we've gone for that, plus polygons at the back. So all of that really feeds into our team spirit of being heavily reliant on space and the future.
So we're going to show our age here. When we were walking around, when we saw this, we immediately thought of a Wipeout 2047 right on the PS1. That's what we were getting from this here, because of course the game is coming back, and obviously this is the future of design language for a lot of cars here. Now, if we move on, I do like the color scheme as well. You've got purple, you've got blue, and you've got black. Talk us through why those colors, and even I've noticed as well, the wheels match as well.
So I picked the colors based on space photography. I looked at a lot of satellite images like the JWST or the Hubble. And so from that I created this like mood board and picked the colors that I liked the best. And I think these ones worked. And the wheels were actually a happy accident. We wanted to make silicone wheels, and the silicone we ordered happened to be purple, which was so lucky that it matched with us. And I think it just looks perfect.
I think if I remember correctly, you've actually got a number of set tires. I think you've got black, white, and purple, but obviously the purple works best with this combination here. Now, I've also noticed you've got 3 names on here as well. These are, assuming, your sponsors that you picked up. How did you get the sponsors to join you?
Come on in, yeah, come on in.
So we are actually quite close with a couple of these people, and we came to them, asked if they were interested. We showed them all of our designs, our initial sketches, everything that we've done so far. When we presented to them, it was a hit. They loved it, and they invested.
Well, that was very easy, wasn't it? Because usually sponsorship can take time. It can take months. It can take even up to a year to get this done. But fantastic. It looks absolutely stunning. And look, they've even got headlights as well. They've got the real headlights, and then you've got the sort of brows up here as well to give it that very fluid look. And, of course, up there as well. Very inspirational, sort of Batman-esque here at the back.
Now, you've heard the Batman comment a lot.
Yeah, sorry. It wasn't inspired by Batman or the Batmobile, but when we took it to school, when the younger year groups saw it, they're like, this is the Batmobile. You just copied it from that. And we're like, no, it was inspired by Le Mans hypercars, the F1 cars, Formula E, and of course, the rockets. So, I mean, yeah, it's again another happy coincidence. But yeah, in terms of sponsors, I mean, we got our first one back in October, but then it did take a while to get the remaining two, and we only got them about a month ago. So it was, yeah, it was tough.
Wow, I mean, I like what you've been able to do in terms of the uniqueness of it, but I noticed there are a couple of elements that are slightly loose here or there. The challenge of it must have been so difficult trying to keep everything within this cage to make sure you stay out of the water, you stay on a good angle. How difficult have you faced these challenges? How difficult has it been?
So the biggest issue with getting the elements stuck on is that the 3D printer surface is it's quite like rough, but also like really smooth at the same time. So there's nothing for it to grab onto when we stick it. So this was a huge challenge that I faced when I was doing a lot of the decal work, is that it would just keep on slipping, especially with the triangles. I think the triangles were like multiple full nights of work to prevent them from slipping off.
Did you have to do each one individually?
So we cut them on a vinyl cutter and then transferred them to a tape to then transfer them here.
That's better.
The triangles preferred the tape over this surface. So it was a lot of just using tweezers to peel each triangle individually and then place it, and it definitely took a long time.
The problem was that we really wanted a matte finish on our car. So one other option we had was we had this plastic glue, but the problem is it gave our car a glossy finish. So that was something we really didn't want. So it was really difficult to get this look. And actually, on our pit display, you'll see that glossy version of the car. Everything stuck really well to it, but we just weren't happy with the color scheme and how it was looking.
You guys will go far in model making. I can see you being masters of airfix by the time we're wrapped up with this conversation. Like, I think you're just about ready there with the tow trailer challenge. So if one of you is happy to stay, the rest of you, grab your car and go to the course. Thank you very much indeed. Who's going to stick around for us? Go for it. Yeah, perfect. So, as the car makes its way, this is the moment of truth. But for the team, for Project Nova, I mean, like you said before, there was a clear lineage and direction for this project to link with space. Is that something that quite a few members of the team have a real passion for? Is that where the beating heart of this project lives?
I would say so, yes. I think definitely all of us do physics at A level, and that has parts of space. And I think a lot of us found the topics that we did there really, really inspiring, and so we wanted to take that further. And I think for me, I can definitely speak for myself. I definitely watch a lot of things about space online, and I definitely try to follow it. So it's definitely a passion of mine. And I know that for a lot of people in this team, although space wouldn't be their main driving force, it definitely links with a lot of things that they want. So for example, Victor wants to go into airplanes and aerodynamics, so it's definitely like close to aeronautical engineering, which he wishes to pursue.
Very excited. One of the things I like in particular about this particular program, and have done since its inception, is the encouragement of bringing more women into STEM. Now this year we've got over 30% of the competitors in 4x4 Scores Challenge are women. For someone like you who wants to pursue this as a career and wants to change the way that we think about science, how exciting is it knowing that this opportunity is here for you when we were kids, this wasn't available?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been so lucky to be part of this, and I think it's been so cool seeing today, like, I think there's multiple all-girls teams that have showed up, and I think that's like really inspiring to see. It's something that our school also really promotes. We have several all-girls physics classes, and I think that kind of like interaction of like showing girls that there's a way to STEM is definitely really important. Like,
yeah, it's so important for our future.
And now that you're the second Dubai College team to come in, do you confer in the college itself? Do you talk as classmates or as a school, or do you keep the projects separate from one another?
I'd say that the projects are definitely quite separate. They're a different year group than us, but I would say that I at least see them as like the little brother team of ours, because we're year 12s, they're year 9s, and a lot of the time we would help them with things. So for example, they were having trouble exporting their files for the graphics, and I did a lot of the exporting to help them because I had the tools that they didn't. And I think there's definitely a lot of conversing about like the electronics of the car between our electronics engineer and theirs. So I definitely think that although the projects grew on their own, there was like some collaboration or helping each other when you had the tools that the others didn't.
So the courses themselves, the tow trailer, Terrain 1, Terrain 2, what's going to be the key element for Project Nova? What's going to be the strength? What's going to be the weakness?
So we think one of our biggest strengths is that our car can switch between four-wheel and two-wheel driving. So a lot of cars, if they have four-wheel driving, they're only four-wheel, or if they have two-wheel, they're only two-wheel. But ours, our controller can switch it between four-wheel and two-wheel. So on obstacles where we need more control, we can switch it to two-wheel, or on obstacles where we need to turn, like the hub, we can switch it to four-wheel. So we think that that would be like a genuine advantage. For the weakness, I'm generally not sure. I feel pretty confident with everything. I guess we're a bit worried about the water course, especially like with how early on it is. Like, I don't know, like we think we've waterproofed everything, but obviously that's not something you want to test that much. So we're worried that like there's gonna be like a mishap and then our entire car will be fried, so.
I'm giving you some motivation right now. It seems that your team has already completed the lap with the trailer in tow, so that's obviously a really big positive. I'll let you go and rejoin the team, but thank you so much for introducing us to Project Nova. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jake, what you said there exactly, you're right. They've done it lightning quick as well. The patience, the throttle control, the determination, they have done this extremely fast.
I'm looking at their tow hook design at the back, and they have obviously, rather than have a sort of an automated lineup that they've just got to try and hook it on, they've actually built a system that opens and closes the tow hook, a bit like the boot of a car. So it's very impressive what they've been able to create. Now I understand why they've said, oh, well, we don't really know what our weaknesses are, because they look like they're a team that's thought of every single area.
Yeah, you're right. But there was one weakness that they pointed out, and that was the water trap, essentially, right? And looking at the car from this side, you can see where their concern is, right? That chip sits very, very low down. It's sort of at the halfway point of the left tires. So if that water is quite deep, that could be a problem, Jake.
And it is exposed. So, yeah, there are some slight concerns there, I guess. But, look, they're a team that's definitely come with a good idea, with a good design, and let's see how they are able to go. And let's not forget, of course, that the course is only 20% of the final mark. So it's a good element of it to get right, but clearly, they've got to be thinking about so many different things over the course of it. We've had 4 teams so far. There's going to be 3 more for this section of our rotation. So we'll just wait to make sure that we've got everybody in position. There are the Dune Dusters, who are out on terrain number 1 at the moment, I do believe. So they've come back to that particular terrain, and they're going through the water section at the moment. So fun and games there. That's always going to be a difficult element to navigate. I just suddenly realized, it suddenly clicked to me, just how intense this competition really is. How many different things this vehicle has to navigate.
Yeah, and just we had a quick shot there of the water trap that's in terrain 1. From the camera angle point of view, it doesn't look like it's too deep, but a camera plays tricks, right? It's the angle, it's where the camera is positioned, everything like this. It can change, so it might be deep, and I think for that second Dubai College team there, Project Nova, I wonder if that's going to be an issue for them.
Yeah, it could be a real challenge. That's a very fair assessment. Right, so I think we are going to get ourselves ready. We're going to cross over now to our trackside reporter, who's going to give us a little bit more information with one of our previous teams.
Thank you, James. I am here at the trackside with a few members of the team. So, how do you think you guys are doing? Has any of your fears come true? How do you think your team's doing so far?
I think a few of our fears have come true because our body was too big. It couldn't go through the obstacles well enough. So I think next time we'll have to make it smaller and better.
Okay, that's good. So you already know what you want to improve on for next time, okay? Do you have anything that you are hoping you can improve on, like your pit display or anything else that will bring you up?
Yeah, we need to increase the speed and the battery power so it works so fast. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So we have another team over here. Sorry. So are you guys going on next? What are your fears? Do you think you're going to do well? How are you doing so far?
Hopefully we do well. So far, we've passed the trailer challenge without knocking over any cones, Well, we might have a little struggle parking the car, but I think we'll do well for the next round.
That's good. Who's controlling the car for the next part?
So it's just going to be kind of a rotation between different people, I would say.
Are you guys confident with who you've chosen?
Well, we chose people that are good at each obstacle for it, based on the racetrack day that we went on. So hopefully we do good.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, big thanks, Sachi. We're going to be crossing over to her many times over the course of the day to keep up to date with all of the teams. They're kind of staggering the courses in various different methods of time. So depending on how fast certain teams complete certain times, they kind of rotate through the courses, but they obviously come out in order. So we're going to move our way on because I think the team that we just had, Project Nova, they've come off of the trailer tow. Looked like it, they did a pretty good job. So we'll just double check that we're ready for our next team to make our way out onto the course. So from the Al Zahor Private School, please welcome Turbo Quattro. Clearly a decent name identifying with the world of 4x4 in general, and check out the threads. These guys have definitely thought about appearance as they bring their rather lightweight vehicle, it looks like, to bring it out. And they've gone with proper Audi Quattros. Love it. Welcome, guys. Come and join us. Let's place the car here. Come and join us to the left side of our desk. And yeah, come around to us so that we can all see you. I'm loving the look, guys, and you get bonus points for having an Audi Quattro on your uniform. That's very, very cool. For a rallying enthusiast, that's bob on. Love it.
I do like the design here as well. It looks like you've gone for a standard chassis cab here with a single door with a pickup bed here as well, but I see you've added your own touches here. Talk us through the car.
Basically, we used...
Yeah, come and join it. Absolutely.
So we chose this model, this shell, for the Turbo Quattro as we were enthusiasts with the Audi Quattro and their rally championship and how well were they. So we tried to carry on their legacy. So that was what's behind our shell and our logo.
For study and research, if you're fans of the Audi Quattro, did you happen to sit down and watch the movie Race for Glory to get some tips?
Not yet, but I'm more of a Formula One fan.
Ah, fair enough. Okay. Now, again, in terms of ground clearance, you guys have definitely done some research. Are you confident that, in particular with the water splash, that you're going to have enough ground clearance to sort that out?
For sure, we have been participating in the 4x4 for 2 years in a row, so we carried our experience and reading the regulations carefully, what are loopholes that we can use so it can help us.
Okay, well, it looks as though you guys are ready for the course. We're moving things along, so we'll let you guys crack on. One of you stay with us. The rest of you, grab your vehicle, head over to the tow trailer for the first part. Yeah, come and join us. The rest of you, go to the course.
I like the word loophole there used. With 2 years of experience, they know the rules and the regulations inside and out. And I do like everything is confined, right? We've seen a lot of big bodies recently, right, that would affect the weight, right? That would shift the weight towards the back or to the front, right? You've shifted it towards the middle, and I see, we say it in car terms, you sort of have a mid-engine layout.
Yeah, indeed, the mid-engine way out just distribute the center of mass. We didn't want to focus the center of mass on the left or the rear or any place. We wanted to center it so it can actually doesn't affect other parts in terms of torque and performance. We did research, we watched interviews about how mass is distributed, especially we saw car manufacturers, especially Audi, because we're representing the Turbo Quattro. And that's it, that's all about it.
So how many times have you guys had to go back to the drawing board and gone, this isn't working, we need to completely rethink this? Has it been several concepts, or have you had a decent idea that's had tweaks and drops made to it?
So indeed, for anything to success, there's a part of the failure that where you fail, you need to learn the experience, what made it wrong, what made it right, especially in our another STEM program, the F1 in schools. We have been participating in these two programs. So these two programs helped us to know what are the tweaks, what are the things that need changing. And we went through multiple concepts of the car itself so we can choose the perfect one. Although it might look like the base Yas in schools, but we actually try to add our own tweaks and our own drawings and how to represent the Audi.
I'm going to hash the quote, I think Thomas Edison, because I'm never going to get it right word for word, but it's that idea of I haven't failed, I've come up with 30,000 ways to make improvements.
Exactly, I agree with that. In any life process, to succeed, you need to have trials and errors. Without trials and errors, you can't guarantee anything. Because indeed, the trial and error just give you experience, give you a variable knowledge, every knowledge that you need. Without trial and error, you can't succeed in life. Although you can have a straight way of succeeding, but that would be an easy win. And being an easy win just sucks. That's from a personal experience.
I like it. We've got a sort of an Adrian Newey style thought process here. Like it.
Indeed, I'm actually a big fan of Adrian Newey. In fact, I was disappointed in him going to Aston Martin. Really, Adrian Newey is gonna, next year he's making a car for Lance Stroll. And let's be honest, Lance Stroll is the worst in the grid.
You wanted him to go to Audi, didn't you?
Not Audi, because Audi he would have trouble because Audi is their first team. But for me personally, as a Ferrari fan and a Max Verstappen fan, I would have loved if he stayed in Red Bull. But after what happened with Christian Horner and all of the drama that which turned to be fake, which I do believe because like he is in a sensitive place, so he wouldn't do that type of stuff. But yeah, if he isn't going to Red Bull or staying, he could go to Ferrari with Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, not Hamilton, because Hamilton is over. His career is over.
We've nearly turned this into an F1 podcast, haven't we?
we?
And we could spend hours talking about it. Now, your particular concept, Turbo Quattro, the ground clearance I like, the simplicity of the design I like as well. And I love that you guys have thought about where the centrifugal gravity and weight is going to be placed. Which terrain do you think it's really going to come into its own? What's going to be the strength? What's going to be the weakness?
So for strength and weakness, we have been participating for this 2 years in a row. So our main weakness is the trailer tow hook one. But let's hope this year it's different. As you can, oh, this is not our stream broadcast. I thought, yeah, but as you can see, our team is in behind. I hope that we can win. But what we're scared of, the most place that we are scared of, is the hill. The hill, it's representing challenge and fear for us. It can represent our power where we can dominate it. And at the same point, when you're at the center, you don't know what would happen. So we're hoping to God that it can go through easily, but all the terrain is easily, especially with my brilliant racers, race car and rally champions Firas Atiyah and Abdurrahman Muhammad.
I see that you got 2 sponsors as well on your jerseys here as well. Talk us through how you got them, because one is a real estate agency and the other is a heavy vehicle company.
Okay, so getting the sponsor is pain. It's really pain to get to the company to reply through your email, to make sure and localize your connections, know your friends, family members. For me, I have been doing, as I told you, the F1 in schools, and I was dying to get a sponsor in the meantime. But thank God we got our sponsors. We got around 5 sponsors. These sponsors were actually decent. So the real estate agency, their main, we need to thank the owner of this business, Mr. Mahmoud Al-Audi, and the business administrator, Mr. Ihab Nassar. Both of them, they helped us with money, funding, through our research, and telling us which place print 3D parts. Not that expensive, because getting your 3D parts done, it's very expensive. Like we can see the same part with the same quality for 100 dirhams, and the other place for 500, rocking 200. So they helped us with that. That's for them. And our heavy equipment company, as called as Soraya company, they helped us as the name suggests. They are a heavy company. So heavy companies, they tend to help with support in the vehicle, tell us the shell, tell us how things can go right and wrong, and endurance, based on the endurance. If we entered about the endurance, it's going to shift to the WEC series, the World Endurance Championship. But let's focus now on the 4x4 in schools.
Amazing. It's really, really good to get your insight and feedback into it. I'm going to let you rejoin your team at this point, because we have more teams to bring out. But thank you so much, Turbo Quattro. I love the design, love the concept. Hope it goes well.
Thank you a lot, mister. And let me check with my team and try to save them if I can.
I see the bodywork has come off their car, though, because they've actually swapped to a backup car. Jake, you know what we should have done, actually, before this? We should have had Motorsport Championship bingo. right? So any team that comes in and mentions a motorsport that they're interested in, they're following. So we've had F1, we've had World Endurance Championship, and
Formula E was mentioned.
Formula E.
Rallying was mentioned.
Rallying. So we've got 4 different categories of racing. So I predict that we should have a bingo card, and I think we should think of something. What would be the most obscure one that anybody in this room would come up with?
Powerboating, surely.
Okay, so that's the bingo one there. And you know now the next thing that comes in, they're listening and going to go, we got inspired by powerboat racing.
We thought about powerboats when we made our vehicle. So on Terrain 1 at the moment, we've got Dubai College just navigating over the top. Was watching them through the water splash. They did a very, very good job there. So very exciting. I want to watch this all the way, but we have got lots of other teams to bring out. So we're going to bring our next team, and it's another of our teams from the winning school from last year, our own high school. Please welcome Trial Titans. This is the team ready to take on our course once again. Of the 4 teams that this school has brought, they are clearly meaning business with this one, and I love what these guys have brought to the table. Just the team of 3, clearly one of our younger teams in the field. Bring it up, let's bring it into the middle, let's have a look at it. We'll try and rotate it around. And come and join us on Chris's side. Come and join us over here so we can see you all.
And it's clearly inspired by an FJ Cruiser, which of course is a tribute to the FJ40 from the 80s. So talk us through the inspiration here of the design of the car. Who's going to chat with us? There we go. Come over here. Make it a bit easier. So talk us through what was the inspiration here for the design.
So mainly our inspiration was that we felt that an FJ Cruiser would also look good while it will come to the limits of the car body. So we felt that it will be the best to make a model which looks like an FJ Cruiser.
And I think it's fantastic because the car is already synonymous to the region. Unfortunately, it's discontinued.
Completely off the reach, but we tried much.
It looks absolutely fantastic here as well. And I think you've gone for a different sort of exterior composite here. You've not gone for 3D printing by the looks of it. Yours looks very paper or cardboard. Is that weight saving there?
Yeah, mainly we wanted to reduce the weight as much as possible, so that's why we went for the cardboard.
I like the scale of it as well. You've got room for 5 people in the front seat, which is very cool. I like the sort of the dynamics of it. Again, what do you think with this particular vehicle is going to be the strengths? Are you looking forward to Terrain 1, Terrain 2? Is the trailer tow going to be a particular challenge? Where do you think you guys are going to be strong?
I think we can get more strong mainly in the design itself. I think the back part is not meeting its limits. So, yeah, that's where we are behind.
They've certainly got a lot of room as well. You can see they've listened to Abdullah when he did his briefing earlier on and when he did the track walkthrough as well. There's a lot of space here as well. One thing that I'm kind of concerned here as well is the water trap, right? Because obviously with it being cardboard here, are you not worried about bits like on the sides here getting a bit soggy?
Yeah, it might get a bit soggy, but that was what we were worried is in the middle of the track, if the cardboard was too long, then it might have touched the tire. So that's even more riskier. So.
It's a balancing act, isn't it?
It is. And as a team of 3 here, we've seen teams of 4, we've seen teams of 6 go through. Is it only you 3 that have built this together?
Yes.
Wow. Very impressive considering it's only the 3. Right, you guys need to get over to the tow trailer. If one of you is able to stick around and chat with us, the other 2, grab your vehicle and start setting up. That would be great. So I'll tell you what, if you stay with us, you've already started chatting away, grab your vehicle. Let's see if the Trial Titans can make it happen. So, have a comfortable seat. Trial Titans, tell us about the name. Was it a 1-person decision or a 3-person decision?
It was all of us decisions. So basically, once we came to know that we are going to ride it on a track, so it's we got an inspiration from the trail. So trail and Titans. Titans stands for brave and strong. So.
Yeah, the Titans in mythology were always uncrushable in the various different elements. This particular vehicle, what's the design process been like? How many times have you gone back to the drawing board and gone, we've got this wrong, we need to come up with something new? How challenging has that process been?
Yeah, so basically first we thought of 3D printing it, but then we came across the challenge of weight. So later we had to go for another cardboard, but we actually failed in the different one, and finally we came to this model.
A lot of trial and error.
It certainly is. And again, going back to design, I really like it. They've got a very short bodywork, but it's very wide at the same time as well. I see the team they're double checking everything for this. I think At the teams that we've seen so far, I think you're going to be the one that has the least amount of problems when it comes to towing this up. Now, was this a strategy that you had in mind to have that much ground clearance at the tail end of the car?
Yeah, so mainly we didn't have that strategy, but mainly what our thought was that the body should not touch the tire. So if it touches the tire, it'll become a bigger problem. So we mainly concentrated on that.
So it's actually become a bit of a happy accident that it fits well for the tow trailer.
Yeah.
Excellent. And it's these little things that you find in the design process, I guess, that will really assist you and kind of help you in the way of going. What's been your biggest lesson from starting this project? You learn so many things about so many different areas of STEM, about engineering, about aerodynamics, about the balance of a car. What's been the biggest thing that you've learned, the biggest takeaway from this project?
Mainly the biggest takeaway from this project, what I learned was teamwork. So basically with all our teamwork, we could concentrate on each of the part of the car. Like wherever the car was lagging behind, we would fill the gap up. So that's the mainly thing what I learned.
So this has actually given you a better human lesson than anything else.
And I came to know the concept of FJ Cruiser, like how you can relate it, how you can make the model even better. Yeah.
So in terms of following on after this project, we've seen a lot of people from the F1 in Schools and 4x4 programs go on to the world of engineering in Formula One, in aerospace, in scientific theory, in many different areas. What has this program given you? Has it given you more areas of field that you're interested in going into, or are you still on the course you want to go on?
Yes. Personally, I wanted to go to mechanical engineering, so it's given me a lot of knowledge about it.
So you're even better prepared than you were before. Fantastic.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I'm watching it in the background while we're talking here as well. It was going quite smoothly at the beginning, but of course, right when I want to talk about it, things go a bit pear-shaped as always. But I've got to say, you were very quick. The team were very quick, actually, to get that car hooked up. My question is now as well, if it didn't go according to plan with the FJ Cruiser, what was the alternative body style that you would have had?
I think if it wouldn't go quite much with the FJ Cruiser, we would just like modify it so that it'll become like the best. Like we wanted like it look similar to an FJ Cruiser, but whatever comes is the best. So.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, with only 3 personnel, you're a bit limited on manpower, so I'm going to let you rejoin your team and continue on. Thank you very much for telling us a bit about it.
Thank you.
Excellent, good man. The Trial Titans will continue, very nearly finished their run actually on the tow trailer, so they're doing a very good job. And again, it's after a little bit of a slip on the throttle to get things out of line, it's that control, it's that discipline. You've got a long time on this first trailer tow course, so it's important to use that time.
It certainly is, right? You've got to really be careful. I can see sometimes when the teams are reversing, they kind of go full throttle because they're not waiting. They just want to get it over and done with because they're that close to the finish, right? And then that's where things go a bit pear-shaped. That's when the tow hitch is disconnected and then everything kind of goes wrong. There's a penalty marker around there as well, so they do have to be careful about it. I have noticed, looking at the team that just gone through, I haven't seen a penalty marker flying off or getting stuck on a tyre. I can see one in the tow hitch area that's moved ever so slightly out. But I think that's a very clean run from them.
Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? So we'll let them continue on and move on to terrain number 1. We've got the 4th and final team from the championship winning school from 2024. From our own high school, the 4th team, please welcome Codex. This is a team with plenty of opportunity to take more advantages where their stablemates have floundered. And this is a team with big ambition, big style as well. Interestingly, how their colleagues have stayed in uniform. They've gone for a very unique look and come up with something very, very special. Bring the car forward. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. And if you guys want to come over to the side here, one thing I notice instantly is that you guys are in black. And the car is not. The car clearly has a different identity to you guys. I'm interested in where the decision-making process came for that. Who's going to talk us about?
Yeah, the decision-making came actually from our leader, Afan. Yeah, basically our identity and the car's identity is completely different. We are a set of teammates who make the team itself, and the team's identity is a minimalist black and white color scheme, while the car itself is Altair. The color is a bluish purple type of color scheme, and we wanted to make it as contrasting as possible so that it gives us a totally different identity.
Yeah, you're a very unique team. The team is called Codex, but the car actually has its own name. I quite like that you've kind of personalized it.
Yeah, the name Altair actually comes from the word Altair in Arabic, which means the flying eagle or the plane. So we just wanted it to be like a pioneer in engineering sort of thing. We plan to get there.
I do like the flashes of pink, obviously, at the bottom there. That's bonus points from my side, but I'm not a judge, unfortunately. The other Chris is. I do notice the bodywork is made of cardboard by the looks of it. I would have said it was wood at the beginning, but I think that's cardboard, if I'm not correct. Why have you gone for that as the body composite?
It's actually foam board, and we wanted to go for a more sustainable type thing. We tried 3D printing, but we found it was quite expensive and quite not very sustainable. So we've decided to go with foam board, and it has been quite a sustainable option. We've also found it's quite inexpensive, and it's quite it's quite lightweight as well.
I heard one of your teammates behind you saying that it was heavier to use 3D printing materials rather than what you said was foam wood, right? Now, I have noticed as well, there's a reverse Carolina squat going on over here because the car is angled at the front up more than that. That's obviously for additional ground clearance when you go through the second terrain there. That would also give you an advantage going up the slope on the second terrain. But what about the first one? Is that going to be a bit of a deficit for you there, that the car is still or angled up that much higher at the front?
No, it actually will correct itself. This is just a aesthetic type thing. We just wanted it to express itself more when it's being judged. We will be angling it back when we are actually doing the...
Oh, so this is a presentation stance.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, interesting. I like the way that you've come up with a different thought process for how to present it as opposed to how it competes.
I wonder if the judges will say the same thing there as well, that it's the way that you presented it so you can actually see a bit more of what's going on underneath it as well. Was that your thought process?
Yes. We just wanted it to be quite open for everyone so that they understand what's going on under while we actually do it on the terrain.
I don't know of many teams who have thought about that, so that's pretty cool. I quite like the way you've decided on that. In a moment, you guys are going to get your chance to go out onto the trailer tow. We've got a team out there at the moment. Big question, where is the real strength of this vehicle going to be?
The main strength is going to be sustainability. We've put in everything we can on sustainability. We've also decided to implement solar panels, but this is based on, this is the ideal car body for wind speed on the deserts and stuff. So we were unable to put the solar panels, but we will do it in our next iteration.
Oh, okay.
I really like how they're thinking of the next version of it as well. They've got one version, and they're thinking, right, the next one, we're going to incorporate solar panels, we're going to be inspired by the wind and everything like this. I think that's great, and the sustainability aspect is absolutely wonderful as well, because, of course, that's one of the core government initiatives here as well, building a sustainable future, and I think you guys have done a magnificent job. So if you want to come and join us here on the third seat, and the rest of the team there can head over to the trailer hitch area. And you know what, Jake, I've got to say, everyone that's here that we've spoken to far is absolutely switched on. I was expecting them not to have the answers, but they have an answer for everything, and I think that's absolutely incredible.
Every single problem has a solution, and these guys have already started thinking about it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for presenting the car. You take it over to the tow trailer position. I think they've just completed the course there, so if you guys want to take it over, come and join us, come and have a sit. You're more than welcome. Come and grab the car. You've got to compete with it, right? So if you just wait to the end there, just out to the side, and then you'll get your chance to head on. So, Altair, the concept behind it, you called it the eagle in Arabic. What is it about this particular design that you guys have been able to get close to it to match the sort of the ideals? Were there challenges in trying to meet your criteria?
There were quite a lot of challenges. First of all, the sustainability aspect itself. We wanted it to be the pioneer in sustainability and technologically as well. And we've tried our best to do it. But of course, this comes with a lot of hitches and on the way problems. We've, first of all, faced we've tried 3D printing, we've tried foam board, and we've tried a lot of iterations, prototypes before we actually got here. And when we did, we believe we've tried our best. And this experience itself will help us in our future.
Now, some teams have created a strong vehicle. Others have created a strong marketing portfolio. Others are really, really good on the verbal side. Every team brings something special to the party. Are you one of the teams that feels that the vehicle has reached its potential, so that will speak for itself? Or do you feel that with this being 20% of the mark, this is an asset to the rest of what you've brought to it?
Totally, it is an asset of what we've decided to bring. Actually, this car itself was designed to be an all-rounder in everything. We wanted it to be sustainable. We wanted it to be technologically at the highest if possible. We've also wanted it to be as feature
heavy.
Yeah, feature heavy. Yeah, that would be a word what I would use. Feature heavy. We tried our best in everything, and we plan to use this as a sort of saying to the world that we won't stop here. The children won't stop here. We'll go further and further till we get to the top. Yeah.
Now, of course, I love the design of it as well. And what I noticed is you've got white stripes that run down from the front of the vehicle all the way to the end. Does that add an extra kilowatt of power?
Maybe it would add more of strength to the identity itself. We wanted it to be unique, completely unique. And going with a plain color won't really set us apart. So we wanted a white stripe that is clearly a definition of what our identity is.
It definitely looks very cool. It looks very strong. It looks very purposeful, and it definitely accentuates your identity very, very strongly. You guys are now on the trailer tow, so I'm going to let you rejoin your team. Thank you so much for telling us a bit about it.
Thank you so much, judges. You guys have given a lot of opportunities that we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So I would love to thank ADNOC Yas Schools. Everyone, thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you. Wow.
He did the plug for us.
He did, yeah. We were gonna do that at some point. Yeah, so he's taken it from us. Fantastic. I'm loving the enthusiasm and the excitement that these guys have brought into the table, particularly considering the 4x4 schools challenge is not quite as fever pitch perhaps as the F1 in schools will be tomorrow, but there's still a lot of enthusiasm. Right, we have still got a lot of teams down there on the course. On the spot, I will get my worms out. In-field reporter Sakshi is trackside, and she's got more for us. Sakshi, over to you.
Thank you. I am here by the track again, and I have another team. You guys said you were worried about the water part of the competition. How did that go? How did it fare for you guys?
Actually, it went surprisingly well. None of our electronics were interfered with. Initially, when we went into the water, it was a bit slippery, but we managed to make it out, no problems.
That's good. That's good for you guys. While you were planning all this, while you were still in the process of making your car and your logos, what was one of the biggest challenges you guys faced?
I think the biggest challenge was managing our team and learning how people are motivated. So we had a lot of issues with like meeting a deadline when somebody else needed it. And because all of us have so much going on besides this, that obviously was hard to prioritize. But I think at the end, we really came together as a team. We learned how to work with each other and what works for everybody.
That's brilliant. I also noticed you guys had very good management of your fundings. Who was the main person who did that?
So the main person who did that was Victor, and I think the way that he managed most of it was this absolutely massive Excel sheet. I think there was multiple tables to it. There was multiple different like allocations, who's buying what, when is it arriving, and I think definitely it was like a very big effort from Victor.
That's good. Thank you, Victor. You did great. I think we have another team over here. So you mentioned there was some mentors that helped you a lot. How did they help you? How did it help you guys be as successful as you are?
Especially with the sponsorships. Yeah, they really helped with sponsorships. And what do we say? Like, they really helped us like move forward, like problem solving. During problem solving times, like he really did come and help. He used to like give us like unique, out of the box solutions. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to Jake.
Well, what can we say? The teachers, the mentors, the judges on the side, the alumni who have come to the event to volunteer their time have been so insightful in giving these fantastic students the chance to develop. And we've been blown away by the first 7 teams already, and we've got so many more to come.
Yeah, and there have been a few things that we picked up over some time as well since we've had a chance to have a look at what's going on the oval, terrain 1 and terrain 2. We noticed that one of the teams was using a secondary chassis, as we'll call it, or a secondary unit on the oval. But then when they went to terrain 1, they've swapped back to the original version with the shell on top of it as well. So I wonder if there's anything in the regulations that they can sort of swap between the two cars depending on the track layout. The other thing that I wanted to figure out as well is I noticed a lot of teams have different tires. Some of them have gone for the chunky off-road tires, but the team that Sachi was just talking to, I think it was Team Nova from Dubai College, their tires are extremely thin. They went for the really futuristic look. Now, obviously, when it comes to off-roading and stuff like this, I know we don't have sand or anything like that, but when you're off-roading, the more tire that you have, the better, right? Because then you get more grip when you're going through the sand and everything like that. Whereas if you have a thinner tire compound, you will essentially have less grip out there. It's more for the style and the bonus points, isn't it?
Absolutely. Very interesting to see what the guys from Codex, from Trial Titans, from Turbo Quattro out on the course at the moment are giving us. We get to have some little quick breaks over the course of the day because there needs to be some slight technical pauses just to update things on the electronic side and on the aesthetic side as well. So we're going to take the first of those in just a moment. While we're doing that, instead of leaving dead air for you, we want to give you guys a little bit more of an insight into how this particular program blazes a trail for people, sets up opportunities for them in the future. So we're going to look at some of the inspiring stories from our Yas in Schools alumni and how they've been able to transform this program into a strong, sustainable, and prosperous career. So we're going to come back in about 10 minutes or so. Do stay connected, of course, with the hashtag Yas in Schools, hashtag Thrills and Skills, and share all of your content with us on the Yas in Schools social media channels, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Instagram. Make sure you stick around with us. We'll share some alumni stories, and we'll be right back in just a few.
My name is Ahmed Yusuf, and I was part of the group Team Blackbird X from 2008 to 2012. I'm currently the founder of Minimalist. We sell watches and jewelry and accessories, and that's what I do. So look, F1 in schools changed my life forever. And it all began right there in the first year. A group of friends coming together, going to achieve great heights. We also knew the challenges ahead. The first 3 years were a complete disaster. But in the final year, we made some great progress, and it really changed our life forever. I've always had my passion in design, and it made me really push through the boundaries of design by creating simple products with an Arabic touch. And I started off with my company, and the first product that we started selling was watches. And it was through my experience in F1 that I had, say, through using CNC machines or engineering on design, managing different people, managing different sponsors. That's what actually pushed me to create a company, and that's something I'm currently doing. As I said earlier on, what would you do if you knew you could never fail? What would you set out to achieve? And write that down and go out and achieve it. There's nothing stopping you but yourself.
This is Sheikha Al-Ali. Currently, I'm an undergrad student majoring in aerospace engineering with a minor in law at United Arab Emirates University. Previously, I was the team leader of Team Desert Force when we joined the World Finals of F1 schools in Malaysia during 2017. So it all began during middle school, where I was just like any other school student. My math teacher at the time saw that certain topics taught in class weren't challenging enough and eventually introduced me to F1 schools. And that's where everything began. So we convinced our parents, school community, and started gathering the team members for the team. We flew over to Malaysia and the World Finals began. And of course we had the races, which were really exciting, really fun to take part in. We were recognized with the Chair of Judges Recognition of Achievement Award, which was a great achievement for everyone that supported us throughout the whole journey. Of course, being able to go on stage, raise our country's flag up there for the first time was a great feeling. We felt like we were on top of the whole world. We had a very warm welcome in the airport, and that's when we heard the great news that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan had wanted to meet us and called us over to his palace. He welcomed us. He said how proud he was of everything that we had achieved so far. And of course, taking that group photo with him was a highlight of the whole journey of F1 in schools, and being able to reach the World Finals and win an award in it as the first Emirati female team.
Long days, longer nights, you feel?
Take it, go. It's too much. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt. Say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse. Jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in the hearse. This is absurd. Take to berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. Really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on it? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. This work that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in the game and I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if the shoe fit. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded. With all these illusions, I know it's disputed. I gotta keep growing, they see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid, I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage, I just play 'em when I'm in it. Trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, y'all plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just did a 24 song in a bed, in a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture, she can hang. Just to tell a friend, oh be there. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing the fit. Grew up finesse, can spot me a sucker, a lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is sick. I probably throw in my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit. They see the effort I put in this music, and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this chef and I got in the shop, and I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you, my eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, y'all plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do the soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Yeah, said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
Yeah, I think they gon' need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, bottom of the ending, nothing out the building. Yeah, no victim co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They was stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy James Berg. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this business, but still they want me in the kitchen with the baking soda whipping. The thought of Lewis so offensive. Cause my dad used to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing. Gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Reppin' VA, Tony Bennett. His kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that.
Welcome back to the ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals 2025. Massive thanks, by the way, to Yas for keeping us hydrated through the course of our day. We've already had a very busy start to today's action, which is, of course, the 4x4 Schools Challenge. This one's not about speed, it's about discipline, control, technology, innovation, and teamwork. I'm Jake Sanson, with me Chris Milbourne. We're at the Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi, and it's going to be fantastic to see the continuation of this competition. We've got another host of teams coming out. Very challenging morning so far, though, Chris.
It certainly has been, and you know what? It's been great to see the action take place on track as well. Like you said, it really takes a lot to come here. Yes, the first track is an oval, so it seems very simple at first. But again, the throttle control is something that we've seen a lot of teams sort of struggle with, especially when it comes to the end of the course, where it comes to putting the trailer back into its hitching area. We've seen a lot of teams kind of lose control of the vehicle itself and sort of upset the balance of what they've created when they've gone around the first time. But we've also seen some teams go through there lightning quick. Now, just to answer a question that we were asking ourselves before as well, teams are allowed to sort of swap cars in between. They might go for one chassis on the first track, and then when it gets to terrain 1, they might swap back to their original chassis because they don't quite have that tow hitch set up just right to do the first track.
Yeah, so they've got that leeway to do it. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the different teams have in terms of concept. So without further ado, let's bring on our next team to meet the challenge. From Curtin University Dubai, please welcome Curtin Yabambe. This is a team very much inspired by the Marvel comic book hero that has given us plenty of excitement, Black Panther. And look at these guys, they've come out even with the chant. They know exactly what they are ready to give us. This is going to be so, so cool. Here we go, Curtin Yabambe, great to see you guys. Come and join us behind the blue line. You've got your car there as well. Come and plonk it on the desk for us so we can have a look. Oh yes, very nice. I'm actually really liking the sort of the serrated flatness, the very strong lines, the streamlined nature of this one. It's a very cool concept.
And you've even got Purple Panther written on the back here as well. I think that's a great touch to it as well. Talk us through the design, though, of the car here. And I see also you've gone for a thinner compound on the tires for, I would assume, weight reduction.
Yeah, so basically for the frame, we used carbon fiber, like 3D filament. And then we also used tin cans to reinforce it. And also for the tires, we 3D modeled the mold, and then we used silicon to make the tires.
I like how you said you've used tin cans here, and I can see that here. It's very evident from the top here. I love that you've included the sustainability aspect into your design and into the car as a whole here. Now, we've had some time, and you've had some time as well, to see what's going on all three terrains here. What do you think the toughest challenge for you guys is?
To be honest, the toughest challenge would be the trailer toe, because our tires are a bit wide. They're wider than the normal tires, so there's a high chance that we might hit the barriers.
And, okay, talk us through the inspiration as well, because as Jake picked up as well, it's heavily inspired by Marvel. You got Purple Panther at the back of it. I'm not a big movie buff here, so to me, the reference went straight over my head.
Shame on you, Chris.
Well, I'm not a movie guy. I prefer video games. I know there's a time, but talk us through the inspiration here.
So basically, I got inspired from a car, the Huni truck. You know Ken Block? Yeah, I got inspired by his car, the Huni truck. So I was like, why not design a car? It's nice. I mean, it has many features. So I thought, why not design the car?
There is a real Hoonigan DNA within it, actually. It looks very, very classy. Where do you think the proper advantage of this design is going to kick in? On which terrain is going to be the strong one?
The advantage of this design would be at the pipe bridge. Since we have wider tires, we don't really need to how do I say this? We don't need to steer that much because the tires are wider. So yeah, that's gonna work in our advantage.
So you're going to use the grip to your advantage there for a wider tread there on your tires. Fantastic. If you want to come and join us over here on the third seat, and then we'll let the team go over there and prepare themselves for the trailer hitch there.
Okay, gentlemen, grab your vehicle, head over to the trailer tow. One member of the team come and sit with us and chat bits and bobs. I think it's going to be enough. You're going to join us. Excellent. Come and talk to us a little bit about it. So, as your teammates go and set yourself up on the trailer tow course, Yabambe. Very, very cool. Very, very nice sort of strength and presence. For those who are not educated on what the word Yabambe is, why is that the key driving force to this design?
Well, Yabambe actually means, it's not just a Marvel word, okay, but Yabambe actually means something around unity. So that is what allows us to really drive us forward, because we've been united to prove that this car is possible through this technology using aluminum tin cans, using also multiple technologies such as 3D printing, and it's not just the only thing. So silicon molding, we've unified our ideas, you've unified our ideals.
Has the teamwork been the driving force behind how this has all worked? Is that where the real strength of Curtin Yabambe comes from? Or is the technology that you guys have been utilizing and the sustainability concepts and solutions that you've devised, what's been the key driving force behind how this project has evolved?
I would, of course, say both, actually. It's around both, because the technology is definitely there. 3D printing is, of course, a very amazing technology, as well as a sustainability aspect. It allows us to use very little cost because, of course, it's recycled. But, of course, it's only possible through excellent teamwork because, of course, we are university students. We have to be able to be on top of our tasks, especially since actually we just finished our finals literally last week. So, yeah, we had to deal with a lot of challenges. But thankfully, we were able to overcome it.
Now, talking about you just had your finals and you've got this to prepare for as well, what takes priority? I would assume it'd be the finals, obviously, but then you've got this to work on. You've got a trophy to take home at the end of the day that you want to achieve. You've got two teams here as well. What was the priority between the two?
Actually, I'm the Curtin Robotics Society president at Curtin University. So obviously, I am very biased towards wanting to work in the competition. That's really just my passion, right? But of course, we have to give more priority to our finals. So we had to take 2 weeks off just to be able to focus dead straight on that. But that is why we really worked hard in order, like the previous weeks, in order to build up our car so that even though we had to take 2 weeks off, we would still be able to come up with a really great design, something that can definitely do good in this challenge.
Now, in an ideal world, this would be the final that you wanted, wasn't it? This is what you want your finals to be instead of having to study and revise for exams. But obviously, now you've hitched up the trailer. I see there's actually a lot of clearance at the rear end of the vehicle. I think this is going to play into the hands for you as well, because I think there's only one other team that's had about that much clearance there towards the end, towards the tail end of the vehicle, just hitching it up right now. Do you think this is going to be the toughest of all three obstacles, or do you think maybe the second or even the first terrain will be a bit of a challenge?
I definitely think the trailer tow is quite the challenge because it requires a lot of precision. And like I said, we didn't really have as much practice as we would have hoped, especially for the trailer tow challenge. Because actually, at the university, we were able to recreate some of the terrain by rewatching previous live streams out of, so the terrain, we remade it of cardboard. But for the trailer tow, it was a much more difficult process as we had to still 3D print it, finish the electronics, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely think that's the bigger challenge.
My last question for you before you rejoin your team. This is 20% of the mark. So obviously getting the vehicle right is a significant part of it. But when you're looking at all of the other key areas that you have to look at, the presentation, the sponsorship and marketing, the verbal part of the course, what is your priority? Obviously a lot goes into the vehicle, but when it's only 20%, how do you pick up the marks everywhere else?
Personally, actually, I've competed previously in the team before, and from what I've learned throughout the years is that you cannot just focus on the technical side of things. You really have to give priority to the portfolio, to the presentation, because actually when you calculate it, it's actually 50% of the entire 700 points that you gain. So it's very easy to get lost in, oh, I want to make a car, I want to make it the best possible that it is. So it's very easy to get distracted and forget about those things. Yes. So.
And watching your run, I've got to say, we just appeared on the screen here, with it craning our neck off to the right. You have an incredibly clean run. The team have not hit a single penalty cone.
Yeah. So that's why we were still able to practice, right? So.
Very impressive. Well, no, just as we say that, one of the barriers has gone down.
It's the commentator's curse, isn't it? It's come to life right here. So apologies.
But no, it's very smooth. What I like is the maturity of the design in particular, and I think that's going to really steer you guys well in Terrain 1 and Terrain 2. I'm going to let you go and rejoin your team. Thank you so much for giving us an insight, and good luck to Curtin University.
Thank you so much. See you guys again later.
Excellent. Really, really cool. And I have to say, I love, again, the sort of the human element to these designs. We can see Team Codex there just getting a talk through before they go on to Terrain 2, I think that is. Yes, it is Terrain 2.
And I saw while we were talking before, they were really struggling when it came to the ramp. And I've noticed a lot of teams are really struggling with the incline of that ramp. Yes, it has the grip tape to really keep the traction of all four wheels there. But I think, again, it's coming down to the throttle control. When you just apply too much throttle, even with that sticky tape there and the additional grip, you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, accuracy and pinpoint legitimacy of every single area is very important. We're just watching the surfboard being navigated now by Altair from Team Codex. That went very well, so excellent. Right, we're going to continue on the Curtin University journey because they brought 2 teams to the competition. It's not just Curtin Ubambe. We're also going to welcome out onto the course Curtin Vertex. So the rival team from the same school, it's going to be a very interesting challenge for Curtin Vertex as they make their way back onto the course. Here they come, and this is where the challenge begins for a team with a very similar concept of design, it has to be said, a very similar natured rhythm of competition, and you can definitely tell that these 2 teams are sister teams within the same academia.
Yeah, one's got the ute spec and then the other's got the SUV spec if you look very closely. This one's got a closed canopy on the rear of the vehicle where the other team previously had the bed of the truck exposed. Hello, welcome. Please put your car in front of us here so we can take a closer look.
Oh, nice.
Is that paper mache, Jay?
It is. That's incredible.
Now, that's incredibly sustainable. And Jake, you probably know this better than I do. Those are musical notes there.
This is music sheet.
So
this is
you
sheet
could
music.
probably figure this out. Maybe you could do a bollard for us.
Yeah, I tell you what,
on.
you have a chat to them. I'm going to work out which notes are which. That's fine.
So
I'll come up with Ed Sheeran in a minute.
Talk us through the design here, because this is the first car we've seen that's made out of paper mache.
We went real hard on the sustainability. She worked on
So for our university, we're from Curtin University, and we prioritize sustainability a lot. So that is what we researched through when we were trying to find a material that we can make our car shell with. So we had different inspirations. For example, we considered coconut husk, we considered paper mache. We thought this was more reliable and looks really cool. So yes, we went with this.
I have never seen anything like this in terms of concept. How difficult a material is it to actually manipulate and mold?
So when you really think of paper, to convert a paper into an RC shell, it takes through a lot of steps. So what we did was we did a lot of testing to figure out what would be the strongest way we can make this RC. So for example, we collected a lot of old papers, posters from our university, because recyclable paper is what we used for this. And then we blended them with water to make it into this paste-like structure. And then we combined it with a binder, like glue, with a little bit of water, with different ratios. We did a lot of experiments, like 30-70 ratio and 60-40 ratio, 50-50 ratio, with a lot of binders, made a lot of samples, and then we decided 50-50 was the best choice. Consisted it into a mixture, made a mold out of 3D printing, put it in, let it dry. It was a whole process, and this is our end. For the features to define it, we used paper rolling technique, which I think us as a child in every elementary school, we have done it at one point. So we used it to make the features really prominent in our car.
This isn't just a physics lesson. This is a chemistry lesson as well. It's great.
Now, obviously, with it being made from paper mache, I think the one hazard that's on your mind that you're going to think the most about now is the water hazard. But obviously, the car is not that low. But if you're going to go in there quickly, that's going to splash up onto the shell of the car. Is that something the team is thinking about right now?
It is something we consider, but we're pretty confident with our suspensions here, what we have used. So we're pretty confident on that and our skills to drive, so I don't think that's going to be a problem for us.
Skills for driving.
The vote of confidence, right? And of course, with their sister team currently being on track at the moment, is that bit of rivalry going on there between the two?
I was going to ask, is there a sort of a friendly rivalry between the two teams?
Well, basically, we worked together on a lot of things. For example, we prepared together and we brainstormed together, but then, well, let's see who wins.
Okay, well, the course is ready for you. So if one of your team is able to stay and chat with us a bit more, yeah, do come and stay with us. The rest of you, take your vehicle, go to the circuit, have a fantastic run, and hopefully it all goes well.
I do like the attention to detail as well. They've even got wing mirrors made out of paper mache on the car there as well, and the exhaust outlets on the side of the car as well. So this is going to be a really fun one to watch.
Brilliant.
I do like the design of this one.
Take your position on the course then, guys. Don't take on the tow trailer. Good luck. So yeah, tell us about Vertex as an operation.
according to, we're mechanical engineering students, so vertex means highest point in something. So what we're planning on with our name is we reach the highest point. We reach the highest performance. We came here to win.
Fantastic. All of you have obviously got your individual roles and the individual tasks that you've done. Have you found that you're able to assist each other in various different areas? Is there a lot of integration between the team?
Yes, definitely. So for example, I was the project manager and we had 3D modelers, we had coding, electronics, we had different roles, but it was a learning process. This competition is a really good learning process. Like for me, example, I learned how to communicate with my team. There were different, unique different ideas because it wasn't just like paper from me. It was, oh, there's a lot of scrap papers around university. Oh, my mom, I'm Asian. My mom uses a lot of coconut. So we considered coconut and it was like, oh, my mom's throwing it away. So let me try doing something. So it was a lot of combination of ideas for our project. And that communication is what I learned very much. For example, Atish, our car modeler, he grew up with cars under the hood all the time. And our 3D modeler, he doesn't play games anymore. He's just always on Fusion 360. And our coder, Emilia, she's always on Arduino trying to do something crazy. So for me, experiencing it with them, communicating it with them, I'm like, oh, wow, this is fascinating. This is something I could try. So that integration was really there. And this was such a learning experience for all of us, yes.
I love the team dynamic here as well, that you're all pushing each other to take it one step further. You're all really working on how to bring the most out of this project as well here. And I love the fact that you mentioned communication. As a team, you were communicating well to get the project done. So do you think that's going to be an advantage to you that you have this group thing going on? You're all kind of in sync.
Yes, I think, well, as an engineer, I think that is also a very important skill that you have to integrate in yourself. That is what our university really supports us to do, prioritizes us to do, is communicate with others and try to get information, like be innovative, like talk to people. So that really helped here. And for example, we battled through our finals for this competition. We worked in different phases, actually. Phase 1, phase 2, we had different time tasks. We optimized our tasks, managed to do different timelines. So we had our finals when we had to go through this, but communicating and being like, hey, can you please get this task done for us? I will help you. We have our finals. So it was really important. I feel like communication, learning communication in this competition was very much something I learned personally, yes.
Sets you up very well for a future career in the likes of Formula One or aerospace or NASA. What are the sort of the ambitions of everybody? Has it been changed a lot by going through this process? People have got their own sort of ambitions and targets. Have new experiences opened up new areas of expertise that could set up new ambitions?
Yes, definitely, because I'm a very impulsive person. I'm like, oh wow, this building looks nice. Maybe civil engineering. Maybe like, oh my God, F1, like automobile. And then this experience has really like summed it up because we have coding, like IT, and we have mechanical aspect of it, and we have so many like sustainability aspect of it. So that has given me like an open mind to all of this, and I'm like, wow, I need to explore more in this. So this competition is such a learning experience, and for even my teammates, they've explored other ones because some of the mechanical people are now considering, oh, how can I make this possible in a more sustainable way? Because instead of like 3D printing this equipment, can we find a natural resource to like replace it? Like for the features, we could have easily 3D framed like a frame. No, we were like, oh, let's get in touch with our core values: sustainability, innovation. Our slogan is driving innovation forward. So we wanted to stick to that a lot, yes.
Loving it. I think it's a really exciting concept that both university teams have brought to it. I'll let you carry on your rivalry direct on the course. So good luck, and hopefully Vertex is going to be at the strong point. Good luck.
Thank you so much. It was so nice. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I'm loving the creativity of same university, two different teams, two completely different trains of thought.
Of course, yeah. They've both kind of gone for that sustainability aspect as well. We've seen tin cans, and now we've seen paper mache as well. And I love that they are incorporating what's in line with the government's initiatives here as well, that sustainability aspect, really trying to create something from that angle as well, not just simply getting a body shell or bits of plastic here and there. Well, that is recyclable, but they're really taking it one step further, which I think is fantastic. Now, we're looking at the sister team here of Curtin University Dubai, Curtin Yabambe. They're working their way around terrain 1 at the moment, so they've actually managed to navigate that slope pretty decently. Now they have to do that kind of 5-point turn. They're not going through the tunnel because they already did that. Now they're going to go over that wave section just before the finish line here. They've got 1:30 to go. They seem to have some pretty decent time on their hands to make their way through at the moment.
Yeah, it's very easy to waste that time in the 3-point turns, though, so they've got to have accuracy. We've seen what the Curtin University teams from Dubai have brought to the table. Now let's move our way further forward and focus on the next team to bring themselves out onto the course. From Heriot-Watt University, please welcome Atlas Racing. Great to see the team make their way onto the course. The Atlas Racing team, fresh and very excited for the challenge in front. And I like that they've actually come in their natural attire. They're not gone for the full uniform. They want to be laid back and chilled. It's a very, very cool and strong design from the team of 6. Let's bring the car over. Immediately, I am liking the jet black concept of the car. Let's have the car on the desk. Let's have a look at it. Yes, me like very much indeed.
So it's definitely 3D printed. You can tell from the lines and everything like that. But let's have a chat with the team here. Talk us through the design of the car. What inspired you to do this? You want to come a bit?
Who's going to come forward and have a chat with us?
Don't worry, we don't buy it. It's fine.
We're okay.
So the design was mainly to make like a wider body for like lateral stability, so that we can. Obviously, we need stability in this obstacle course. So also in the design as well, we can see this interesting design of a honeycomb on that. It's mainly because we want to decrease the weight so that, we can have more control over the car as well.
And of course, that would help with the strength of the vehicle as well to keep it stronger when it goes through certain parts of it due to that honeycomb configuration that you have here. Now, as Jake said, you've gone for a simple black livery. And of course, the Heriot-Watt here University, you guys are an academic city. I actually live down the road from you. So for me, you're the hometown team, basically. So great to see representation from that part of Dubai. Why did you go for black, though?
Not any specific reason, we just like the color black, I guess.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a standard color. It obviously brings the weight down of the vehicle because you haven't added anything extra to it there as well. I do see that the bodywork kind of brushes up a little bit at the front there. Do you think that's going to be a bit of a hindrance to you during Terrain 2 and Terrain 1?
Probably not, because like the body will tilt a bit backwards since it has a bit rotation, and the holes that it's holding on, it's a bit more wider than the standard holes. So it should probably hold a bit, it should tilt a bit backwards.
Okay, looks interesting. Okay, we're going to ask one of you to stick around and have a chat with us a bit more. Please do. You're doing a great job, so do continue. The rest of you, take your vehicle, head onto the course. Enjoy. Good luck.
And I just realized, Jake, as well, it wasn't side exhaust on the papier-mâché cart. It's actually where the struts go on the RC cart to keep the body on the frame.
No, I understand that. So Atlas Racing, first of all, tell us, name, concept, innovation, design. Where does the name Atlas originate?
So it's actually in our university, we have a Formula student racing team. So we have a thing called Atlas Racing. So we thought we are representing our university, so why not just go with this name? So here we are as Atlas Racing.
And how much integration has there been from the guys at Formula Student, which is a very different competition? That's with full-scale cars that are actually driven. So how much of a crossover has there been?
It has been a bit of wide crossover. I mean, we do have our Formula Student car here at our pit stop, so if anyone likes to come and visit that, we will obviously be showing that. We have the car operating right now as well.
How have you fitted it in?
It's just somehow fitting. Yeah.
So with you guys, there's obviously many different obstacles that you've got to face. You've got the trailer tow, Terrain 1, Terrain 2. Where do you think your vehicle is going to be strongest?
I feel like it might be in the terrains more than the trailer, because I mean it is a wide body, so maybe turning it might be a bit difficult. But I trust my team, so probably they'll do better. Maybe the terrains, I do hope that it does better, because the way that it's designed is most of the weight is on the sides and not on the top, so we have more balance on the body.
I like how Atlas Racing has essentially 2 motorsport programs running at the same time. Is there a lot of information that trickles in from the other team into your team as well?
It's actually the same team.
Okay, yeah. So I guess what you learn from Formula Student, you also adapt into what we're doing here, 4x4.
Yeah, and in addition, some of us, even me, I was here last year as a team member, like a racing team here as well. So we have learned a lot from the last year's competition, and we have also applied those learnings here as well.
Fantastic. Well, look, it's a really interesting design. I like that it's very simple and it's very strong in its concept. I'll let you rejoin your team because you've got 3 courses to navigate. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
There we go. Atlas Racing. Very interested to see how that one goes. And I like the honeycomb design on the roof, actually. Very unique.
I know, and it adds some strength to the car as well. So kind of if there is any issues where it maybe falls over, or as you saw before, one of the teams had a bit of damage to the body shell, that's going to be a tough shell to crack, that's for sure. We just saw some glints of Kurt and Yabambe on Terrain 2, and they were navigating their course. It seems to be they're very quick through the courses so far. I think they've really nailed down the throttle control, they've nailed down the patience and everything else that comes with it as well. I think they're doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, I want to see, actually, if we've got our cameras trained on various different points, especially some of our static cams. We've got some really cool positioning for our cameras. We've got one on the edge of the tunnel, one under the rails. Here we go. This is a very dynamic camera shot of all of the different areas that we've got out on the course. So very exciting. And I love that each different terrain is a completely unique challenge. As much as you look at the oval and think, oh, well, that's easy as hell, no problem at all with that. But it is very, very difficult. So down in the infield, we've got Sachi, who is ready to talk with a few more of our teams, having faced the onslaught of the obstacles.
Thank you. I am with Team Yabambe, who have just finished their driving. So how do you think it went? Was it good? Was it bad?
I mean, it wasn't as expected, but it's good so far. I feel like we haven't touched many of the cones, and there weren't many drastic mistakes. So yeah, I feel like it is pretty good.
And what about the other stuff? Are you confident that your pit display and your presentation will pull you up?
Yes, actually. I trust in all of my teammates. I trust in everyone. And I believe that we will score a lot in all aspects of the competition.
That's good. Are you worried about your competitor team from the same school doing well?
No. I'm rooting for everyone here. We're all from the same university, so no, not really. No competition.
That's good. Very friendly competition. Thank you. Now we'll go over to Team Vertex. Hello. Sorry. Hello. So how's your team doing so far?
We just started, so I think I dropped 1 cone, but I'm confident of my other members, yes.
Your competitor team just said some very kind words to you. Do you have anything to say back?
We're sister teams. We're in the same university. We support each other. So, yeah, it's a win-win.
That's good. Have you had any really important teachers that really helped you throughout this that you want to say thanks to?
Yes, we're engineering students. So, with all of this, Sir Mahesh, he's here with us. Sir Pon, they're all our engineering lectures. So, we've integrated a lot of our lessons into the dynamics of our car and driving the skills. So, yes, we have to. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our university teams trackside there from Curtin. Thanks, Sachi. You will hear from her again with more of the teams. Did you notice as well on the uniforms for Curtin University, the highlighted letters spell out your uni?
I know, I was going to pick that up before as well because I noticed it because that's what drew my attention to them as well immediately. I love what they're doing there. Very simple, but an effective piece of messaging there. And I've got to say, we were talking before, Curtin Yabambe, what a fantastic run they've had through all 3 courses. I want to say I think they're the quickest team so far. They've really got everything nailed down. They've really been on it. And here we go. We've got that great shot you were saying before of that sort of bridge complex that has the undulation on either side.
Yeah, but this particular design, the Yabambe car, it really does look as though they've looked at every single element of every single terrain and thought, where are we going to pick the pieces up on this? Where are we going to find an advantage? Where are we going to pick up on our weaknesses? They've really thought about every single challenge beautifully. I think this is a car, certainly, the vehicle, that's going to be one to beat. Obviously, it's only 20% of the mark, but it's definitely on the vehicle side. They've done an amazing amount of work.
And with a shot like that, you can really see where the tyres come into play, right? With that wide track, they've got a lot more surface area that the wheels are covering on a tricky part of that track because on camera, it looks a lot thicker than it actually is. It's quite thin. And of course, when you have a thinner tyre, getting across that obstacle is going to be tough.
Oh, tricky for Curtin Vertex as they just slip off the hub. We're going to leave them to try and finish off Terrain 1 in good time, but we have got more teams to bring out onto the course. Next one from Al Rayyan Charter School. Please welcome Turbonic. Very excited to see what the team can give us out on the course from Turbonic. They come from the Al Rayahin Charter School, and they are ready to give us a very interesting concept, I'm sure. This is one of our all-ladies teams. This year's competition, of course, 30% of the competitors are female, which is very encouraging and very exciting from a STEM perspective. Welcome to our stand. If you want to stand behind the blue line, bring your vehicle over and place it on our desk. We'd love to come and have a look at the car, have a look at the vehicle in a little bit more detail. And I'm loving already, actually, that the Arab colours are there resplendent, the flag of the United Arab Emirates right across the top of the vehicle, and the eagle there as well. That's beautiful, real national pride.
It looks fantastic. It looks absolutely stunning. Talk us through the design. What made you make it look like this? It's a single door, and then, of course, the Emirati flag proudly across the vehicle there.
Come and join us, come and join us.
It actually took us a very long time to come up with our group name, Turbonic, and also the design. Our group name symbolizes turbo for speed and NEC for organic, because as you know, here in UAE, we care so much about sustainability and organic things. And also for our logo, we wanted to show our UAE national identity by putting the flag and the eagle, putting on it a Hamdaniya. I don't know if you know what it's for the men, just to show our culture and heritage.
I did notice that, because if you do look at it, you can see it on the camera. You can just see on the top of the bird there, you can see it there. I think there's an incredible touch to it here. Now, of course, you're an all-female lineup here. You're an inspiration to the next generation as well. What words of encouragement do you have for teams out there in 2026 that are looking to come with an all-female lineup?
To be yourself and always show your identity and nationality, and always be proud of yourself. And you can do it.
I think those are fantastic words, Jay, don't you think?
Absolutely, and incredible when you've come up with clearly a very interesting concept in design. I love that there's several different key elements that you guys have clearly thought about. When it comes to tackling the course, the tow trailer, and then terrain 1, terrain 2, where is this particular design going to be at its height? What's this going to excel at?
What do you mean?
Terrain 1, is that going to be the best one? Terrain 2, is that going to be the best one? The tow trailer, where's this going to be strong?
We always try to be the best. 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter. We always want to be on our best and top behavior and work.
So having a strong vehicle is obviously a very big part of this competition. But with this being 20% of the mark, has the team had a long study about the presentation side of it as well, the verbal aspect, the sponsorship aspect? Has that been quite a key pinnacle part for you guys?
Yes, we actually have a sponsorship from Taqa Al Ain Distribution. They gave us a very positive message, and they also helped us with the calculation. They also gave us gifts like tote bags, and they helped us throughout the whole process. And for the design, we actually used AI resources, ChatGPT, and more.
Fantastic. I'd like to have a proper chat with you about that in a bit more detail as well. I know that the course is just about being finished off by the previous team. So if one of you is able to stay and chat a little bit more to us, if you're welcome to, that would be very nice for us if you could stay and chat a bit more. The rest of your team, please take the vehicle over, get yourself ready for the start. We'd love to have a bit more of an in-depth chat. But yeah, your vehicle is fantastic. We love the look of it. Thank you very much. If you want to wait just by the side, ready for the start. And do please come and join us. I'm really interested to get to know a little bit more about Turbonic as a concept, because you mentioned at the start it's about using the word turbo and the integration of organics. So the sustainability, a very important part of it. So where does the sustainability come in your project?
Our body is lightweighted because it's 3D printed, so it saves the energy use. And also, if you focus on our paint, we actually used what do you call it? The grapefruit to make it, to mix and match with the colors.
Oh, wow, so you've actually really gone in a very unique and creative concept for the aesthetics of the vehicle as well.
Yes.
Fantastic. So what do you think has been the hardest challenge in putting the vehicle together? Where has it been a real difficulty in terms of creating solutions to problems?
It wasn't really that hard because our teacher helped us. We also used very many resources. But I would say the hardest part was to know the wires and the cabling and engineering overall.
I do like the sustainability aspect there. You've really gone in line with what the government's initiatives here are, right? The sustainability aspect, the organic aspect, recycling materials. I think that's a fantastic thing. And of course, the motif to the United Arab Emirates as well is a nice touch, including the design of the logo on the side. Now, going to the logo, how long did it take you to come up with that idea?
The idea of the logo took us about like 1 month because we always did a logo, then we saw that it didn't really reflect our group and our aspect. So we took quite a long time, but at the end we came up with a logo that we loved and we desired it.
I do like as well what you said before as well when Jake asked you, where do you think you're going to be the strongest? And you said, it doesn't matter, we're going to be strong on all three, right? That's the mindset you need to have for someone like this. You've built a car that you believe will perform the best it can be on all three courses. I think that's a great initiative that you have there.
Thank you very much.
Now, one of the things is really prevalent in the United Arab Emirates of late, and I've been coming to this country for about 5 or 6 years now, looking at the motorsport program and how it's grown and how it's developed. We obviously have fantastic competitors in Amna and Hamda Al-Kubaisi, who have been real pinnacle leaders for the country in terms of women in motorsport in the UAE. Now you guys are doing a fantastic job working as a team unit on the STEM side. How big an opportunity do you feel you're part of as a strengthening and, you know, developing the independence of strong, independent women thinking within the country? It's an amazing opportunity for you all, surely.
Yes, it's a very nice opportunity, especially when we know that we could enter this competition in general, and we are an all-girl member team. And we are all from the UAE, obviously. So it was very nice because Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid always helped and encouraged women to do their best.
And in terms of what this program can give you all to increase your opportunities in terms of your career, has it inspired you to look in different areas and different ambitions as to where you can take your future, what sort of career paths you can make your way down?
Yes, before I wasn't really looking into engineering and wirings and cables, but now because I got the opportunity to try, it wasn't so bad, so I actually liked it and I would like to try it furthermore in the future.
Amazing. I love the inspirational stories, particularly for the young homegrown women here in the country. We need that STEM increasing, and it's wonderful to see you guys, you know, really leading the way on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to the team because they've just hitched up the trailer, and I think it's there. The support for the team has been absolutely fantastic for you, so thank you so much for joining us.
For the opportunity for this interview and asking me questions that made me to think more.
You're very welcome. Go Turbonic. I love the creative concept. It's a really, really cool design. I think what they've been able to come up with as well is we've got such a wealth of opportunity here in the UAE, and it's a country with an amazing history, over 50 years now of fantastic growth potential and incredible dynamics within, you know, within its people. And it's a very nationalist pride design here. I love that they've put a lot of love and devotion to the country into this design.
Of course, as someone who grew up here, I've been here for 30 years, this is my home for me here. I always have a soft spot, and it always makes me feel fuzzy and warm when I see teams that are full Emirati, that, you know, they show the pride of the country, the nation. It's fantastic to see, and I always love seeing it as well. They're having a great run on the trailer course at the moment here as well. And of course, as we said before, the motif of the United Arab Emirates flag on the top of it. I also like how they put the auxiliary light fixtures on the top as well. I think that's a great thing to have. Again, off-roading here is a pastime. You know, we all love off-roading here because the country's surrounded by some of the most beautiful deserts that you can navigate through. And I really like that touch on the top of the car there as well.
Yeah, it's a very unique sort of concept of how they've gone about it. Very, very cool to see. So good luck to Turbonic across the 3 terrains. We have, however, got more teams to discuss, more teams to focus on. So we're going to bring out our next competitors from Cedar College. Please welcome Rex Rover. So from Cedar College, it'll be interesting to see what the Rex Rover team can bring to the party. And a mixed group of young competitors hoping to put something different on the table. But they are ready for an exciting challenge. The Cedar Speedster is going to make its way to our desk. Thank you for joining us. Do come and make your way into the blue block just next to us, and let's have a look at your vehicle. Bring it onto the table here and let's have a look.
I do like we've got struts here at the back. We've got a spare tire as well in case everything goes wrong. But the spare tire is definitely like a normal car where the spare tire is a bit shorter, or a bit smaller, sorry. But talk us through the design here. What made you design the car in this way? And what's it made from?
Okay, you're asking about the name?
No, the car itself.
What's the name? Okay, it's like the Mars rover. We are inspired by the Mars rover, and the shell was designed by Mr. Muiz and Urba. So they're more about going to tell you about this.
Great. So if you could tell us what the material is made of, because it's got a matte finish to it. It looks like a polycarbonate plastic, and I see a bits of carbon fiber on the front there to kind of keep the weight down. So talk us through more of the design and what material you've used here as well. If you just want to come a bit closer here so it's a bit easier for the microphone.
So actually, this is the beauty of it. So the main material is printed from 3D printer ABS, but then to give it like the premium matte look and like carbon fiber finish, we made a vinyl wrap on it, and we got like collaborators like Custom Wraps, and they helped us in this.
And I see you've got some sponsors here, and one of them is a streaming company as well, Myco down here. How did that come about? How did you manage to get these sponsors on the car as well?
Yeah, so we like approached like 35 to 50 companies. Like, you know, we are from developing country and it is very hard to get into sponsors. So we like approached Myco from time to time, and they were like really interested in our project and different international projects. So they decided to help us in this.
I think it's a fantastic story, isn't it? They've got the sponsors on it. They've got the logos. Jake, what do you think?
It looks really unique compared to anything else that we've had. There's a sleekness to it. There's a real beauty and aesthetics. I like that it's clearly had 2 or 3 rethinks as well. I don't think this was easy to put together in one go.
Yeah, it was not easy to put together in one go. Like, we have to do 4 to 5 prototypes, and then like finalizing the design, getting the pros and cons of it. What could be the bad things in it? What could be the good thing? How can we improve further and further? And like at last, we are able to produce this masterpiece.
I do like the fact, Jake, if you look very closely, it's not painted matte. It's actually wrapped matte as well.
It is, yeah.
That's a very interesting thing. We've not seen anyone wrap their car before.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. Like, we see that no one before had ever done it, and we decided to give it a shot and try it, and like it looks super cool. It looked really cool in the vinyl wrap, so we decided to do this.
Now, our last team that came out obviously was resplendent in the colors of the United Arab Emirates. We noticed that it's very different for you guys.
Yeah, like the colors were chosen from our college team, which was our main sponsor for like all the materials that we are printing, all the materials that we are using. So we have to follow a little bit rules and regulations for that. So we decided to choose these colors.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just having a look, and I think they're just about coming to the end of their run. So if one of you is welcome to stay and chat with us a little bit more about the project, then please do. Everyone else, grab the car, get yourself ready for the run. We wish Rex Rover a very strong challenge. Who's going to stay with us and chat a bit more? Who's ready to stay with us? You're going to stay with us? Fantastic. Okay. Good luck to the rest of the team. Now, Rex Rover, you said before that this was inspired by the Mars rover. So how much of that thinking, how much of the sort of the space exploration and concept and travel has gone into the sort of the engineering process behind this vehicle?
Okay, so I was mainly from the project management team. I had taken over how the project is going to be finished at a time, how we are going through the obstacles and problems in a well-mannered time, because we are all of us are the A-level students right now. So we had very less time because we were preparing for our board exams in May and June. So my main task was to just make sure that we just come across this event, which is being held right now in UAE right now. So about the engineering process, they were more of like the mechanical and engineer, the mechanical and electrical side. So they had put through a lot of efforts. Initially, we were inspired by the Mars rover, specifically, so that our car, like, he has given you the introduction for how it was made, right? So we had faced a lot of obstacles for the parts specifically because since you know that we are from a developing countries, it was very difficult to find different parts at the right time or at a given time.
Yeah, because you guys are not actually from the United Arab Emirates, are you? You've traveled away to be here.
Yeah, we are here from Pakistan, representing Pakistan. So yeah, that's...
Very exciting. And the opportunity to travel all this way, I mean, this is a much bigger challenge for you than one of the teams that is basically traveling from down the road. It's not a 2-hour journey for you, it's several hours. How difficult has that process been to integrate into your project?
So the biggest problem we faced were our visa thing, because we just got to know 2 days back that we're coming here. Our visa just got approved 2 days back. So it was like very difficult for us to just manage everything, plan everything to travel within just we had less than 48 hours. So yeah, we just have less than 48 hours. Our car was ready, but it was just the main thing, the touch up, the final look. We had to plan it all through it, like the presentation, what we're going to say and how we're going to manage that thing in a specific time. So that was really difficult, because since coming through Pakistan till here, it's very difficult.
You guys are all running on adrenaline right now.
We were running out of time as well, because we had less than 48 hours. We had to do our packing and everything, and we have to make sure that we are able to get everything there. And from our college, there are 2 teams presenting, not only us.
I can't imagine the stress what it's like to think, oh, what did we leave back in Pakistan?
It's not nearby, right? So what if we just leave it, if we forget anything there, nobody's going to bring that for us, right?
And I also noticed the car itself, the shell, it's a lot thinner compared to the others that we've seen here before. Have you got a different sort of strategy in mind when it comes to building the shell of the vehicle?
Yeah, we had, since Moise had mentioned, we are from Cedar College, right? It's our logo. So our colors that we had to follow is yellow and the bluish thing. So we had that in mind from the beginning. So for the final look, till the very last moment, we kept changing the things. If you just look at the car when we just bring it down till here, and if you see it now, you are going to see a huge difference within 2 to 3 hours as well. Because till the very last moment, we had to make changes again and again for the perfect look. Although the initial, the shell look, the car shell look, we had that in mind and sketched previously as well at the beginning.
So I guess that's the joy of not going first or not being in that first batch, right? You can see what everyone else has done and kind of tweak the styling of the vehicle, tweak a few things here and there, just to make sure it's optimized for all 3 courses.
So from our point of view, the age group we had, we wanted to make it look decent, but we also wanted to make it look unique as well at the same point. So balancing the uniqueness of it, and also the thing that we need to make it unique and decent at the same time was kind of difficult, because we just don't want it to look heavy, a lot of heaviness on the car. We wanted to avoid that. So, yeah.
So this particular vehicle, now that you've brought it to fruition, you've got it to the table, you've seen what the courses are like, where do you think, personally, it's going to be at its strongest? Will it be Terrain 1, Terrain 2? Will it excel in the tow trailer challenge? What is this vehicle's strength going to be?
I think Terrain 2, because all of our teammates, we are, according to the rules and regulation for Terrain 2, each of us has to drive the car over there, right? So I think each and every person in our team has its own specialization, has a specialty, right? So they're going to specifically drive at a certain obstacle they're good at. So I think Terrain 2 is going to be more stronger for us.
I'm looking forward to looking over the shoulder and seeing how you guys will get on when you're over at Terrain 2 then. So good luck. We wish the Rex Rover all the best, and thank you for traveling so far to be with us. We really appreciate it.
Actually, thanks to you guys for having us over here. It's been an honor to be a part of such an event and just giving our full effort so that we can at least be in the top 3.
Fantastic. And hello to everybody back home in Pakistan as well watching along. Good luck, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amazing. I mean, we have the national finals obviously here in the UAE, but with this being the biggest F1 in Scores national competition on the planet, it's not just open to the UAE. So many neighboring countries and allied countries able to compete. I mean, that must be such a tough task.
Yeah, it is. And you know what I've noticed as well? So if we looked at the front of the car again, it was just briefly on screen. We didn't notice a key detail. They've actually given their vehicle, the Rex Rover, they've given it a bit of character as well. They've given it a nice face to look at from the front of it. I've not seen many teams add character like that to their vehicle there as well. And I'm still very intrigued about the thinness of the car as well. They've not got any fender flares at the front or the back of the vehicle. And I think that will really help when it comes to obstacles like the tunnel. I think it will also help with the bridge complex as well. Really anything where the car is kind of pushed down ever so slightly as well. And of course, they are underway. But Jake, I think it's about time we bring on our next team.
I believe we are ready for the next competitors to get out onto the course indeed. Yes, so without further ado, we will just double check and make sure that we are definitely in position. We've certainly got plenty of teams out on the course, but we're going to invite one more to come and join us. It's the second team to hit the course from the Al Rahihin Charter School. Please welcome Zenova. The Nova will make their way to the course, and they are very ambitious with their concept, with their color scheme as well. It'll be really exciting to see what the ladies from Team Zenova can bring to this competition, the 4x4 Scores Challenge. Welcome, ladies. Resplendent in blue and silver. We like it. Absolutely bringing the vehicle on. Oh, I like what you guys have done here. This is very impressive. And we've got a bear on the front.
And we've also got a nice motif here of the United Arab Emirates flag, and we've got a bit of an oasis here as well. Talk us through the car and talk us through the design.
Okay, so firstly, our card name came from it's a Japanese name. The Zen represents calm, balance, and sustainability. Nova means a new star, so it represents innovation. And our car number, as you can see, it's the date of Sheikh Zayed's birth year. And we have the Z, which represents our team name. Also, we have a bear in front. It symbolizes our us, like challenging with no fear.
I think the strength and the courage that you bring here, and again, you're an all-female lineup like you have from the school as well previously that we saw come up through the group, sorry. How does it feel being one of two only full female teams here?
It makes us feel proud, and I would like to say to every female team members that even if you fail, don't worry, because every success story begins with failure.
I think those are some fantastic words that you just shared there as well. What I have noticed is the design here on the top here. Is this actually made from wood, or have you just designed it to make it look like wood?
No, actually, it's 3D printed, and then we painted it to look like a desert.
It looks absolutely stunning, Jake, don't you think?
You've definitely put a lot of time and love and devotion into the concept of it. Where do you feel the vehicle is going to be the strongest out on the three courses that we have?
The second.
And why is that? What do you think it is about the Terrain 2 that's going to make this really come into its own?
Because of the lights. What was your question again?
I wanted to see which of the terrains the vehicle is going to do the best at. Where do you think it's going to be strong?
I'm not sure. I think we're going to do best in the three. And everything.
In the third one. So if this is going to be a very strong all-rounder as a competitor, 20% of the mark is obviously out on the course. Everything else has been about sponsorship acquisition, teamwork, presentation, the verbal work with the judges. Has that been more challenging than building the vehicle, or has it been the other way around?
Actually, it was. So for the sponsor, there's a brand called Cotton. They sponsor us, and they made our hoodies.
The hoodies look fantastic, I have to say. They're really cool.
Thank you. So in the back of our hoodie, we have a bear and we have a Z. It represents our team name.
Let's showcase the back of the hoodies for everybody. Let's have a look.
I'm very jealous now as well. I think
so
it's
cool.
absolutely fantastic.
Every year we get really cool teamwear, and you guys have, you're currently leading the way. We like it.
Thank you.
So in terms of the actual competition itself, you've all got your all individual roles to play with. And obviously everybody has a different task that they bring to the table. Have you found it difficult to integrate with each other, or has that teamwork element actually been the strongest asset you guys have?
Not really. Although everyone has their own job, but we actually work together through the challenges and difficulties.
And I think with two teams coming from the same institute, do you guys share data between each other? Do you help each other out, or there's a barrier in between it? One team is there, the other team is there.
Actually, we work, each team worked together. Each team worked alone, but we actually support each other and we hope we win.
So is there kind of like a leaning over the fence kind of, oh, what have you guys come up with? Well, maybe we can have an idea, or has it not been like that?
We actually took ideas from each other. It's fine, we helped each other. And we hope we both win.
That'd be interesting. Well, only one of the teams is going to win. So what's the penalty if the other team doesn't? Do you wash the dishes?
It doesn't matter. We're going to be happy for them anyways.
Fantastic. Well, it looks as though we're getting pretty much to the end of the previous team's run. So we'll let all of you competitors take your vehicle over. One of you, please do stay, because we'd love to get a little bit more insight into the Zen Nova project. So if one of you is able to stay, The rest of you, do please take the vehicle over and get yourself set up, because I think you're now ready to go. They're just setting up the course for you. So yeah, take the vehicle over. If one of you wants to stay, you can stay. Please do. That would be fantastic. So everyone's going to take the course over. Now, Jawahi, there are going to be some really interesting challenges for this particular vehicle that you guys are going to face. The single track ramp, the tunnel where you have to navigate just perfectly, the water challenge. How have you looked at every single possible obstacle? How have you looked at each little problem and found solutions to them?
So firstly, we know that we should have like a specific size for a car to go through the tunnel and stuff. We did that, and we also made sure our car materials are made of waterproof materials, so they can go into the water.
It's interesting, and with the very first thing you talked about when we were there, you talked about failure. Now, I mentioned earlier, I butchered the quote, unfortunately, by Thomas Edison, which was, you know, I haven't failed, I've just found 30,000 ways to do it wrong. Has it been a bit like that for you guys? Has the journey been looking at various different ways of getting something wrong and finding ways to adapt and improve in it? Has it been a tough journey all the way through?
No, it wasn't really a tough journey for us because we worked together. We had, although we did face a lot of problems, we tried to navigate them and bring up new solutions for them.
So where are the new skills that you have adapted? Everybody comes in with their own skill set, right? Everybody's got a new challenge to bring to the table, but everybody brings their area of expertise. What are the new skills that you as a team have learned through this process? What is it that you guys felt, oh, we didn't realize that we needed to do this? Where have you learned the most?
Actually, we faced a lot of challenge in time navigation because we entered the competition late, so we didn't really have enough time, but we managed to work together as a team and navigate this challenge.
Well, I've got to say there's some fantastic time management if you're a late addition to this. You've done a fantastic job, all five of you here, to really prepare the car, to really have a fantastic message behind it as well. Like you said before, the bear at the front there symbolizes courage and strength to really push you through there, and I think that's a great thing there. As well, you're aspiring younger women to get involved in these kind of things. How does that make you feel that you are now, the five of you, are inspirational to a different generation?
It really makes me proud because I always look up to other women, and I always hope that I will be like them.
Which is fantastic, and that's the exact mindset that we want to see here, right? We want to see people encouraging others to not just be here in a competition, but to inspire those who are watching at home on our socials, right? And for those who are using the hashtag alongside what Yas in schools and, of course, thrills and skills, because what we see here is thrills, and we're also seeing a lot of skills from each and every team here.
Wait, what was the question?
I think we just wanted to get your sort of take on it. How much have you been able to take on yourself as an individual, as an ambitious career woman for the future? What does this kind of inspire you to do? Have you got so many more ideas now as to what you want to adapt and do for the rest of your journey?
Your question was, what did I learn?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I learned how to work with my team because although each of us had their own ideas, we learned how to share ideas and stuff.
So integration is a very important part of it. Where do you think you guys will be strong outside the course? Because obviously the course section is one area. It's only going to be 20% of the marks. So how have you been able to bring your skills and your abilities to every other area of the course?
So we did, what was the question again?
So outside of the three courses, there's obviously more marks to find in the other areas, the sponsorship acquisition, the verbal element, the presentation element.
So we did our presentation and we practiced on our verbal speech, and we also did the booth thing. We also got a sponsorship from a brand.
Fantastic.
I think the last question is here is, where do we get the merch from?
Yeah, absolutely. Where's the merch stall? You know, can we get our own hoodies with our own names on them?
Yes, actually you can. It's a brand. It's from a brand called Cotton, and they are our sponsor.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to be in touch with them for our own hoodies.
100%.
We're definitely taking them home. Thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you guys all the best. I know you're on the tow trailer section now, so good luck with it. Good luck to the team.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Zen Nova looking very resplendent. Again, I love how each team brings something completely unique to the table. And these girls really have dug deep and found something that's within the core of their own personality as Emirati ladies, but also channels a new and interesting concept.
I also like the fact that they said that they were crunched for time as well, and yet here they are. They've developed something. They've coded everything. Remember, there's 15,000 codes that go into these things. That takes a lot of time. It takes months to figure anything out, and they've done it on such a short time frame. It's impressive to see what they've done, and it's impressive to have them here as well.
So we've got several teams currently on course at the moment. Just looking at Turbonic, interesting how the Turbonic squad, do you remember that fantastic presentation of the top of the shell? They've actually had to remove the shell for Terrain 2. So that's rather unfortunate for the team that was so resplendent. And we've got one cone knocked over there already. It's not easy to navigate these challenges. We have this idea in our head looking at the 4x4 and going onto the course and thinking, yeah, we'll nail that, no problem. But it's only when you get out there, when you do it, and when you're against the clock as well. Being against that clock and only having like 7-8 minutes to do those individual tasks, the urgency and that sense of need to finish the course quickly and impress, that can really be a pressure cooker.
You're exactly right. It's a real sense of pressure. And just looking at the exposed chassis of the car there as well before, you can see they've had to do a little bit of weight distribution because the battery pack is mounted on the right-hand side of the car, and then they have the chipset mounted on the left-hand side of the car, right? Where we've seen a lot of chips being mounted. There it is again. You can see there's to me, it looks like there's a lot more weight actually on the right-hand side of the vehicle. Now, I wonder if that's going to affect their runs here, especially when it comes up to this segment here, because the gully sort of has 3 planes that tilt either to one side. And I think when it comes to the left-hand side, that car is really going to sort of tilt over to the right more than anything else.
Yeah, see, right here we're seeing with Turbonic the problem-solving element of having to navigate this particular ramp. It's not very wide, and you've still got those 2 tracks, of course, to help with grip. But as Abdullah pointed out right at the start of the day, you've got to try and keep one wheel on either side of these planes. And it is really difficult to navigate whilst also trying to keep the balance, trying to keep the poise, the control, the speed, the discipline. Everything's got to be nailed perfect. And it is so easy to get that wrong. And you can see there, you know, one wheel tripping off. That's going to be a penalty in and of itself. There is such a desire for perfection. But we've seen so many teams come through with so many different concepts and designs. You cannot achieve perfection. You can only get near to it.
And as we were saying before, the pressure behind it, right? At the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you've got that countdown timer, right? Those who are watching at home on the live stream, as well as on social media, Yas and schools, we're seeing that pressure mounting, right? Now, the teams don't necessarily know that there's a countdown clock going on. They do know there is a time frame that they have to do it in, but are they aware that that clock is ticking down as they're doing it? Probably not. They're just trying to get through it in a reasonable manner just to get to the end of the line there, and of course with minimal penalty points as well.
So tricky. I'm really impressed by the skill and ability of these competitors out on the course. We have one more for this particular rotation of the session. So for the second time, we're going to greet out a team on the course from Cedar College, all the way from Pakistan. And this is yet another fantastic mission. We didn't really get the chance to properly discuss this in any great detail, but to have 2 teams to fly all the way from Pakistan to compete in the UAE finals here, I mean, that is enough of a challenge in and of itself. Oh, the Turbonic just slipping slightly as it tries to correct itself. This is one of the toughest challenges, actually, Chris, in the navigation process. It can be so easy to have all 4 wheels fitting on one side, but you have to make sure there is the perfect symbiotic balance. And then we get onto these rails. These rails are so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, it's the last part of the obstacle course here for Terrain 2, and it's actually the hardest part of the course as well. And again, if you see it on camera, it looks a bit thicker than it actually is in real life. It's very thin when it gets there, and that's where the wider tire really helps you, right? And that balance will also assist you here. Now, the left side part here will be okay because there's that counterbalance on the right-hand side with the battery pack. But when it gets into the next dip, I think they're going to struggle just ever so slightly because there's going to be a bit more weight on that right-hand side.
And we might just be able to get a shot with our rail cam here as well to see just how difficult it gets with the adjustment. The lead, oh, that wheel's going. That wheel is sliding. Oh, it was going so well up to that point as well. Really, really tricky to get the balance right. And we're literally talking millimeters. There is nothing really to save you once it starts to go. And that is the impressive thing about Gravity. It just has such a ridiculous pull. They were doing so well on the course up to that point, so they've unfortunately failed the rail challenge, but they have at least completed the course. Meanwhile, their colleagues over at Zen Nova are just finishing off the tow trailer at this point. Oh, look at the leer of the car when it moves forward. That's why throttle control is such an important aspect of getting this vehicle right.
Yeah, and it looks like the body's kind of offset as well. It looks like it's leaning a bit more to the left, but then it also depends on where the vehicle is going. So now it's reversing. So when it goes forward, it leans to the left, and when it reverses, it goes to the right. This is actually something we've seen quite a fair bit on all of the teams that have participated so far. We've seen different lean angles of the top part of the car. Now, again, I wonder if this is a strategy, Jake.
It was going so well again for them. And again, we're talking like millimeter perfection. It is so easy to get it wrong. But for the rest of that particular part of the course, they actually did a fair job. But we have to keep reminding people that even though there are mistakes made on this part of the course, the terrains, the actual vehicle driving the course, is only 20% of the marks. So you can still make massive marks in other areas of the project. Now, we're going to get to see Rex Rover a little bit here. They're on terrain 1. Now, this is the hub. This is one of the more difficult challenges because you have to line it up right. And it doesn't matter how you approach the hub. You've got to do a little bit of three-point turning to get it right. And it's so easy to fall off.
It is. And even when Abdullah was explaining it in his demo earlier today as well, as you just see the wheel creep off there on the left-hand side of the vehicle now, unfortunately, that will be a penalty that will be applied to them there. When you look at it, it looks relatively easy. But when you actually come to tackling this obstacle, it gets a lot more difficult. And we've seen it there as well, where that left front is just filtered off, as now we're working our way into the water hazard, the basin, and there you see the water is about halfway on those tires there, but very quick and very easy to get through that obstacle there.
For the Rex Rover, it certainly was. The problem now is that they've gone through the water splash, so every other challenge they've now got to navigate with wet tires, water in the grooves, and that's definitely going to add to the challenge, which is why we have it. Oh, just you see there, just the slide off the slant, and they have to navigate that so that it goes right up high, and that's because they've got kill sensors that are triggered. So you have to make sure that you go right up on the slant, and then that obviously changes the trajectory, the radius of the climb for the next section. So every single little pathway has been explored. Every single little part of the navigation process has been factored in. This is, for someone who raced in RCs about a decade ago at a reasonably good level, this is completely different to everything I'm used to. Right, you saw there a little bit of a nudge of the cone. It's moved slightly out of position, but it hasn't moved correctly off. Now, I don't know how big a penalty that's going to be, but it's going to be minimal.
From what I understand from the judges, as I was speaking to earlier before, a slight nudge is fine. If that circle underneath becomes fully exposed, as we saw them on that tilt obstacle there, you saw one of the cones was actually moved out of position, and the red circle underneath was visible on the stream there. That, unfortunately, is a penalty. But I would say that's a very impressive ramp there from Rex Rover and Cedar College to go up and down the ramp that effortlessly as well. You can see there's another penalty cone that's been nudged over. You can see the red dot on the far right. That's an indicator to our judge there, who is Ghanem on terrain 1, who is keeping a very close eye on it. He's keeping that score as well. It's anywhere between 4 and 15 points, depending on the obstacle. Also, time plays a very crucial factor in it, as we're in the last 60 seconds now of terrain 1 for Rex Rover, and that was a very quick run through of that, wasn't it?
That was geniusly done. Well done to the Rex Rover team from Cedar College, and that is a perfect link to take us into the next team, because our next team is also from Cedar College, all the way from Pakistan. Please welcome to the competition, Revon X. The team is standing by and ready. They have traveled so far to be here in the United Arab Emirates, and we are delighted that they have made their way to the competition. This mixed squad ready to take on the challenges of these 3 courses. Come and join us. Thank you so much for being with us, guys. It looks as though you are ready for an exciting challenge. Bring on the machine. Let's place it on the table and have a look. My goodness me, this is a very different challenge. It's almost Hammerhead Shark-esque in the way that you've come up with the concept. I like it so far.
It does look rather nice. I like the finish on it as well on the windows here. Now, who's going to talk to us here about the inspiration and where you got the design of the vehicle from here?
Perfect.
You want to just come stand next to me here. Talk us through what inspired the design of your vehicle.
Actually, we went for a Tesla Cybertruck look, we studied different types of 4x4 vehicles like the Range Rover, but we went for the specific design because we studied the competition regulations very, very thoroughly, and we used the YouTube channel of the 4x4 ADNOC, and we understood the obstacles the car would encounter, and we thought that this design would be the most optimal. The reason being it has angled front and rear, so there is not much mass stored up top, so the center of gravity is lower. So that makes it, that prevents it from toppling over. And it has shorter overhangs, which were easier to incorporate over this in this design. So it improves the approach angle and the departure angle, making it more optimal for climbing and descending.
I love the technical analysis there as well, and of course the distribution of it, it's very symmetrical. It looks like a 50-50 split. There's no weight extra on the front, there's no weight extra on the back, is there?
Yeah, it's perfectly symmetrical.
And what was the choice of color behind it? Sorry, Jake, there to cut you off.
That's all right.
I want to see, what was the color inspiration you're just going for? Just blue?
Actually, we come from a college which has a theme of blue and yellow, so we decided to incorporate our college's color theme.
Of all the designs that I've looked at so far today, I've not seen one with so much of the interior exposed. Was that a particular design integration? Was there a reason for that?
Exactly. The thing is that we measured the maximum tilt of the axle. We knew that during uneven terrains, the tire will tilt a lot. It tilts enough that it touches the chassis. So we had to expose this much area so that tire does not touch the shell and does not damage it.
And in terms of the shell design and concept, have you literally stretched the regulations to the limit? Because it looks like it's really, really minimal in terms of what is covering what.
Yes, we knew that we had to stay under the regulations, but I knew that I had to keep this close. I had to keep the ends of the shell close to the tires because I needed the wheels to be the primary contact with the slope and the terrain.
Okay, well, the tow trailer course is ready for you, so if the team wants to make their way over, one of you please do stay with us and chat to us a bit more. That would be fantastic. So, and by the way, my friend Chris here is very jealous of you because he wasn't allowed to wear his Hawaiian shirt, and you have. Well done. You take the vehicle over and get your way onto the course. Thank you very much indeed to Revon X. Enjoy. Right, so tell us a little bit more. What's your name? What role do you play within the team?
I'm Adan Shafiq, and I was a project manager and digital designer for this team.
Okay, so Revon X, explain the name to us. Tell us where that came from.
All right, so the name is basically a combination of two words, Rev and Von. So Rev is like short form for revolution, whereas Von comes from German, which basically we're trying to denote, it means from origin, and we're trying to denote this or portray this meaning that Revon X itself, this small little revolution came from this tiny lab in Cedar College, PCHS Karachi. So that's the inspiration behind the name.
So it's kind of the from small acorns, mighty oaks grow.
Yeah, exactly.
And now what I was expecting when we had two teams coming from Pakistan, there's no green. Where's the green element for it?
Actually, in our name, Revon X, if you look at our logo, instead of the O, we have a crescent and a star. So there you go. That's Pakistan for you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They've got around that.
Okay.
I like it.
They've got an answer for that. See, that's what I love about this bunch here. Everyone's got an answer for everything. It doesn't matter what question we throw at them. Everyone's got an answer with it. It's fantastic.
They came prepared. They
now,
read
of course,
the script.
there are two teams, of course, from the same college as well in Pakistan. Is there were the conversations taking place between the two of you, how you would both tackle these challenges here? Or, again, is it, we're one team, we're another team, we're not going to kind of share our notes here?
Okay, honestly, it's like 50-50. So we're both competing against each other as well, although we're under the same umbrella. So if they win, we're still going to be happy because both of us are representing Pakistan in Cedar College. But at the end of the day, we want us to win, obviously.
I was going to say, is there like a little penalty point that you guys have worked out amongst yourselves? They've got to do a lap of the athletics course or something back over the college?
No.
You should have done that.
No.
Fair enough. So tell us about the complexity of designing the vehicle. Obviously, you have an idea in your head of what's going to be created. How many times have you guys had to go back to the drawing board and say, look, this isn't working for us. We're not inside the regulations. We've got to adapt?
As far as I remember, Sadiq, the mechanical lead, he actually read, he studied a lot of like cyber trucks or Range Rovers and military jeeps because that's the kind of design we wanted to go with. At the end of that, we then chose Cybertruck for different reasons. He's already explained all of that. I think we printed thrice, I believe, and there were at least 2 or 3 cardboard structures that we made, and then we made sketches. We tried anything to perfect this design in any way possible. That's it.
I wanted to ask, actually, while we're thinking about it, when the design is printed and you get it, has there ever been a moment during the process where the printed design gets to you, you look at it and you go, that is not really what we were expecting. That's not what we were hoping for.
Yep, at the last time. And we knew that there was no way that we could print again because, well, the competition was in a few days and we had a flight to catch, so we were like, we can't do this. And, you know, at that point, we learned how to deal with difficulties because there were solutions. We did, our mechanical team, they've done an absolutely fantastic job. They used zip ties, they used glue, the glue gun or like tape. They used anything to sort of bring everything together. In fact, our shell even broke in the plane, but you see the car still there, right? So we fixed it last night, pulled an all-nighter, brought it together again.
So basically, you guys are running on coffee and hope.
Caffeine and curiosity, yes.
Fantastic. Well, look, you guys have done a fantastic job getting it here, despite it being in bits at various times and getting it around. I'll let you rejoin the rest of the team, but we wish you and the team at RevOnX all the very best. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All these challenges that these guys have to face on the job and with, you know, moments to spare before the competition. Fair play to them for finding answers.
Well, they've got the added pressure that they've come from overseas as well. They're about a 4-hour flight away. It's not exactly like they can get the parts very easily, can they? So they've really got to think a little bit extra. What can happen, right? Or what will happen? We've got to make sure that we have a backup for it. And I think it's a great job from the entire team to stay communicated, stay together, and help each other out and go, right, if anything does fail, what's the solution that we have here? And I think they've done a great job figuring out that solution as well.
Well, we've looked a lot at the course itself and the vehicles navigating it. One of the main elements of the competition here is the pit displays. All of the universities and the colleges and the schools have to come up with a design that is insightful, educational, informative, and obviously dynamic. So we're going to cross over now to the pit displays. Shatsi's gone down there to have a look at all of the teams in their pit displays. Let's see what we can find.
Thank you. I am over here with the pit displays, which are, as you said, a very important part of the competition, but we have been focusing on the cars a lot. So let's take a look at the pit displays. I am here with Team Axel, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions. I see that you have some stress balls. I'm sure it was very stressful competition, so it was needed. What else do you have in your pit display, and why do you have it here?
So we have mugs in our pit display. We have stress balls, we have caps, and we have our portfolios, pictures of prototypes and videos of what we've gone through, what our ideas are, and how we've incorporated them into our team.
Obviously, the pit display is an important part of the competition, but another important part is sustainability, and for good reason. We, as younger people, are in charge of the next generation, basically, and so we should take a good stance on sustainability. So what have you guys done in terms of sustainability for your team?
Okay, so first of all, the material that we used for the car, we used PLA and PETG, which are both really sustainable materials. So they reduce the environmental impact and also were economically sustainable for our team to reduce the overall cost. We also reused electronics from previous teams to practice and also created practice tracks using materials at our own home instead of buying them. So that enabled us to be economically sustainable and also implemented the concept of reuse, reduce, and recycle. So overall, throughout our entire journey, we have made sure that we kept sustainability as a common goal in every task that we've performed.
That's great. Seems like you guys know what you're doing. One last question. What was your favorite thing about the competition as a whole?
The experience that we built, the bond that we shared, and the friends we made, the sponsorship programs that we were able to communicate. But we learned a lot in this event. We learned about we learned in terms of engineering, in terms of marketing, in terms of getting our own T-shirts. I feel like we became a lot more responsible and understood how it would be in the real life when we are catering to these kind of big competitions. This was a very big eye-opener for all of us.
That's great. Thank you, Team Axel. We'll just start moving along and look at some more pit displays. Here we have Team Peregrine Warriors. I hope I said that right. Thank you, guys. And here we have your pit display. Please explain to me what that is. Yeah.
So we're hoping to put like our car on top of this like thing here, and then that would have been like display.
So it's meant to be a sort of mountain because our logo is the Peregrine Warrior, Peregrine. So it's soaring like in the sky.
About your logo, I really like it. Who came up with the ideas?
It was my teammates, Advaith and Ilya.
What happened? Thank you. Okay, so down here, the next team we have is Project Nova. They have some very different things on their pit display. They have a mix of different media, which I think will go very well with the judges. You guys, what have you done for sustainability in your pit display?
So I think the main thing for sustainability is our keychains. We made these keychains using hips offcuts. So our DT workshop and also during our manufacturing process, for example, like the stands over there and everything, use hips. And there's nothing you can do with these offcuts. So we ended up grinding them down, melting them into sheets, and then laser cutting these sheets again to create these keychains, which we think reuses the materials quite well.
That's pretty creative. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Thank you. Let's see what else is going on here. So we have Team Phoenix, which I really like their slogan. It's fueled by fire, drive to conquer. Sorry, I butchered that. You guys, what does the slogan mean to you?
This slogan is basically, it reflects how our team, it like shows out the passion and how we drive to win this competition through fire.
You guys want to say it together once because I butchered it so badly? Fueled by fire, driven to conquer. Okay, thank you. So moving down here, we actually have a team with their mentor, and teachers can be a huge part of making or breaking the team, essentially. They have the power to inspire the next generation and lead them to brighter futures. So our teacher over here, can I ask you some few questions? Okay, first question. What has your team learned from this competition?
The girls have learned a massive amount of life skills from this competition. They have built their collaboration, their teamwork, and their resilience, their coding skills, their design, and their modeling has come on immensely throughout the last number of weeks. The girls have faced a number of challenges. They've learned along the way like what they need to do from their mistakes. And yeah, I think over the last few weeks, their resilience especially has developed loads.
That sounds very inspiring. You also have an all-girls team. So tell us how important it is to have more women in such creative jobs and engineering fields like STEM.
Yeah, so at Patine World Academy, we actually have 2 full girls teams here today. Women in STEM is very important to us in the school. They have got a massive opportunity to learn through their experiences, especially in their coding, their 3D modeling, and their design, as we said. It's given them a great opportunity to learn for the workplace in the future and develop them key skills that they're going to need in the likes of the STEM departments. The girls, what else have you learned, girls?
What have you taken away from this? How has this changed you, the competition?
So working together as an all-girls team has taught us important skills like teamwork and resilience, especially when some of our models wouldn't work out. We had to work together, overcome all the arguments, and so then we could come here today with the prettiest car.
That sounds lovely. Thank you guys so much. I've been heavily inspired by the people here, so we can go back to the racing while I take a little break.
We've really enjoyed it so far. Great to get your insight, Shaxi. And do go, if you're here at the event, to have a look at some of these pit displays. I've been inspired every time I've come here, and it's great to see the teams putting on a great show. The competition's heating up, Chris. I think we need a breather, don't we? We've been at it flat out, but we can still interact on the social media channels.
100%. And if you do want to interact with us on social media, we're on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Yas in Schools is the handle. And of course, use the hashtag Yas in Schools. Thrills and skills, and maybe get featured at some point later on. But of course, you can stay up to date with all the action taking place here this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy continuation of the day here. The 4x4 Schools Challenge still has an entire afternoon of competition. Day one here at the ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals here in Abu Dhabi. We'll be back in a short while.
kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat that kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat, a beat, a beat, a beat, a beat. Let me get funky like funky, let me get funky. Let me get a beat that kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat that kick it funky like feet. Let me get a
cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you
grind is small. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. Bounce it,
Hey guys, welcome back to the ADNOC Yas in Schools finals here in the United Arab Emirates 2025. We're at the Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi, the home of Formula One in the country. I'm Jake Sanson, with me is Chris Milbourne, and we're on day one of the activities, which brings us to the 4x4 Schools Challenge. What an exciting day we've had so far.
It certainly has been, right? And the atmosphere has been absolutely buzzing. I've seen teams really rework what they originally planned to have after seeing all the intense action that we had earlier today. A lot of teams have gone away from the pit display sort of into hidey holes elsewhere to sort of tweak their designs ever so slightly, right? Really change a few things here and there from what they've learned over the current trials that we've had on all three terrains, right? Even speaking to the judges, you know, just trying to get some pieces of information, I've learned that only one team so far have used their primary car on the first obstacle course, which is the tow hitch one, and that's because of the placement of said hitch. It's either too high or too low. So I think that's a real learning practice for some of the teams that are here as well. And remember, if you're watching at home on social media, it's Yas in Schools, apologies for that. So at Yas in Schools on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. You can stay with us and stay up to date as well. Of course, if you want to be part of the conversation as well, use the hashtag Yas in Schools and, of course, Thrills and Skills, because today is absolutely full of it. Everything has been thrilling, and there's been an immense amount of skill taking place.
And this is just day one of 5. We've still got the F1 in Schools and Formula Athara competitions to come as well through the course of the week. Behind us, we have the courses that the competitors are obviously going to be taking on. We have the tow terrain, as well as terrain 1, terrain 2. If you weren't here with us this morning, then you'll have missed how intense the competition is about to continue to get. We have more teams to come out, though, so we will present from the Regent International School. Please welcome the Peregrine Warriors. The team is ready with their fantastic crew in black, yellow, and white, and we are ready to see what they can bring to the table here in the 2025 ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals. Ready in position. Oh, we've got a pose, have we? Oh, here we go. I love it. I love the team camaraderie. Excellent. Come on over and join us, guys. Great to see you, and we are very excited about what they can bring to the table. Well, they've definitely got the gamesmanship. They've got the sporting. Oh, hello.
Now that is quite interesting.
Come and join us on the field. Now, I am a massive fan. We've got the little blue box there. Do come and congregate in that. Everybody, hitch it. I am a massive fan of the Volkswagen Beetle. I can see shades of the VW Beetle in your design because I'm that much of a nerd, and it looks so cool. I'm in.
So, talk us through the design. Why did you choose this body style? Because I think this is actually the first time we've seen a very coupe style and a very streamlined, sort of a teardrop or water drop styling here on your vehicle.
So it was inspired by the Peregrine Falcon, because when it dives, it has a very sleek form to it. So we tried to integrate that into our car.
So what you're looking at here is slippery. You're going to go really quick, minimal drag on the outside of the vehicle as well. Love the finish here. It's all black, and I see there's some essences of the Batmobile thrown in there as well. Is that coincident, or is that just, that was the design?
Yeah, actually, there was slight inspiration from that as well, yeah.
So you've had a chance now to see the runs that have happened before on all three obstacle courses, all three courses, terrain courses, the hitch, terrain 1 and terrain 2. Have you sort of adapted the car in any way to see what the competitors have kind of struggled with? Have you adapted the car in any way?
Who's going to answer that one?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I think the team of conferring whether or not they have adapted anything here.
Have we adapted anything over the course of
We're going to switch up who we're talking to here now. So the question was, have you adapted anything on the car, whether it be design, the chassis, the components, in relation to what has happened earlier today?
I did not understand that question.
Have you changed anything based on what you saw this morning? Did you see anything today and think, we need to make some changes?
No, we did not change anything after coming to this competition. Yeah, everything is just on there. We did not touch anything. We didn't modify any chassis after coming into the competition. Yeah, it's the same.
Looking at the courses themselves, have you seen anything that's kind of got your eyebrows on stalks thinking, hang on a minute, this is a bit of a difficulty now?
Yeah, the tow bar, like the hitch had a little, it was a little loose. So, but as my teammates, we clutched in, and we fixed it, and now it's good and it's better.
Okay, well,
the term clutched in there as well, and just it's great to see that we usually see the side profile of the car, right? We don't really see the back of it, and you can really see what has gone into this because they've even coded it to basically move up and down, and that's one of the 15,000 codes that they have to use when it comes to tackling any of these courses that we have here.
Let's get a zoom in on that because this has been one of the most difficult challenges so far has been that tow bar, but you guys have definitely given that some proper thought coming into this. We've obviously just heard that only one of the teams hasn't switched cars for the tow trailer, so hopefully you guys are prepared for it. It looks like a very innovative design. I'm going to let you go over to the course with the machine, but I'd love one of you to stick around. If one of you can stick around and have a chat with us. There you go, you've drawn the short straw. Well, come and have a seat. The rest of you, go take the Peregrine Warrior and go and get yourself on the course. Go for it. So, your name and your role. Tell us a bit about things.
My name is Shaheen Skulik. I'm working as the team manager for the Peregrine Warriors.
Okay, Shahid, so you have been kind of the brainchild of making sure that everybody does their job correctly. How difficult has that been? Everyone's got their own skills that they bring to the table. Managing a team, not easy.
Yeah. No, it's not easy really managing a team. However, each person has their own unique skills that really coordinates to their job. So I feel like once everyone is assigned to their roles, it's a very easy, that's when the competition turns more easy, and when you go up the hill, it goes, it's easier. So, yeah.
So,
sorry, no, I like the fact that you've adapted the style of the vehicle to the obstacle course that we have here. Like you said, one of the toughest challenges a lot of the teams that went earlier today is that slope, it's that incline, right? And you have a lot of space at the front of the back of the car. You don't have a lot of overhang there. Now, of course, that's a strategy that you played in, right? You figured out that that's what you need to do with the car.
Yeah, so like especially for the long pipe bridge, it was very difficult figuring out what we would do with the wheels because we can't really change it in development. So we were kind of thinking, how could we measure the weight? How could we like distribute the weight so it doesn't fall, so the car doesn't fall when it's on the hill?
I think the same thing as well for the water basin as well. Because you have so much clearance at the front and back, you're not going to really struggle with that body weight, kind of the shell of the car going into the water, are you? You're not going to have to worry about that picking up anything. You've got a lot of clearance.
Yeah, it's a very small but also elegant design. So I feel like we managed to sort of represent our team using the car body without it being too much of a show. It was very simple design.
Now, in terms of looking at each of the obstacles that you've got to face on Terrain 1, Terrain 2, the tow train itself, is there any particular aspect of this course that have got you guys sweating a little bit? Is there anything that you've identified that you think that's going to stretch the limits of our design?
Yeah, so corresponding to the wheels at least, the water bridge, once the wheels get wet, there's less friction, so it might be a difficulty going up the bridge, but I think we feel confident that it's going to work out.
And over Terrain 1 or Terrain 2, which do you guys relish the chance to take on? Both courses are very challenging and exciting, but is there any that you're going into thinking, yeah, we really want to face that?
I mean, we came at Yas Marina Circuit not too long ago, somewhere in April, and we did the pipe bridge. The pipe bridge was a challenge, but it was also really fun to do. So I feel like even though it might be a bit difficult, we're going to have some fun traversing it through it.
And I like how, I think this is the first team that's actually come up with the same idea that we were thinking as well. The water basin actually adds an additional element to it, right? It reduces traction at certain points because that water is being splashed around, of course, with the tires. It basically goes around the whole course. I'm watching your current progress here in the trailer hitch sort of obstacle course here. Your team managed to get it done in less than 50 seconds. That is impressive. I think that's the quickest so far. And you know what? No, I'm not going to jinx it yet. I'm going to wait for the run to be over before I jinx it. Because last time I did it...
Don't jinx it.
Yeah,
We are so
nothing.
good at jinxing people.
Silent.
Do it. I was just going to say, looking over the way that the three courses have played out, this is only 20% of the mark. So in every other aspect, the marketing aspect, the teamwork aspect, the presentation, how have you guys been able to pull all of the different skill sets together?
So for the marketing aspect, we sort of all chimed in for the money and the logo, for example. We didn't get any sponsors to fund us for the jerseys, the body 3D print, or the pit display. So we all just gave an equal amount of money without just one person putting all their effort into just one aspect. Yeah.
When you've got that kind of challenge of a lack of sponsorship to plug into it, that must make everything so much more intense to complete.
Yeah, it is difficult without sponsors. However, like I think it does provide a unique learning experience because we were able to do everything on our own, and I feel like me and my team are really proud for that.
I think that's a really, really spirited way of going about it. It's never easy when one of the main tasks eludes you. But look, the team is obviously very well strengthened together and everybody seems to be pulling on the right strings. So hopefully it'll go well for you and the Peregrine Warriors. Good luck, Shahid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, I'll let you rejoin the team because obviously you've got 3 intense courses to complete. That's always a challenge, isn't it? I mean, you sometimes wonder, is the design plain because that's just the way they've decided to go with it? Or, you know, if there's no sponsorship on the vehicle to go, that must be so tough.
It must be, but it seems to be, it's not decreased team morale, right? They seem very happy. They're very chirpy. We saw their introduction there. I think it's the first time we've actually seen a team introduction happen where they've really riled up their spirits here. And I've got to say, this is a really impressive run from them, by the way. I've been keeping a close eye both on the feed and off to our right here. It's just a bit of a struggle here trying to get that trailer put back into its box. And I think, from the precision and the patience the team have here, it's absolutely incredible. They're really biding their time here. They're really taking it very seriously here. Not saying that all the teams aren't taking it seriously. Every single team so far that's done it, they're really conscious of what's going on, but they're really looking at it from a perspective on how can we do this right.
Yeah, the key factor here is that they've currently got 3 minutes, 45 seconds to play with still. And this is a task that could be completed in 15 seconds if you rush it and get it wrong. But they really want to go about it the right way. This is really intuitive thinking, really, really impressive. It's not about rushing it. It's about making sure that millimeter by millimeter, you get it nailed. That's what the judges are going to be looking for. So very exciting stuff from this team so far. And if that's the kind of level that we're going to have this afternoon, then bring it on. I'm ready for it. We've got more teams to bring out, of course, because we have 3 different disciplines that they've got to take. We'll be dipping in and out of those different tasks, by the way, because we'll also be focusing on Terrain 1 and Terrain 2. So you'll get a look at the other tasks as teams progress and challenge to them. But we'll bring out the next team out onto the course so that we can have a challenge and look at their fantastic machinery from the JSS International School. Please welcome Team Axel. Very excited to see what this magnificent-looking team will bring to the table. We've already seen some Black Panther-inspired designs. Certainly in terms of color, there is a similarity. But in terms of design, this is very, very unique indeed. Let's bring the team over to the blue line. You can put the car on the desk, and then let's get everybody into the booth just here so that we can all see you. Instant reaction. I'm looking very, very classy towards, I'm favoring this design. It's very, very manufacturer driven, but there's also some unique designs that you guys seem to have come up with straight away. I like it. This is a very, very strong effort.
I'm seeing a lot of inspiration here of Dakar as well from it, with the raked windshield at the front, the SUV styling, and then the coupe styling towards the back, where that rear hatch kind of just curves all the way down. Talk us through the inspiration of design here.
We just love these cars, and we thought that we'll fuse these cars together because these cars were like what drove us to make the design, and so we thought a fusion of this would work for us.
And I see the combination of black and purple once again here, but something I've noticed as well, you got quite a few sponsors there. I think you got 4 sponsors by the looks of it on here, and then you got the Team Axel logo on the front here. How easy was it to acquire 4 different sponsors?
So it was a challenge in itself because we got the sponsors only towards the end. But in the end, we got the sponsor money, and we were able to sponsor our cars. So everything worked out in the end, and I think the car looks great.
And now you've had some time to see what everyone else is doing, the competition, how they're faring on all 3 courses here. Have you adjusted your setup in any way to maybe do things a bit better, a bit quicker, anything like this?
I think my friend should answer that.
Go for it.
We haven't made any big changes that would define it, but I think we raised the tow bar a bit before the competition so that it wouldn't hinder the big slope climb and all of that.
And with the added pressure of a timer as well, like you got 8 minutes to finish that first course, does that add additional pressure to you guys here? Are you keeping it cool and calm? Because you look very cool here.
We look cool from the outside, but I think we all are nervous from the inside, but I think we want to keep the cool and calm, so I think that's going to work out.
Are we all?
Well, indeed. I noticed that the school motto, of course, for JSS International School, above, ahead, beyond. Do you guys feel that Team Axel has been able to represent that over the weeks and months?
Yes.
Oh, why did I ask a leading question? I was hoping for a bit more. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll let one of you stick around and answer some in-depth questions with us. Nominate who you want. Perfect. You can come and stay with us. Everybody else, take the machine, take Team Axel's car, and head to the course. And good luck. We hope it's going to be a strong one for you. If you just wait to the side, I think they're just going to finish off the run from the previous team. So, Team Axel, first of all, your name and your role within the team. Tell us a bit more.
So my name is Pratiksha Anandan, and I'm the graphic designer of Team Axel.
Prediction. Nice to get to chat with you. So you will be able to tell me one of my key questions about this. In terms of design, the look and appearance of the car is more than just its color scheme. How did you manage to integrate what you wanted to create based on the body shell, based on the different solutions to the problems you guys were able to generate? That must have been such a tough mission from the outset.
It was definitely a challenge, and it took a lot of trial and error, but I think at the end we were able to come up with a design that signified our team, not just visually, but also metaphorically, because every single aspect of our logo, our car, and everything that we've represented, it shows essential components that our team has worked towards, like reliability, teamwork, inspiration. So, for example, in our logo, we have waves. These waves, they represent how our team stayed united through all the obstacles. Even the color scheme, each color portrays a specific ideology that our team has followed throughout the competition.
And in terms of what you guys have brought to the table throughout, there have been different challenges, different obstacles you guys have had to face, but you've all had to stay unified and stay communicative and collaborative to be able to pick up the pieces on that. What have been the toughest challenges you guys have faced over the weeks to be ready?
Well, I would say the most difficult problem that we faced is the time constraint. You know, the excess time pressure over the past few weeks, the pressure of being the team representing our school. You know, it definitely got to us, but I would say at the end, we pulled through. We were able to overcome all the obstacles, overcome all the technical difficulties we faced, sponsorship difficulties, getting our team jersey. So every single component, I would say, despite the difficulties, we have finally pulled through working together as a team.
We've done a fantastic job piecing it all together, and I like the word pressure being used there as well. You've obviously come in, you've designed the car very well, it's very aesthetically pleasing, you've got sponsors here as well. Obviously, that pressure will be taken off once you've completed all 3 courses, and then, of course, getting that trophy at the end, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it definitely would.
And of course, that will be a talking point for anyone who comes into the school, right? We're the ones that won this after having this immense amount of pressure put on top of us. But from that point of view, how does it feel with all this now coming to an end? The pressure isn't all gone yet because you've got 3 courses to go through, but at least the majority of it is done.
I would definitely say that it was a unique experience because I think each of our team members has learned various lessons on not just technical aspects of the car, but also how to work better as a team, how to communicate properly. So it was definitely a unique experience that, you know, we will consider as a major checkpoint in our lives. And we really look forward to teaching other students of our school, like once this challenge is done, telling them about our experience, giving them tips on how to work better. So yeah, I would say that this has been definitely an unforgettable experience for us.
The presentational aspect and the marketing and portfolio aspect of this, it's very, very different to what we get to see. And it's all behind closed doors, your interaction and integration with the judges, and obviously your mentors guiding you all the way through the process. Has that been almost more informative than working with the technology, or has that been integral to the understanding of how the technology can push you guys forward?
I would say that each member, at the beginning of the competition, honestly, I'm pretty sure most of us only had a limited amount of knowledge in the specific field we were working towards. But over time, working together as a team, we learned many concepts. Like me personally, I had no knowledge related to the technical aspect of the car. But working on the portfolio, getting the information from our various engineers helped me enlighten my knowledge. And I'm pretty sure that every single team member has also expanded their knowledge throughout the entire journey.
And I think there's a great takeaways, right? It's not just about getting here to the end. It's what you learn along the way, from acquiring sponsors to chatting with the engineers, just perfecting everything down to a T. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. The team are about to get ready. Well, I think they might have got ready already. Or have they already completed it? They've done it lightning quick. No, I could see the car there.
I think there might be a technical difficulty, so you may need to rejoin them and push them forward. But Pratiksha, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So Team Axel are going to continue on with their journey. I noticed that the Peregrine Warriors, actually, they've had to change things up as well. Remember that beautiful black shell of theirs? Well, it's not there now.
No, it's a shame not to see it there as well. And I saw that they had a really good start on the first course on the tow hitch, right? Then, as we were chatting with Axel just now, I noticed that the shell had disappeared and they actually went to a backup chassis by the looks of it. And now they're using that same backup chassis in Terrain 1 with just over under 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, as they're now on this very tricky section here that, when you look at it, looks very easy. Even when you look at it, when we walk around, it looks easy. But because of the size of the vehicles, it's very tough to get it right the first time.
Yeah, it is a very difficult concept. And we look at these things and assume it's easy or assume it's straightforward based on what we can see from the outset. But when you consider that these guys are dealing with 15,000 code commands amongst all of the different tools and software and various different elements that they have to bring into it, it is such a complex challenge. It was certainly more than I could ever consider doing in my youth. So we've got one team currently on the course at Terrain 1. I think there's some technical difficulties currently at Axel, which is very unfortunate for them. Hopefully they'll be able to get that sorted and they'll be able to get their runs completed very soon indeed. But it's never easy when your backs are against the wall and the heat and the intensity of the competition. It's always really difficult when the backs are against the wall. But fair play to the students and the team members within them. They're all keeping a level head. They're trying to keep everything above water. And the pressure can get very intense when you're in the glare of obviously our live streaming and everything that we're trying to do to promote them. But it's very difficult. Pressure is a very tough thing to cope with.
And that's the thing. You can't really prepare for what's going to happen when it happens at any of the terrains, right? You can't really think, okay, what can go wrong? You can think of what could go wrong and then have a plan for that. And it looks like they've got the car up and running again, which is great to see. But it's that thing, it's that element that you don't know what's going to happen. You can prepare everything else in advance, but things happen, right? Motorsport is motorsport.
Indeed it is. So we've got the Peregrine Warriors currently in the water section. Always a very scary moment, that when the machine goes in and you hope it comes out because you don't want any of the materials to have gotten soaked beyond use. Back on the tow trailer, we have got, as you mentioned, the Axel team lined up and ready, so their machine is going to go. We'll try and pick up on both of those performances as we go. There you can see the Axel machine is now getting out of the blocks with the tow trailer. Such precision, such difficulty to get this right. I think we're ready now for our next team to venture their way out onto the course. I'll double check and get confirmation, and once we've had that, we'll be able to venture forward. But certainly for the moment, we've got the teams from Axel out on the tow trailer, and we've got ahead of them, we've got the Peregrine Warriors out on the course as well. We've got 5 teams left in this current rotation, and then we'll take another quick pause, and then we'll be able to round things up in the latter stages of the day. I estimate that we've got about, I'm trying to do the math here quickly, 12 teams left to see that we haven't seen already over the course of the competition. Terrain 1 has currently got Peregrine Warriors. They're moving very quickly and yet at the same time very nimbly, I have to say. So they've got the confidence to attack this course with full ferocity.
But they've got the pressure of the time on them as well. Look at that. Less than 40 seconds now remains on the clock. They still have 2 more obstacles to get through, including this one, because we can't really count the downhill slope towards the finish line being an obstacle. But unfortunately, it looks like they might run out of time.
I think so. It's difficult. It's when you've only got 25 seconds and you've still got 2 challenges to go. Unless they zip through like they're a kid at Christmas, it's not really going to work out, is it? So they'll lose a few points on that, unfortunately. But we have got to focus in on the next team that are going to make their way out onto the course. So without further ado, let's introduce the next team to the 4x4 Challenge. From the Bettine World Academy, please welcome Flare X. A team with plenty of ambition and opportunity. This is one of the all-female operations in the 4x4 Schools Challenge, and they have come full of bravado. A very cool team. Oh, we're going to get an intro. Yes, this is what we like. Excellent. All teams that come with an intro, they get a metaphorical and possibly even a physical high five from us. Great to see you, ladies. Let's have a look at the car. Oh, yes, pretty in pink. I love it.
Brownie points already for the color scheme, 100%. Love the flame decals on it as well. Love the coupe body styling here, but talk us through what inspired the design of this vehicle.
Okay, so as an all-girls team, originally we didn't have a pink color scheme. However, we thought about it and said, you know, we want to represent women in STEM, so then that's why we chose a pink color scheme, so it stands out other than compared to all the other cars.
And what's the flame aspect got to do with it at the bottom there, or is that just because of the team name Flare X?
We felt that it matched the logo, because on the logo we have flames, so we wanted to add it to the car to match the design.
Now, as an all-female team, we've spoken to 2 already as well. What do you have, because obviously now you will be inspiring the next generation or even next year's participants to be a part of it and to have a full female crew as well. What words of encouragement do you have for those watching at home?
We would say that no matter what happens, work together as a team. You all came into this together. You worked so hard. So whatever happens, just stay resilient and you can overcome everything.
Okay, hashtag fit check. Let's have a look at the uniforms properly. Come on, let's have a look at the back. You've got some writings on the back as well. There you go, team names as well, every personnel. This is proper presentation, we like it. What have you guys found to be the biggest challenge over the course of preparing the vehicle?
I think one of the biggest challenges was like when one of the models, when we were doing vacuum forming, didn't work out, and it was a very durable material, so that was a bit disappointing because we could have had a really durable material. However, we thought about it and we moved on to 3D printing because then we would get more accurate results.
Interesting. I like the fact that you've come out of the blocks with something very, very different. How many iterations of this design have you guys gone through? How many times have you thrown out the concept of the drawing board and gone for a restart?
Okay, so at first we had 8 initial designs, then we merged 2, and then we had a final one, and we had a foam model, a vacuum model, and then we had our test print, and then this one.
Wow, so this has had so many different combinations. Now, I can see certain aspects of this that make a lot of sense. We've got this little panel here to look after one of the batteries, but I'm going to turn this around for everybody to see because I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to do very hard and delicate indeed here to make sure I don't design anything. Explain what happens on the side here. There's this little panel here to the side. Explain what this does. I'm a bit curious. Come on, scientific. I need some answers.
So basically what happened was the wiring and all the electronics were supposed to be on the side, but we weren't able to put it on the side because the model of the car itself, it was too thin to put it on the inside of the car. So we just ended up putting it on the side and we just left it there because we didn't know whether it would add weight, remove weight, or if it would help us in any way.
So this is essentially a plan B. This is plan A, and now we're on plan B.
Yeah.
Interesting. And we've got this obvious challenge coming up in Terrain 1 where we've got the water. What I love about your design in particular is that you have managed to maneuver all of the interior workings so that they're a good 7 inches off the ground. You guys have really thought about every single aspect of this. In terms of suspension geometry, in terms of the travel, how confident are you that when it gets to the top, it's not going to be too unstable?
Hopefully we'll be able to manage all of the challenges. So far we're pretty confident that we'll be able to do them, but we'll just have to see.
Interesting stuff. Well, it looks as though Team Axel have rather loudly finished at the trailer tow. Fantastic. They've certainly brought the noise. Guys, Flare X, I want you to get started. If one of you can stick around, we'll have a bit more of an in-depth chat. Who's going to draw the short straw? Good for you. Come and join us. The other 3, take your vehicle, go and get started. Thank you so much. We're really excited. So, as Flare X gets onto the course, name and role within the team. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Okay, so my name is Thea, and I'm the presentation lead. For me, it's my responsibility to make sure our presentation meets all the requirements and showcases all the work we've put in for this project.
Okay, so you're the Flare X spokesperson, essentially. Working through the presentation style, there is so much of the mark that we don't get to see that process, but it all happens behind the scenes. How intense is going through the presentation process? How much of you guys had to come out of your shell a little bit to get that completed?
So there's definitely been a lot of arguments with this. They're just choosing the font of the logo. Every step requires like a lot of group work to see something that satisfies the whole group. So over these 3 months we've been working on this. We've been coming after school and working in our DT lessons to do this.
And in terms of your commitment and dedication to it, this becomes more than just a science project because you're putting a lot of your own creativity, a lot of your own passion, your own desire into what you want to get out of this project into the machine. I guess you guys are kind of in love with the Flare X a little bit. It's become a bit of your baby, really.
Yeah, like this project has not only been something for school, but it's actually brought us closer as friends because we have to spend a lot of time together, working together, seeing whose skills would work best for each part of the project.
I think that's a great takeaway as well, that you've actually bonded as a friend group, right? It makes it all complete that you've all come together on this project, and in the end of the day, you've not just built this car together, coded it, everything like that. You're friends.
Yeah, so we were originally on either sides of the year group, but then when I was invited to this project, I don't take DT, but then these students, my friends who take DT, they invited me to this, and so then from that, I've been working after school. We've gone out on the weekends to buy our merch, these hoodies that you see, and so I think this has brought us closer as friends.
If super fans of Team FlareX want their own hoodie, can you supply? Is there like marketing for that?
Sure, but it'll cost you a bit.
Oh, it's all right. Okay, well, we'll dip into the bank accounts. Why not?
It's the other team that I've seen now. This is the second hoodie that I want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can wear one on one day, another on another day. In terms of what you guys have come out of this project with, there is so much that goes into it. But what have you been able to get out of it? How have you guys evolved since the start of the project to where you are now?
So we've realized that each person has their skill set, each person has the certain skills that they excel in, and each person has their weaknesses. So we've learned to delegate tasks based on that and not just a general thing. And we've also learned to stay resilient based on the obstacles. We came in today saying, we've gotten this far and it's okay if the car malfunctions, something goes wrong, we'll work through it. And we've done so much wonderful work until now.
For those who are watching at home for the first time, really getting an understanding of this competition, what would you advise are the key elements that they need to bring to have a successful team? Whether you win or lose, what do you think is really useful for team personnel to have to come into this competition?
I think something that is key is being really organized. This is a complex project. There's many different factors to consider for your car. So for my team personally, we created a planning calendar to organize all the work, to-do lists, all of that helps so that even if you work with Microsoft Teams, for example, you can work on the project even when you're working remote.
Fantastic. And in terms of character, this is, I imagine, a task and a project that requires so much discipline, so much patience, so much careful consideration in every element.
Yes, so we did have to put a lot of work into it. Each individual had to put their own work, and then we'd also like come together and see, okay, which design would work the best, which material would work the best, what should we do next, what color should we do, and etc.
Interesting. Well, look, you guys are already underway with the tow trailer. I'm going to let you join the rest of your team. Dia, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. We wish the FlareX team all the very best. Very exciting to see what they do. And I love, again, that there's that uniqueness to the design. It's very much, you get certain designs that almost look identical to each other, but there is just that one or two extra teams in the mix that really bring their own heart, their own soul into it.
And I always like the fact as well that they've created a bond between the four of them as well. They've become friends or better friends over the course of 3 months of coding, building, and everything like this. And even some have strafed away from what they used to as well, which I think is a great aspect of this competition as well, to bring people that might not be interested at the beginning, but then they learn about it and go, you know what, that seems quite interesting. I would like to get involved in it. I can make some great friends. I can have a good time. I could also learn and build at the same time as well, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
It's very important. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of alumni in these competitions, not just here in the UAE, but from worldwide competitions and various national finals around the world. And these friendships last. They stand the test of time because these guys go through so much together. Even when one or two of them have gone on to work in IndyCar or aerospace or in Formula One or in space programs or whatever, they still all interact with each other. They're still supporting each other. There's still that motivational push from each other to work their way through. On our screens, we've got Axel and FlareX currently taking on the individual tasks and challenges. And again, you know, team spirit. It's a big deal. And these two teams that we've had come out onto the course, there is a lot of team spirit. There's a lot of hype. And that can be really, really important, that motivational energy to really push each other forward.
Of course, and I noticed when we were chatting before, their tow hitch actually came off, and they actually fixed it. So that's where the car has been for quite some time as well. They managed to fix it, program it correctly to move up and down, and then off it goes again. But the thing is, if we move over to Terrain 2, we could see that the team there are making their way pretty quickly through there, and that's Axel on Terrain 2 who are moving swiftly through that part of Terrain 2 at the moment. You can just see them there. They're on the sidewall where it sort of has that sensor built in that if it tilts too much, will it shut down? As there is a shot of Flare X having a look at the rear end of the vehicle, trying to fix that tow hook just to make sure it's in the right position.
Yeah, if they have to pull off the course for any reason, the timer continues to tick. They still have to work within that particular time frame, and they've only got a certain amount of minutes that they can do for each of the 3 challenges. And of course, that only makes up 20% of the mark. They then have to look at the presentation side. They've got their pit displays, which is also a mark. They've got their verbal communication, how they present it. Everything has got to be monitored and assessed. I do not envy these judges. There are so many great designs out there, and I'd want them all to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision for all the judges here, because we've not only got the 3 that are on each of the courses, we've also got the head judge, Chris Jacobs, who we spoke to before as well. They're going to have a really tough time because every single team here has put monumentous effort, not just in the way the car looks, but the way it's presented. Their pit displays as well look absolutely phenomenal. How the teams come together, how they present themselves as well. I think what we need to incorporate as well at some point is how they present themselves on camera and how great they are at responding to these questions, because we obviously don't give this in advance, right? We see, we hear, we look at what's going on, and every single one of them has had the perfect response every single time.
Yeah, they have been really, really impressive to us. Well, it's getting quite noisy down on the course. Maybe our in-depth reporter, our pit lane correspondent can tell us a little bit about it. Shakshi, it's getting quite exciting down there.
It is. There's a lot going on down here. How's your team doing? Is it tense? Do you think your team's doing well?
So far, we're doing good. So we just hope for the best, that's all.
And how have you prepared, how have you tested your car for what you're putting it through right now?
Could you please repeat the question?
How have you prepared, how have you tested your car to see how it would do today?
Okay, so yesterday evening, actually, the entire day, in fact, we worked hard trying to fix all the technical difficulties that we were facing, running multiple tests, testing the breakover angles, testing the center of gravity. So we ran multiple online simulations and physical as well. We placed obstacles in our houses to, check each person's driving skills, check their strengths and weaknesses, and accordingly decide the obstacles we were going to perform on stage today.
That's good, that's good. Thank you, Team Axel. Let's move on to see how the other team's doing. We are here with Flare X. So how's your team's car performing?
We're getting there. Well, inshallah, we'll do good. We had some malfunctions, but I think we're gonna go.
Your team had 4 people, right? So how did you split the responsibility since the max people is 6, so other teams have more people, I guess, to do the same amount of work?
We just try to stay organized because it's hard as there were only 4 people, but we got it done. We collaborated and we persevered, so yeah.
That's good, that's really good to hear. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Back to you, James.
Thanks, Sakshi. Good to hear from the teams as they continue in preparation, but there's more coming. So without further ado, we will crack on with our next entrant. From the Alain Junior School India system, please welcome AJ Storm Axles. The team is ready for another exciting battle out on the course, and they are definitely going to give us some exciting challenges ahead. Resplendent in yellow and blue, this team is ready to give us some action out on the course. Ready to do business and do a fantastic job. Here are the Storm Axles, and they'll bring us forward. Oh, let's have a look at the machinery. Very nice indeed. Thank you, gentlemen. You want to just congregate in the box. Make sure everybody's in box because we want to be able to see you on cameras. There we go. And facing the front. Okay, so I like the simplicity of the design and definitely a lightweight combination as well. We like it.
So talk us through the design here. It's a very sustainable one. It's made from cardboard by the looks of it. So very lightweight.
Yeah, yes, it is.
And what inspired you to do it in this manner here? Because it looks like it's a pickup truck with a short bed at the back there, and I see some flaps hanging down on either side. Is that for weight distribution strategy, or is there something else at play here?
Well, about the cardboard, it was first actually supposed to be 3D printed, but then all of us decided to go for sustainable, so that's why we use the cardboard. And yeah, it's for the weight distribution.
Now, while we had the break here, I actually saw you at Parc Fermé for quite some time. Is everything okay here with the car, or is that just the standard checks that were going on?
There were some issues with the car that it was not working, so that's why.
And everything is working perfectly fine now with the car? Everything's sorted?
Yeah, everything is sorted.
Okay, without further ado, then, let's let you get over to the tow trailers and get yourself started. If one of you can stick around and have a chat with us, we'd really appreciate it. Who's going to draw the short straw? There you go, good man. Thank you. The rest of you, take your machine, go to the course, and we wish you the very best. Good stuff. So tell us your name and your role within the team. Tell us a little bit about how things are going to continue to operate for you guys.
So my name is Namit, and in the team I play the role manager, and I usually distribute the work among the students. It's been a good journey so far, yeah.
So the design for this particular car and this particular team, how tricky have you found being able to navigate the challenges that this competition always throws up?
Well, we have some prototypes before getting the actual design. There were some changes, a lot of changes actually, before we got for that. And the main challenge was that we had to do this during our final exams, which was happening. So like almost every day, minimum, we had to spend 10 minutes for that. So
And how did you balance your time between finals and preparing for this event? Was it more towards obviously passing your exams, or was it more towards we got to win this competition?
There are most of the teammates who have stayed up late till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. like that to finish it. And the other times is to use the free periods to do it in school as well.
So you had an excellent job there of time management. And obviously, these are giving you the skills to look forward to the future and kind of adapt what you've learned here into your future careers, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, we would be using these features which we get.
In terms of your ambitions through the competition, I imagine that you've stumbled upon knowledge or areas of expertise that would have been new for you and a bit of a fresh sight on something. Has this given you guys new opportunities, new experiences that kind of give you the chance to want to go and do new stuff that perhaps you weren't aware of before you started the program?
Yes, it has given a lot of new experiences to me as well, especially the 3D printing part. I had to learn it myself. It took around like 2 to 3 weeks. I had to watch in YouTube how to do it exactly. So this is going to be handy for me in the future. And yeah, that's it.
Amazing. And the competition itself, obviously, we always know it's very, very tough, no matter where the teams have come from, no matter what the experience level is. What's been the toughest obstacle that you guys have had to face through the course of the operation? What's been the biggest obstacle to overcome?
The biggest obstacle was to make the car as much as sustainable as possible, and as well to especially to complete it on time, because of our final exams, most of the time was taken by it as well. So yeah, only those two things.
So when you're working with a set list of regulations and you're trying to stay within the rule book whilst also ticking every box that you have to, is it hard to stay within those rules? Do you find that you're having to make adaptations to make sure that you're staying within the regulations?
I mean, we didn't encounter anything like that. It was all in the regulations as per our requirements. Like the regulations was exactly what we wanted, so yeah.
That's good. Free playground, I like that.
Don't we wish you all had that, right? So the team obviously behind us right now, preparing for the tow hitch. The time has already started to count down. There's 8 minutes for the to get basically everything completed here. 5 minutes for the hitching process, and then 3 minutes to get it in to its area. Now it looks like the covering's come off. Jake, you just spotted that as well.
Yeah.
And it gives us a good look at what I'm going to call the coloured spaghetti, because there's obviously a lot underneath that as well. Talk us through a bit more about all the wires and the coding that goes into it.
Well, it did take a lot of time for the coding, especially. I think we spent like full 2 weeks on the coding itself to make it work. Especially because we wanted to do some changes than the baseline which was given. So to fit all those regulations and especially our features which we want to put inside the car, it took a lot of time.
And what do you think you're going to be able to use from this particular task? We've obviously got the engineering of the vehicle, the challenging of the obstacles, the driving of it, the presentation side, the marketing aspect. What do you think is going to be the key elements you're going to take into future life? What do you think you can grow from with this experience?
Especially the marketing experience, I will take it to my life and I will use it more as it will be required in the future when I start my own business.
Start our own business. We've got another Elon Musk sat around the table. I like it. I like it. Well, look, you guys have got an interesting task ahead of you. I'm going to let you rejoin the team. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and good luck to the Storm Axles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I mean, it's always wonderful to see the inspiration that this program gives to these youngsters. You know, some of them have come in with a very clear idea as to what they want to do, where they want to pursue. And I love that this challenges the ideals. It gives them a chance to look further than their own eyes.
And valuable life lessons as well. You see, I think Namathera is the first one to come and say, this is going to be good practice for me when I start my own business, right? He's starting at a young age. Maybe marketing is not where he wants to be, but it's something that he now knows about to bring into his business later on in life. Now, we briefly saw FlareX making their way through the obstacle course. There it is, just going through the basin. Now it'll go onto the right-hand side to where they have to sort of go on what looks to be about a 30-ish degree angle, right? And this is where the sensors come into play, because as Jake, you said before, there's a sensor on the car that if it tilts too much, that's it. It's going to stop working, isn't it? And that's a true test.
There are so many different areas and aspects of each of these vehicles that are tested and are pushed to their engineering capabilities. That's why this is such a big challenge. There goes one of the cones. That's going to be a small penalty. But by taking that small penalty there, do they actually save themselves a little bit further on? Very tricky to navigate, but it looks like they've done a reasonably good job on the tilt. Oh, they've just rolled over just as I say that. So difficult. All of these have got so difficult elements to them in terms of the course. So we're going to continue on. We've already met the team from FlareX from the Bettine World Academy. There is a second team from the same institution, so we're going to welcome them to our fantastic competition here in 2025, and they are prepared to go racing. Once again, from the Bettine World Academy, please welcome to our competition, Turbo Tracks. The team is ready for the challenge up in front of them. They've got so much ambition. And again, it's one of our all-female operations, a team of 6 that have come to the 4x4 challenge, and they are ready for another exciting competition. Hello, ladies. Thanks for coming along. And oh, my goodness, a very colorful, a very bright machine. I like the Turbo Tracks machine. And there is a lot of creative thinking that's gone into this already. I can see some really, really decent ideas before we've even started talking about it.
And we did hear someone say they wanted to use solar panels. This is the first car we've actually seen with solar panels attached to it. Talk us through the design. And are the solar panels, were they a last-minute addition?
No, we actually had thought this out beforehand. And because we're just part of the development team, we are looking into it. And hopefully in the future, we'll be able to actually use them properly.
I do love the paint scheme here. We've got pink on the top, and then it kind of transitions into a silver paint job here. Like, it's absolutely wonderful the way you've done it. 10 out of 10 for me, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, presentation.
And as you said before, the design of it is very interesting as well. You've got a lot of ground clearance, but I see you've not got too much space on the axles, especially at the front there. Do you think that's going to be a challenge when it comes to the vertical inclines?
We hope not. And we have tested it out like a bit beforehand. And we haven't seen any problems, so hopefully it shouldn't be, hopefully.
Well, I think the benefit for you as well, it's made from cardboard, so any sort of rubbing that's going to happen, it's just going to indent it, and then it shouldn't be too much of a problem, will it?
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far.
And as another team that's all female here, again, you are an inspiration to the next generation. To those of watching at home for 2026, all 6 of you here are now inspirational leaders to the next generation. What do you have to say for those watching at home?
We'd like to say to always be creative, to follow your passion, and to always be ambitious with what you do. Especially if you have big dreams, especially in STEM and development, you should always put your ideas out there, because every single little thing can make a difference and impact.
The uniform is cool. Can we do a sort of a fit check? Let's have a look at everything. Oh, it's even better at the back than it is at the front.
So this is a third one now we need to try and get our hands on.
I like it. I like the fact that on the front, it's cool, it's professional, it's slick with the Patin Academy logo, and then on the back, all the attitude is on the back. I like it. Who's come up with the concept and design there? Where's the creative team? Superb, superb. You've got a future with Estee Lauder, with Louis Vuitton, with all the rest of them. In terms of what you guys have all brought to the table, the chemistry, the unity that you've had, how exciting has it been to work with such fantastic colleagues and to really grow this project from its infancy to its transition here?
So we've honestly came a long way, and we weren't really friends in the beginning of it, we'll say, and this project made us feel way more united and created this type of bond between us as well. And it honestly taught us how in the future, for example, you might not work with people you necessarily know, but when you work with them and the more you work with them, you make new and memorable bonds that honestly help you, especially in your work life.
Amazing. Well, that's a third hoodie I want now, so I'm going to have to talk to your marketing exec a little later. We are ready for you at the trailer tow. So if one of you wants to stick around and tell us a little bit more, who's going to draw the short straw? Oh, well done. You've done such a good job so far, so hang out with us. The rest of the team, make your way to the course. We are very excited to see what you can do. Here we go then for the TurboTrax car. So...
I do love, again, it's another team that's built a friendship, right? They didn't start off as friends, and they've bonded together in the course of this competition.
Yes, indeed. So what's been the biggest obstacle for you guys? There have been so many challenges along the way, I know, but what has been the biggest task that you've had to overcome?
Honestly, fixing this all up this morning, I'm going to be real.
Oh, really? So that you really had a last-minute panic in there?
Yeah, because we have faced some problems, especially with the 3D printing of our model, which made us adapt quickly and choose cardboard. So initially we were going to use PLA, but because something happened with the 3D printers at school, it couldn't really fully print out our design the way we wanted it. So instead, we just kind of made that quick switch to cardboard. And honestly, we'd say we kind of adapted pretty well with that.
So are we currently on plan C, plan D, plan E, or plan F, or is it even more than that?
No, it's just our plan B. We had this initially done from beforehand, but we just needed to tweak it a bit, kind of fix it up. Like if there's any small messes, we just wanted to touch up on that, and then it was ready.
So talk us through the process, how you came to be as a team, right? Because as you said before, you weren't friends at the beginning, but it's an incredible story. You're the second team to have this story as well. So how did it all come about?
So honestly, we were all chosen by our DT teacher for this project in general, and then we were selected into those teams. So they're all, for example, in year 10, I'm the only year 9 in the group. So we were honest, we all didn't really know each other that much. So we kind of did some icebreakers as soon as we met each other, you know, played some games and stuff, just got to know each other in general. And we also made some group chats where we'd talk about the project, talk about, for example, the different regulations, the steps that we wanted to take, the different advancements we wanted to make, and that kind of just made our bond stronger naturally.
So how important has the chemistry element been? Because I see a lot of teams here and they're confident, some are a little bit shy, a little bit nervous, but to have that chemistry and to work on that as a key element to how the team structures, how important is that to making sure that every operation runs smoothly?
It makes sure that we're working collaboratively. Obviously, working collaboratively, especially on big projects like these, is really important, because if we don't work together, if we don't acknowledge each other's ideas, our different viewpoints and stuff like that, we won't maybe have even made such a car like this. We could have made anything randomly, but because we actually acknowledged each other, we knew each other, we kind of were able to combine all our ideas correctly and in a way that we could make a good project to present to you today.
And of course, nothing's worth doing unless it's fun, right?
Yeah, of course. It's been nothing but fun.
Fantastic. I'm really interested to see what your design comes up with. It looks like there's already a first challenge. I think the shell has gone. So it's actually, you've swapped over. Now, this was going to be my next question, actually, about which element do you think that the design is really going to come into its own? Clearly, in the trailer tow, perhaps not, but maybe terrain 1, terrain 2. Where do you think this vehicle is really going to come into its own?
Honestly, I'd say terrain 3 seems like...
Oh, right. The last task.
Yeah, I feel like that one would be a really good one, but we'll see. We'll just have to see.
Interesting. The thing is, there are so many different design challenges that you have with these different elements. What do you think it is that makes it such an interesting challenge for you? Is there anything on the course that you kind of looked at when you arrived here and went, now that could be a bit of a problem for us?
Honestly, when I was looking at the other people's projects, everyone has like some fantastic projects here. One thing that we couldn't really get working was our coding thing for the LED lights and stuff like that. Unfortunately, on our way here, something happened, it ruptured it somehow. So unfortunately, we couldn't have that here today, although it was working perfectly in the morning. But that kind of set us back. But even though we stayed resilient, we kept our heads up and we continued.
Interesting. I'm really excited to see what you guys can achieve. Your team is well into the motions now, so I'm going to let you crack on with it. But thank you so much. We wish you guys at TurboTrax all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Excellent. I'm really excited with what the two Patine World Academy teams. We can see their colleagues actually on the course at the moment. FlareX, they're currently finishing off the last little bit of the run. There is the TurboTrax team. Sans Shell, they've actually decided to go with the other spec to complete the trailer tow. But look, taking that hit can actually be beneficial because then you can focus your attentions on what the vehicle was actually designed for.
Yeah, and you're right then. I'm having a look at the run here at the moment. Unfortunately, one penalty picked up there at the hitching area. The first cone at the end there has been moved. You can see just at the back shot there how forward it's come there. So unfortunately, that's a penalty for them. But they're going quite slowly through here, which I think they've really seen how quickly some people have gone through. They really just want to nail it down and they want to get it sorted out pretty much immediately. They've got the patience. They're carefully looking, you know, one is driving, the other is basically spotting to see where the car should be going. And the whole team is playing a part from a distance as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We keep saying, don't we, you know, everyone's chasing perfection. In design and in engineering and in all of these different tasks. You can never reach perfection. You can only flirt with it. And at this moment in time, a lot of these designs are really coming out of the blocks in fine stead. Right, the Storm Axles are about to take on Terrain 1, and they too have had to remove the outer shell. They've obviously looked at some of the challenges that are going to face them on Terrain 1 and realized, actually, if we take the shell off, we've actually got a better chance of navigating it. So here is a nice way of looking at the course. Now, one of the key factors there that's worth looking as they went up the ramp there, suspension geometry, the movement of the wheels and the way that it flexes the chassis, that makes a massive difference to the stability of the vehicle.
And now I think the issue as well with them is because the shell has been removed, that was an integral part, right? That plays a key factor when it comes to weight distribution. That's now gone, right? So everyone has their own unique shape here, and that's an added thing that they have to think about extra now that goes, okay, will this work out? Can I be a bit quicker through this sector here? It obviously helps them when they get into the tunnel, right? They've got nothing to worry about the roof scraping or anything like this. They've got the freedom to go through.
This is so difficult. This is really pinpoint accuracy stuff. Now we're in the tunnel, so now we've got a little bit of freedom to move just very delicately. The exit's quite important. It's got to be lined up nicely so that it doesn't just fall off on the edge of the tunnel. So that's why they're not just shooting out the other side. Everything's got to be so delicately balanced. These guys are given 7 minutes to go through the course for a reason. You've got to use all 7 of those minutes. It's all well and good to go, well, we only used 3, fantastic. But how many penalties did you get racing through the course and only completing it in 3 minutes? You've got to think about the technical side of making sure that everything works together. We've got 2 more teams to come out onto the course, but before we go to that, let's go to Sakshi, who can tell us a little bit more about what is happening trackside.
Back here by the track, I'm with Bobby, who's going to give us a little bit more insight on the track itself. So tell us, what do you think is the most challenging part that students struggle with normally?
Well, there are 2 really tight corners, one at the far side near the hill, and as well as one over here before the V ramp. So those are difficult if they are shoveled with their axes, as long as they can turn enough, then they should handle it well. Other than that, the final rope, it can be hard, but that's only if you don't have enough time. If you have enough time, you can go nice and slowly, and it will be really easy as long as you go nice and slowly. But if you're in a rush, it can cause you to fall off, so that's one hazard, yeah.
What about the track as a whole? How has it really changed from the past years? How has it gotten more challenging from the past?
Well, one thing in the past track was that you started at the top, but then you ended going downwards. So from this one, we start and end at the same spot. So that can change it up for some participants. As well as that, yeah, there are different obstacles. For example, this V1, and yeah, mostly that. So that can be a challenge for the different cars here.
What do you think the future holds for these tracks? How do you think it's going to become more challenging to narrow down the amount of people participating? Because the teams seem to be growing each year.
I mean, well, there's obviously a lot of things you can do, but just on the top of my head, maybe one could be like having more levels to the track. Because for now, you can see it's kind of all on the same plane. So maybe if there's some levels and then you go up and then it's on another level, that could be really interesting. So depending on what you can think of, it can be anything really.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. Thank you, Bobby. Back to Jake.
Thanks, Sakshi. Thanks for giving us that insight. I have to say, last year when I saw the 4x4 course, I was so frustrated that I wasn't involved in covering it. I'm so glad that I am this year because it's everything I was hoping it would be, and it's definitely living up to the expectations. We have 2 more teams to come out in this rotation. So from the RAK Academy in Ras Al Khaimah, without further ado, bring on RAK Academy 4x4. The team is ready. They've traveled all the way from Ras Al Khaimah and they are ready with their dynamic team livery. And it's a very, very cool set of young competitors that will bring it to the form. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the first design that is integrated with Lego. Yes, I am happy. My 9-year-old self is satisfied.
If you want to just come and join us here on this side over here. I love what you've done here as well. You could just scoot into the blue box over here.
There we go.
You know what's great about the Lego design here is that you could attach anything that you want on it. If you wanted to make it a bit more aerodynamic, you could slap on a few of those edge pieces, anything like that. Put a little Lego man at the front there. But talk us through this very interesting design that you have.
Yeah, one of you come forward and have a chat with us. Come and have a natter.
So we chose this because, well, first of all, the actual design is inspired by our graduation hat. So it's sort of like minimalistic and just following the regulations and doing what's necessary. And Lego is like very creative. It sort of follows our team colors, which are orange, blue, and white.
I love that it's a university hat. I didn't even spot that, and the fact that you've brought it to something so cool. That looks really cool.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I didn't figure out there's a university hat
That's
here.
cool.
Also, what have we got here on the top here? It looks like there's an LED screen, or is that a light?
Yeah, that's a liquid crystal display, 16:2 character liquid crystal display.
What?
It gives information to the driver while the driver is driving.
Wow.
So could you do that on the lap time there? Could you have the timer going on the screen there as well? Or what information does this display to the driver?
So it shows the pitch and roll of the gyroscope and the LDRs, aka the light measurement.
No way, you've got Formula One steering wheel style tech on a university hat shaped car. That's amazing.
That is absolutely stunning. I'm actually taken back for words because it's the first time we've actually seen essentially live telemetry on the car. This is going to play in the hands of you when you go onto terrain 2 and 3, but what about terrain 1?
Pardon?
What about terrain 1? Because that seems to be where a lot of people are struggling at the moment. I think you've got everything kitted out here for terrain 1 and 2, sorry. It's the tow hitch there. What are your plans going into the tow area?
So we have a Bluetooth app. So that connects to the servo. So we're still using the ordinary design. We don't connect it to the car chassis. So we connect it to our circuit. And the app controls it up and down. We have full control over it.
So you can actually move the car up and down via the
servo.
Just to the one at the back.
Ah, the tow hitch itself. Yes, we've seen a lot of that happening as well. And I see there's some pink racing tape going on here. Is this just to make sure that everything's connected?
Yeah. So it came out a lot of times. So during our car servicing time, so we added that. So
You're a proper race team, though.
I've got to say, they must be one of the youngest teams here, and this is the most impressive that we've seen so far. As you said, onboard telemetry that we can see from a driver's point of view, fantastic.
The amount of university teams that will have taken a look at this and go, why didn't we think of that? It's just amazing. The course is ready for you, so if one of you wants to stick around and have a chat with us in a bit more detail, thank you, mate. The rest of you, take your university hat and see what you can do with it. I am really excited what the RAK Academy 4x4 team is going to give us. Thank you so much, guys. Wow. On-vehicle telemetry data. Come and join us, mate. I really want to get into the nitty-gritty of this. So tell us, first of all, your name and what role you're playing within the team.
I'm Nimit Jalan, and I'm the mechatronics engineer in RAK Academy 4x4.
Okay, so this is such an off-the-wall design. This is completely outside the box. I don't think anybody's gone in the direction that you guys have gone. Who was the creative mind behind this, or was this a collective effort to bring something new to the table?
So like in our previous prototypes, we discussed the graduation hat design, and like we were looking for sustainable materials. So we had 3 options mainly on the table: PLA, Lego, and cardboard. So we had a cardboard base, but that was coming a little too light. We didn't want to risk it. And for the PLA, it was working perfectly. It's supposed to be our final model until we realized the major downside of PLA. And because of accidentally leaving it in a car, the heat literally like squeezed up the PLA, you can say, kind of, and it was unusable. So that's why we are using the Lego design. By the way, this is like made from cut-out Lego base plates, which is HIPS. That's the material name.
It's amazing. I have to say, I'm very good friends with the head of design and the head of creative at Lego. I am sending them your design because I don't even think they would have thought of anything quite as cool as this with their own product. It's so amazing.
No, and where did the idea of putting a crystal display or an LCD display on the top there, was that planned from the beginning, or was that just something that you thought of that would help you as a driver and as a team?
In our second prototype, we realized that I'll need some way of testing and figuring out how I can how I can get the information while I'm debugging my code, and also the driver needs some information. Like they could really use that information. Why? Like even mostly it was for me actually. When I'm debugging, like why isn't the buzzer turning on? It's 2.5, or maybe the gyro is not working altogether. So like it really helped me debug, and then I realized I can keep this on for the driver because they also can get the real-time information that really benefited me in my debugging.
This is phenomenal stuff. I need to get you in touch with the guys at Billund because there is so much that the Lego guys could learn from you. What has been the biggest challenge to face putting all of these fantastic ideas and concepts together? What has you, as a team, found to be the most challenging obstacle?
For me, I would say like, because I'm like handling with all the wiring and stuff, I've not been doing Arduino for a very long time. Like apart from this project, I was only doing it for a year before, I would say. So like, and I'd never done a project this big and this expansive. So like, I really had to get used to seeing all that on the table and like looking at all the code, trying to find what, when, where is it, and yeah.
Amazing. We need to get in touch with Williams, Aston Martin, Alpine. These guys got a future.
100%. The design language of the car is phenomenal. It might seem just simple, but the thought behind it, the process behind it. And I like as well that you always had a solution to everything that could have gone wrong. I think that mindset for a competition like this is absolutely fantastic. Was this always your first thought that you'd have solutions no matter what would happen?
Yeah, some would also call that a kind of weakness because I'm always thinking, oh no, this could go wrong, that could go wrong. And like, yeah.
No, and I think that's a great thing to have as well. And you can tell by the run that's going on, the team, the dynamic that the team have as well is absolutely phenomenal here. It's looking mighty quick as well behind us here, which is, again, very impressive. And you've still kept your original car. You haven't had to change to the backup car.
Yeah, there's not many teams that have been able to stick with the original concept for the first task. If this goes according to plan, where do you think this vehicle's real strength is going to come in? Is it going to be the middle terrain, the last terrain? Where do you think it's really going to hit its stride?
I think because it's equally balanced, kind of, I think it would do well in the ending parts of Terrain Challenge 2, maybe. Because they're like, especially in the pipe bridge, I think it can maneuver probably. And in the trailer tow challenge, I worked on the hook a lot. So like I just went to check if the hook actually latched. So, and I'm really happy it did so.
I can see you've got itchy feet. We're going to let you rejoin the team so you can finish off that run. But listen, mate, it's a fantastic design. You guys can be so proud. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, go and rejoin the team. There you go, my friend. What an outside-the-box approach. And it's amazing. A graduation hat, and it looks like they've gone about things in such a unique way. This is proper outside-the-box thinking.
Even with the liquid crystal display or the LCD display at the top of it, how many teams have we seen so far actually implement something like that on to assist the driver and the team on the pitch and the yaw of the vehicle? And this is really going to play in the hands when it comes to terrain 1 and 2, when we have those inclines and those setups where they unsettle the car. I think that's a really smart move on their behalf.
I do not want to be a judge. I really don't, because they've got such a tough mission ahead of them. These amazing designs that we've got. It's back to the drawing board for them for the moment. I can see the Storm Axles as well are navigating that pipe bridge. Very tricky to make sure that they get that right. Everything's got to line up perfectly. And this is inch by inch, millimeter by millimeter, tough stuff. You've got to be so patient on that throttle. We've already seen a couple of teams take on this pipe bridge and fall off mid-route. It is not easy to negotiate. We're going to see them try and navigate. Oh, careful with the steer lock. Everything's got to be just so. Guiding in close proximity. That's it. That's it. Gradual, gradual. Very, very tough indeed. Oh, we've got one of the members of Rack Academy back again. Did you want to share something with us?
You can ask me questions.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, we were all done, my friend. You wanted to get your moment. Okay. The rest of the team, it's okay. You can travel with the rest of the team because we're going to get the next team on. But thank you.
Thank you.
Good man. You joined the team. There we go. Wow, there you go. Very motivational and upbeat for everything. I like it. We've got 5 minutes left for the turbo tracks to navigate terrain number 1 at the moment. They're continuing on. We've got one more team to come out onto the course. And they're going to be coming out very shortly indeed, I believe. But we've got a very busy circuit, which is great. Everybody's busy trying to navigate everything.
Yeah, and as you said, one more team before we have a quick break again. Things are getting interesting here at the moment as well. The trailer hook course here, again, the team Rack Academy 4x4, they've still managed to keep their first car running. I see has something come off. I think a bit of spaghetti has fallen off their car there. But that's okay. The car is still functioning as it should do, which is exactly what they want there. On Terrain Course 1, we've got Turbo Tracks from Bettine World Academy. They're making their way through, and they're making it their way through with their first car as well. And I think it looks like Bobby's just doing his final checks there on Terrain 2, which is certainly... Some think it's the trickier of the two, but when you look at it, I really think that Terrain 1 is the trickier of the two one there, because you've got the water hazard, then you've got a metallic surface and a glass surface. It can get quite slippery there with the water being distributed all over the place.
Yeah, the Storm Axles have just finished on Terrain 2, but you're right, those wet tyres that they're going to have to cope with for the rest of the run. Oh, Turbo Tracks really struggling, and they've already used half the time, and they're already in the tunnel. Good, tough stuff. Right, let's move on to the final team from this particular rotation of the competition. There is going to be a pause and then we'll get some more teams out there. But from the Raha International School, Khalifa City campus, please welcome Clash Del Terrell. This is the team ready for more action and drama out on the course, and they are ready with a very unique design this time. Looks like the squad is prepared for some battle out on our course. Let's have a look at the Clash Del Terrell. Oh my goodness, this is a very strong concept, and already I can tell it's very lightweight, so that will definitely help across terrain 1 and 2.
And I like the fact you've got sponsorships here. You've even got a car showroom as a sponsor on the hood there of the car. That's fantastic to see as well. Talk us through the design here. I really like it. It's pink, obviously. That's why I like it so much.
So initially, for our design, we wanted to do like a rally car kind of decal, because we felt like when you do off-roading and you want lightweight, like rally car was really like something that we could see. And for the sponsors, we just were really like dedicated, so like we were able to get them, and yeah, that's all.
Well, it's really cool because I like the design as well, because it actually looks like the car is moving quite quickly at the same time. Now, I do notice there's some rubber bands towards the bottom of the vehicle there. What is the reason that you have those there? Is that strategy, or is it just to keep everything in place so the chassis doesn't pop off at any point?
So exactly, as you said, so the rubber bands are just there so that the side batteries will stay on, and will also ensure that the chassis doesn't pop off if you go on a ramp.
It kind of adds a little bit of strength to it, a little bit of stability to the underside. So a very creative concept. What went wrong to come up with that idea? Or was it just something that you'd already meant to integrate into it?
So good question. So initially we were going to do something like a pickup truck, but it didn't really work out with the 3D printers. So after looking into some other concepts like the Nissan Super Safari and Range Rover Sport, we combined them both together and formed this.
How many hours did you spend on the Dakar video game, as I spend many, many hours on, to try and come up with some ideas about, you know, how things travel and rotate?
I probably spent too much time on this kind of thing. So.
I totally understand. It's a very, very bold design. It's very fresh. It's actually quite original. I quite like as well how you've managed to achieve the ground clearance. You haven't compromised the original style of the build, but you've managed to make sure that there's still enough travel between the top of the wheel and the bottom of the shell itself. How difficult was it to get to that stage?
It was pretty difficult because half the time, if you do something wrong in the designing process, then everything just goes bizarre and nothing works out. So after like many failed prints, we were able to understand that this height and the dimensions of this were perfect for the car. And so, yeah, that's all we did. We just had to like work on again and again, repetition, and we were able to form this.
And is this a labor of love or a labor of frustration, or both?
I would say both.
Fair enough. Right, I know that the trailer tow is ready for you guys, so if one of you wants to stick around and chat a little bit about, you're going to do that? Thank you, my friend. The rest of you, do please take the machine and go and conquer your travels. It's going to be an interesting task for them all. It's a very cool design. I quite like it. Come and have a chat with us. So, Clash Delta L. First of all, tell us who you are and what your role is within the team.
So, my name is Amar. I am the team manager, team communications leader. So, I manage everyone, make sure everyone's on task, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so we're talking with the boss now. We're talking with Omar. Okay, fair enough. The design, it's a very bold, very unique direction that you guys have gone with. It doesn't really look like anything else out there. Was that one of the things that you wanted to assure within the project, or was that very much something that kind of came about as you were going through the motions?
It was more like how it came about. We didn't intend to make like a very flashy design. Our main goal was function. So we wanted to prioritize function, make sure everything works, make sure everything's successful. Design was not secondary, but a cosmetic thing.
And there's this negative word that people keep using in this competition, which is failures. I don't like to call them failures myself. I like to refer to them as mistakes, where you can adapt, adopt, and improve. How many of those little obstacles have you guys found over the way?
So we've had many obstacles over the way, and we are in the younger segment of this competition. There are lots of college students attending this. Creating the team, managing the team, there were lots of mishaps. People left, people came, and so we learned from those mistakes, and we plan on molding them into successful attempts in the future.
I wanted to just quickly say, I mean, you talked about the sort of the nervousness of being one of the younger members of the competition. I mean, you're up against, you know, higher end year 11 students and even university students. That must be so daunting when you walk through the doors, knowing that you're up against university students.
We really didn't think about that in the first place. Our goal was to perform the best we can, to best of our ability. If anything goes wrong or doesn't go as expected, we adapt the changes, we adapt to the situation, and we don't want to see ourselves as a lower part of the event, right?
And it's great to see that you got some sponsors in the car as well. You've got Jumeirah Saudi Island, you've got First Edition as well. How did the process work of getting them involved with the car and the competition as a whole?
So as I am communications manager as well in my team, I reached out to multiple sponsors, and with the help of my teammate Adam, he has close relations with Jumeirah, right? And so he was able to easily contact them. And then the First Edition car showroom sponsor was mainly based off of Krishna. Krishna got that sponsor from a relative of his. And so we were able to get inspiration from them as well, right? We went to the showroom, we looked at designs, 4x4s, status quos. All that helped into molding this into the best possible.
Well, I say the First Edition showroom, I have been to that. It's a very, very cool layout. I say that if you guys win this competition, First Edition need to exhibit your car and the winning trophy in their showroom for a week. Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds about right. And there's both sides of the equation. We got inspiration, but we also had lots of hard work to do. Our Arduino kit arrived 2 days ago, 2 days prior to the competition, so on Monday. And so we had to get working on that, and it was like very tight deadline, right? The other team from our school got it weeks before.
And I've got to say, just looking behind us here, it's a fantastic run from the team as well. You've almost got all the way around with the original car as well. The team is not going to go back up. And I can see how the team dynamic is working really well. You've got people scattered around the track. They're acting as spotters, telling the driver, you've got to do it like this. You've got to go in that direction. Slow it down. Speed it up. Be methodic. Be patient. You have a really good team down there, despite you saying before there was a lot of changes earlier on. How has the team come together at the end here?
So myself, me, and a few other of my classmates in our school, we initially made a team Clash, as in our logo here, and Delta L was a separate team from the same school, and so there were both sides of the equation. Both teams had players falling apart, people falling apart. So me and Krishna in the Clash team were the only ones who were still committed to this, and there was Luca on the other hand, and Adam guiding the drivers. He has extensive knowledge of 4x4 vehicles, multi-terrain vehicles. So, and he heard about this, so he was like, "Hey, I want to join." And it was perfect timing because we were just getting ready. We were just like planning out how we're gonna have things moving forward.
It's amazing. So it's two teams united as one to move the way forward. It's a fantastic story, and you guys have clearly come around and made it work fantastically. I'm going to let you crack on and go and join the rest of your team to finish off the courses, but thank you so much, buddy. I really wish you all the best. Good job.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great to speak with Omar. Go and join the team, no problem at all. Well, again, I just love hearing the human stories. As much as I love the tech, you know, my brain turns to mush after about 3 hours of science. But at the same time, I love hearing all these stories about how all of the utilization of CAD, of 3D printing, of all these different problem-solving solutions all comes together and makes a really, really strong team.
And it's great to see this is implemented in schools nowadays as well, that kids have the opportunity to learn about these things as well. CAD is not an easy software to get your head around. It's mainly used by architects and stuff like that, but now it's being integrated into more and more roles around. And it's great to see that they are in not on a university level, but on a secondary school level. And now, if we talk about the rack team that before us, it's probably even at a primary school level now as well, which is great to see. So we're looking at the trailer tow right now for Clash Delta L, Raha International School, Khalifa City Campus. A great run for them so far, very minimal mistakes here, but a little bit of a struggle here trying to get that trailer back into position here. But I think this is going to be one of these teams that's going to be tough to beat here.
Strong communication, that's what I like. The chemistry is very important. Right, folks, we are at the end of our third rotation of squads. There's still plenty more to come over the course of the day. If you are here at the event itself, do please come and have a look over at the course and watch the teams complete their mission. Try not to distract them, of course, but allow them the chance to do that. And of course, if you're watching at home, keep the conversation flowing on social media using the hashtags YasInSchools and Thrills and Skills. And of course, the social media channels are at YasInSchools on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. We are going to be back in a short while after a quick pause for production, but we will be back with the fourth and final rotation here from the ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals. Hello and welcome back to the ADNOC Yas in School National Finals here in the United Arab Emirates at Yas Marina Circuit, where champions are born and made. And we're in the fourth iteration of the first day of competition, which is, of course, the 4x4 Schools Challenge. I'm Jake Sanson. With me is Chris Milbourne. We've been enjoying a fantastic day of action. And may I say, before we move on to our final 7 teams, thank you to Project Nova, who have left me one of their fantastic keychains that Sakshi learned a little bit about earlier on in the pit bay. I'm going to put this on my keys. I've actually got a Yas in School shelf left over from last year, and combining with this year, it's going to get quite full by the end of the competition, I think.
And you're absolutely right. The competition so far has been absolutely phenomenal, right? Down to the unique designs that we've seen, to the strategies of the play, to the adaptation of things that they've seen over the course of the contestants that have gone out, right? We've seen a lot of adaptation into the way the car works. We've even seen rubber bands applied to vehicles to ensure that the shell doesn't come off when it comes to the trickier sections of the track, especially in terrains 1 and 2. But of course, as you said before, we've got 7 teams remaining. We look forward to more competition because I think we've only just hit the tip of the iceberg. We've got so much more to come.
Indeed we have, and we've got the 3rd and final team from the Bettine World Academy to come out first of all. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Fireline GT. The team is ready to grace us on the table, and they have brought another fantastic team of very energy-driven members to the team. We've got our first knee slide of the competition. These guys are definitely the boy band, if you like, of the team, although it is a mixed team combination. Loving the knee slide, by the way. Well done. Let's grab your car on the table first and foremost. Let's have a look at the machine. It is a jet black, all no-nonsense design. I'm loving the material. I'm loving the concept. It is a no-nonsense effort. Well done, guys.
And if you want to come a bit closer as well, don't worry, we don't fight.
Huddle in.
We've
We're
been
all
here for a
friends
while.
here. We're all friends.
I do see there's a lot of inspiration from one of the most iconic cars that currently is on the road here, the G-Wagon. I would say it in German, but I'll definitely get it wrong. Talk us through why you chose that as the inspiration.
So actually we took the inspiration from 3 cars. One was the Land Rover Defender, older version, G-Wagon, and then the Jeep Wrangler, which if you can see the grille at the front. And we took inspiration because it really represents the 4x4 competition. And it just looks cool.
So this is essentially the monster of all 3 brought in together.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate off-roader that you could call it here as well. What is the composite here? Because I think it looks like it's 3D, isn't it? Sorry, not 3D. 3D printed. There you go. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, so first it was a cardboard model. Well, first initial sketches, then we turned it into a cardboard model. We tried a foam model, didn't work out good. Our minds were finally set on the 3D printed model, which we got done just last week. We didn't have that much time to test. We still drove it a bit, got used to it, and we think that the 3D printed design looks fabulous.
And I've got to say, a huge shout out. Jake, have you seen how they're dressed?
Yes.
We've got blazers, we've got ties, we've got a mix of it. Very formal here. You know what I'm feeling here? I'm feeling quite intimidated, if I'm honest.
This is the team that means business, isn't it? They
100%.
are definitely out here to win.
Is that a strategy that you come here for serious business?
Yes, we're here because we're locked in.
Fantastic, I like it. Well, it looks to me as though pretty much everything is ready to go on the tow trailer run. I just want to double check. They're ready for you. So if one of your members of the team is able to stay and chat with us a little bit more about the team concept, whoever wants to, is more than welcome to. Thank you. Everybody else, take Fireline GT and let's see what it can do out in the course. Good luck to the squad. So first and foremost, what's your name and what's your role within Fireline GT?
I'm Salah Al-Shahidi. I'm basically the coordinator. I make sure every single person is doing what they're doing. I also help out a bit. Like, for example, if someone needs me to make a cardboard model I also made some sketches from the initial designs. I've also made the PowerPoint that we have presented earlier this morning.
Now, interestingly, you're the 3rd team from your institution, but you've come at this with a very different perspective, a very different attitude, a very different aura to doing things. Where does that come from?
Because, of course, we're a team of 4 boys, and the rest of them are all girls. And we only have 1 girl in our team. So, like, our perspective is going to be different because we grew up differently, but also, like, there's also a bit of their aspect because of Natalie, our team member. She also brought, like, the female inspiration to our, like, work.
And in terms of what you've been able to create with the design, it's very simplistic, it's very ingenuitive, but it's also very creative to kind of draw on 3 completely different designs of vehicle to create a super vehicle, if you like. So what aspects of each have you brought to it?
For the main body, we use the G-Wagon, because with the G-Wagon, it's the base 4x4 car. Like, everyone knows and loves the G-Wagon. For the grill, we use the, I forgot the car name. I
think you mentioned the Jeep Wrangler before.
Yeah, sorry. For the grill, we used the Jeep Wrangler because it was just the best looking grill we could find from a 4x4, like 4x4 cars.
And someone who's entwined with the culture here, there's 2 cars that are missing from what you designed here, the Patrol and the Land Cruiser. Were they a part of the process as well? Were they thought about it and just, was that like a backup option?
In the research, we did go through the types of cars, but they didn't really stick with us. So yeah, just didn't stick.
And I like that you got the ground clearance there as well. To me, it's very 4x4 too, the massive G-Wagon they bought a couple of years ago. But I do like that you bought 3 together to build, as Jake said, an off-road monster. I see that you do have a lot of ground clearance, so do you think this is going to really help you when you go through terrain 1 and 2, but do you think it will also affect you through the tow hook?
I don't think it will really affect anything. I'm hoping it works completely fine, even better than normal. Can you repeat the last part again? I forgot what you said.
Obviously, it helps you in terrain 1 and 2, but in the tow hook area, having more ground clearance hasn't really paid off for a lot of the previous teams there. Do you think that's going to be a hindrance for you?
Personally, no, I don't think so, because we have tested it in school, and it has worked. Unless something has happened from the trip from school, everything should be working fine.
This particular design obviously needs to be strong straight out of the blocks. You've got so many different types of task. The tow trailer, you've got the camber tube, you've got the rail bridge. Everything is testing every single limit of this vehicle. So where does the versatility come from? Where does the diversity and the flexibility in this design ring true?
You mean like the flexibility of between all car types, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to have obviously different skills built into this design. So how have you managed to achieve that?
We have like every single person in our team is specialized in a certain thing. For example, we have my teammate Nurali. He's extremely good with coding and devices. He was in charge of making the code. We changed our, instead of using the Bluetooth module, since none of us had Androids, we made the code inside the car itself. So we used, I think it was a chip, because I don't really know much about that topic, that it's inside the motherboard that basically holds all the code for our car, instead of using a Bluetooth module.
And I suppose that's one of the skills of being a manager within the team, is that you obviously have to orchestrate everything and run the ship, but you have to allow everybody to flex their muscles with their particular skill set. You said, you know, look, I don't get involved on that particular side of things, but it's you entrusting each member of their team to work to the best of their ability.
Yes, because like I trust them because how can I explain this? Like it's hard to explain. Like every single person was chosen for the right task. Like Nurali wasn't even like in our team. So I brought the team leader, not me. The team leader brought him in because of his skills. Every single person was chosen because of their skills. For example, Alman, he knows how to make good PowerPoint presentations. So he made our portfolio. And for example, Natalie, she's very crafty, so she made our pit stand. Abdan is here for our 3D models, so he helps for 3D models. So everyone was chosen because of their excellence in this field.
Amazing. Well, the team is faring very well, I want to say, because I'm watching the action behind me and on the stream as well. You're actually one of only a handful of teams that are able to use the first car, not the backup car, which I think is great. So it seems to be whatever you've done, creating the ultimate off-road beast has really worked in your favor.
Yeah, thankfully. Like, it just really comes down to the amount of effort you put into it, and also the amount of we were on a time crunch, so we couldn't make it as best as possible. We had exams at the same time, so we didn't make it as best as possible, but it just came through always testing it. Once we finish this, we test it. Once we finish that, we test it. You have to make sure everything works at every single time, because if it fails once, well, who says it might not fail again?
Well, you got the bonnet for the G-Wagon absolutely spot on, by the way, because that was a key indicator that was modeled after that. So a job well done there from the design team.
I'm going to let you guys continue on with your journey. You're very nearly finished with the first task, so we're going to let you rejoin the team. But look, Fireline GT, it looks slick, it looks cool, and we're very impressed with it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Absolutely brilliant. So as they continue on, yeah, 3 different car concepts in one model. Very, very cool to see, and I like where they've gone with that.
And of course, the Blazers really add to what we said before. They mean business. They're here to win. They're here to do that one thing. Their goal is to be the one that walks away with that trophy at the end of today, right? And they're faring pretty well in the trailer tours we're watching right now. Just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock. It's the last part of it that seems to be catching everybody off, getting that trailer back into the position. And I think that's where the patience really pays dividends here. You can see the team is very methodical about their movements, right? They're not overcorrecting. They're not going as quick as they'd like to go. They're not jamming the throttle down. They're biding their time and they're working together.
Yeah, there's no gimmicks here. There's no mucking around. They are very, very disciplined in how they go about their approach. Right, bring on the next team. We've got more fantastic talent to bring over to the stage. From Rahat International School, Khalifa City Campus once again, please welcome Explore X. The team is ready to make their way out onto the course. Their stablemates came on earlier on, and check out the Riz. I love it. The guys have brought them a very nice bit of style to our competition as they venture onto the turf. Oh, we've got a double. We've got double bit of Riz for the team. Excellent, brilliant stuff. Bring on Explore X. Let's have a look at the vehicle in question. Mighty. This is looking very, very strong indeed. Top heavy, good centrifugal point of gravity there. I like it.
And best of all, they've got an insurance company as well as one of their sponsors. So if anything goes wrong, at least they're covered with it.
Just in case they need it, absolutely.
Talk us through the design here of the car and why you chose the color blue.
Obviously. So first of all, this is not our actual our first design. We had prototypes, we had printing issues. So after all those setbacks, this is our final car. We chose the color as blue because we found it elegant. We found it matching our logo Explore, so something to do with space, something to do with black and blue. That's why we chose blue.
Well, for, I mean, a last-minute example where everything kind of went wrong, it does look rather fetching. You've got the sponsorship logos on there as well. You've got the UAE flag proudly presented on the back of the car here that you can see. But I do see some tape in certain locations, specifically around the tow hook and some of the cabling that's in front of this here. Is there anything wrong there, or is that just for show?
There was a few parts wrong. We weren't able to figure out things, but obviously we're looking for the function of the car rather than aesthetics. So that's more important. So we try to work it out and figure it out so that it works for the challenges and the terrain challenges, the hitch challenges, and we come out successful.
Well, I think that's a great thought going into it as well. And I do notice there's some rubber bands here as well on the sides. I guess that's just to make sure the shell actually stays on the chassis of the car as well.
Yes, obviously. Just making sure that the car is connected and it is staying on, and yeah, it's stable.
It's a very adaptive design. I imagine this has been evolved over several different challenges, several different tasks. How many different iterations has this gone through now? Because you said this isn't the final design earlier. Yeah. How many different challenges have you guys had to face to make it what it is today?
So originally we had 6 prototype designs, and this was actually one of the prototypes we made. But ultimately our final design was supposed to be based off the Jeep Wrangler Rubicon. But unfortunately, due to printing issues, we couldn't print that car. So at last minute, I think it was yesterday, we printed out this design based off the Tesla Cybertruck.
Sorry, yesterday?
Yesterday, yes.
Wow, so this is literally lastminute.com here.
Yeah, but in the end, we have a car here, and we hope everything goes well.
You do indeed. And I'm guessing the exterior is one thing, but the interior, that's what obviously everything has to work tickety-boo on that side. Everything's got to be right.
Yeah, every item. I'm sure most of the electronics are working, right? You can see the LEDs are working, the tilt buzzer is connected, it will work, and I'm sure everything in the interior is good, even if the exterior might not look that good. Yeah.
Okay, well, the tow trailer course is clear. If one of you wants to stick around and tell us a little bit more, the rest of you, you're more than welcome to take Explore X to the course. Who's going to stick around? Good man. Okay, everybody at Explore X, head your way to the course, and good luck. So, yeah, you can tell us a little bit more about how things have worked for the team. So first of all, tell us who you are and what role you play within Team Explore X.
So my name is Harshit. I'm in grade 9. I'm from Rahat International School, in Khalifa City, and I'm the lead engineer of this team. So I designed the prototypes, made sure the shell was printed, and I also was in charge of the electronics and coding. Yeah.
So Harshit, the last 48 hours then have been, how should we put this? A tough moment in the team's journey. How has it been trying to get everything across that finish line when you've got so many obstacles to face?
I would say it's been really tough because of the past 2 days we've actually been skipping all of our lessons and been working on this car. We had to make sure that everything was perfect before we came to the competition, and luckily it is. But I would also say, along with it being tough, all of our group mates, we found it really exciting to work on this. So I think our passion and our dedication ultimately resulted in this car being here.
Imagine being there with your maths teacher saying, now you listen to me, I'm not allowed any homework, I've got to get this finished, we have to finish this now, leave us alone.
Well, to an extent, there is sort of some maths to do here, right? There's a lot of equations that need to be done, etc. What I'm interested in, though, is how did you manage to get someone like Gargash Insurance to sponsor you? How was that journey from start to finish?
So basically, initially we were having a lot of lots of problems getting sponsors because we actually started working on this only 5 weeks ago, and along with that we had problems in Arduino kits arriving and like 3D printing problems like we mentioned before. But luckily, Shlok, our team manager, he managed to get a sponsor from Gargash, but due to his dad's relations with a person in a high position in the company, and they actually sponsored us with a lot of fundings to use it for a pit display and for the printing of the car and other things today. Yeah.
Well, the car, it looks to be quite top-heavy. Do you think this is going to be a factor when it comes to obstacles like the tunnel? Do you think you might get stuck a little bit here? I think there's obviously enough headroom, but it's looking quite bulky at the moment.
Yeah, I would say that the car is a bit too tall. We also realized that, but hopefully it's not a problem. We'll see how it goes along with the flow. Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see how a team that's had so many challenges right at the last, you've not had a lot of time to put everything together. This has all been compressed into such a short space of time. What have you guys learnt the most over that, really frantic period of activity?
I realized that with a lot of hard work, if you also have a lot of passion and interest in the subject, it makes the rewards you will gain will be double, because only if you have interest in something, then only can you work hard and reap the rewards you have worked for. Yeah.
So considering there's not been a massive amount of time to put into this program and you've had to kind of do everything on the back foot, what would you advise to teams who are wanting to have a look at this for the first time? What is the best tool, the best equipment that you can give them in terms of knowledge and insight?
First of all, start off early. Because we only have 5-6 weeks to work on it. We obviously didn't have much time, so if you have a head start, obviously there's a benefit. Second of all, just work hard and make sure, like, if you're not interested in this, maybe you should try something else. I believe, because I feel like if you work on the car with interest, yeah, you feel so satisfied when your hard work pays off, and then you'll actually work doubly hard to make sure everything's prepared. Yeah.
So if your heart beats for this, it's right for you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Fantastic. Look, it's wonderful to see what you guys have managed to create in 5 weeks. But what a fantastic story and what a brilliant journey for you guys in such a short space of time. Hopefully, you'll be able to show the judges what you're really made of. I'll let you go and rejoin the team, Harshit, but thank you so much for joining us, and we really wish you all the best. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
And with 5.5 minutes left on the clock already, they're already back into the trailer tow area where they have to basically park the trailer and unhitch it. That is very fast how they've done that.
Oh, we've lost a barrier, but you know what? The amount of time that they'll make up despite that is going to be extortionate if they keep this going. Now, that's the Fireline GT team just having a tumble in terrain number 1. That's not them game over. They'll be able to bring it back in, but you can see just how much it means to the Bettine World Academy crew at Fireline GT. It's always difficult when they take a tumble like that. It's not easy as well, and we're talking minimal millimeters between success and disaster. And Gravity, she is a really, really cruel mistress.
Yeah, we're looking at Khanum there from the judge there for Terrain 1. He's had quite a tough job there as well, just putting the car back over there on the desk. So maybe not all is right with that car at the moment. Hopefully we get to see it back out there. But 4.5 minutes left here. Definitely time left on the clock. Time is definitely on the side here.
Look at that.
Of Explore X.
They've nailed it pretty much.
They have indeed. That was a fantastic effort from them. It looked like it was a bit too fast, but it seemed to me that may have actually paid off.
The slightest barrier nudge, but you know what? For a team that's only been doing this for 5 weeks, they had a disaster last night putting everything together, but fair play to the team. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. I genuinely would not have thought a team could put a run like that together in just 5 weeks. Fair play. Right, we're going to move forward and we're going to crack on with the next team to come out onto the course. From the Ambassador School in Dubai, please welcome Team Orbit. Here comes the squad, ready for another exciting showcase. They've got some good riz as well. We like it. The team of 6, the young guns from Team Orbit, ready to venture forward and take on the challenge that the 4x4 Schools Challenge will begin. We like the Riz, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Let's bring your machine onto the table. Oh, it's in 2 pieces at the moment. 3 pieces, what's going on? Okay, so we've got the car just here. I tell you what, I'm gonna ask you all, if you all go that side so that we can all see your faces, that'd be cool. But we've got all sorts of things going on here.
Let's turn this one around, shall we? So we can get a good view on the camera.
Manager Sai. So basically, he went to India just right before the competition. So we wanted to show that he's actually really an important part of our team.
Let's turn it around so that we can prop him up. The team manager, oh, I'm not very good at this, there we go. We'll try and edge it together so that it stays in position. There we go. So your team manager is here in spirit in the competition. I love it. Right, so your car is in 2 bits. Let's have a look at it when the shell goes on. Let's put the procedure, because...
We don't want to. No, we don't want to.
Why not? Do tell us why. What's going on?
Because we made it too big.
Oh, really? It's that fragile?
It's too wide and it can't fit in the tunnel. Like, if you do it, it'll just stop in the middle and this will go and that will go somewhere else.
Right, so clearly the outer shell is not quite going to fit then in terms of the actual competition itself. Am I allowed to hold the shell, at least? Let's have a look. I'm going to be really careful with it.
And what's the material that you've used here? It looks like it's 3D printed, but tell us more about it.
PLA, it's basically polyatic acid. So it's like a very sustainable material that you can 3D print it out of.
So you've actually had to create a mold for this as well, by the sounds of it.
Yep.
And how long did that process take? Because obviously that's a lot longer than...
Almost like 2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days, and that was with it sitting and everything like that, and then obviously putting your logo at the top there. You can see the Team Orbit logo on the top there.
And everything wasn't on go. We had to like separate it into 3 pieces. That's why you see like these marks, 1 and 2.
Oh, right, so this is a 3-piece shell, essentially, that you've had to mold together.
We used super glue to attach all the 3 pieces.
Wow. Okay.
It was glued together. Like, it was in 3 parts. It was glued in between.
I'm amazed. Fair play.
We definitely have an enthusiastic bunch here as well. And this actually gives us a good opportunity to have a look here at the components that are actually inside, because we don't actually
I'm going to let you hold that for
a lot of it like this here. We usually see it with the shell on. This gives us a good chance to see everything that goes on inside. So talk us through.
Gentlemen, if you just come around to the side here, just so that our camera over here can pick up the intricate workings on the inner side. Just come around a little bit further and squeeze everybody in. So we really want to show this off.
We do as well, because I've also noticed your battery pack is actually underneath a lot of your chips down here. Now, is that a strategy that you played in to put weight kind of further down?
Yep, we did.
And do you think that's going to help you then in certain sectors where you need weight sort of to be centralized?
Yes, basically when we went to this place called as RC Pit, and there it had like a place where you can, there were obstacles basically like the 4x4, and there it had a climb. That's where we faced a problem. What happened was there was no weight. A lot of weight was required for it to go up. So what it used to do was it just slides down. It never used to like track. It just used to never stick to the ground. It always used to like butter. It just...
So it just used to fall out there. So I think that's quite impressive that they've taken the time to learn. They've gone out and they've actually actively learned and thought, you know what, I'm going to move the battery down and have a central position there.
Well, guys, all the talk is fantastic, but you came here to put on a show. Let's get you to put on a show. Who's going to stick around with us and have a chat? Yeah, you're going to stick around. Okay. Everybody else, go Team Orbit. Let's see what you can do. Go and get the job done. The trailer tow course is ready for you to kickstart. You might want this as well. Well, you might want to leave him behind. You might want to leave your manager behind if you want. It's up to you. Is he going to sit here with us? Oh, no, he's going to go. He's going to go and take part in the competition. Oh, you want to keep this here? Okay, so we'll use this as the centerpiece. I'll ask you to take it with you in a minute. Fair play. You crack on with the competition. So, your name and your task within the team.
So, my name is Adit Vikram, and my task, as you can see on the back of my shirt, is Head of Enterprise. So, basically, I manage all the budget and all the sponsorship from the sponsorship manager, like whatever sponsorship sponsorship manager gets. I just take the money and I make a budget, and whatever is needed, like a list of items and the cost for that, like the budget list basically.
Head of Enterprise. We've got a real Richard Branson over here. Here we go. Liking it. How many challenges have you guys had to face in such a short time, and what's been the toughest challenge?
So basically, we had various challenges to face, and all of them were very tough. So basically, our first challenge, as I told, was there's not enough weight in the front, so it couldn't get it couldn't move upwards. another thing is that in enterprise, if we had more budget, we could have done little more better. But it's fine because we're also the youngest team that is here in 4x4.
It's incredible to think that you guys are up against university students and you guys are straight here into the competition at national finals level. Really, truly incredible. Fantastic stuff. We do not have a massive amount of time to play with, unfortunately, but I would love you to continue, take the shell with you, keep it as like your mascot, as you will. Go and rejoin the rest of the team. Enjoy the competition. I love that you guys have put in so much ambition and brought so much charisma to the show. It's great. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brilliant. You crack on, take your shell, go and join the team. This has been very, very cool. Thank you, my friend. Go and join. Right, Team Orbit, they're right into the action again. No shell on the actual vehicle because it's fragile. But how cool are they?
You can say they've taken the atmosphere into orbit, haven't they? They've really come in with a head full of steam. They're really excited to be here, and them saying that they're the youngest here. The team manager is missing. I assume he's watching the stream right now, and he's probably thinking, oh, I wish I could be there with my team. They look like they're having an amazing time there as well. And honestly, looking at their current run on track, they're doing reasonably well as well. It is a bit of a shame that the shell can't go on because it's just too big, especially for that tunnel complex. But maybe we'll see it on top of it later on.
But not bad considering they're the youngest team in the competition and they have come in with so much zest, so much ambition, so much excitement. I love it. I can't wait to see them continue their course. And I'm hoping that Terrain 1 and 2 go just as well for them as the tow trailer seems to be going. Right, we're going to continue on our journey in the 4x4 Schools Challenge. Our friend and colleague Sakshi is standing by, ready for more insight. Hello, mate. What can you tell us?
Hello, I am here with a few pit display judges, and they're going to give us a bit of background on what they're looking for in pit displays. So can you tell us, what are you looking for? What really stands out when you look at a pit display and are judging it?
We look at the creativity of the students who come here as new, and there are many alumni who have joined like me. I won last year at ADNOC 4x4 as Team Off Center. And we look at the creativity of the students, what they show over here.
Okay, creativity, that's a big point then. What have you seen this year that really stood out to you or like stuck with you from all these pit displays?
Well, some of the things that the students have done are like the beautiful props that they have. And, you know, this is pit displays where they're not bound by the stringent rules, the technical rules and everything. So this is where they can let their creativity and innovation shine. And that is clearly seen by the different types of props they have, how they're able to integrate this within their brand identity and bring that out as well. So this is a really fun example. It's engaging. It brings in the audience. And yeah, they're having fun with it. They're letting their creativity shine.
Awesome. We love seeing their creativity shine. So tell me more about your journey personally. You were previously a competitor and now you're a judge. How has this journey been for you?
This journey was a bit hard journey. From the starting at 2023, we had Team Off Center from our own high school, Dubai. So we had won the Innovation Award at 4x4, and it was really a great opportunity. The next year after that, my team had won the finals at 2024. Then I was the judge from 2024 to 2025. It was a huge, great opportunity for me to be in a part of this event.
That's good. And I'm sure there's a lot of people at home who want this opportunity next year and are planning on joining. So do you have any advice for anyone who's planning to come on next year?
Well, bring in your enthusiasm and bring in your free spirits. And obviously, there's always that hunger and that drive to, kind of innovate, learn something new out of it. A lot of these students, they are doing this for the first time. A lot of returning students, they are honing their skill sets from the first time that they've done it, and now they're coming back even stronger. So just having that curiosity and that, drive to learn more.
Yep. I hope we see a lot more creativity and innovation next year. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sakshi. Great to see that there is still life after competition for these competitors. And I love seeing things like that, when there's still an opportunity to give back once you've come out of the competition and then to move on as judges. My daughter is a really passionate musician, and she's been at a summer camp every year for the last 4 in music. And she is so itching to get back there as an assistant, as a helper, as a mentor. So I love that there's that opportunity to pass on the knowledge that you've acquired to the next generation.
And of course, that's the joys of these kind of things as well. You can be a participant, then you can transition into a judge or an official because you know the ins and outs of it because you're a participant, right? You know how it feels to have the watchful eye of somebody behind you watching your every move, participating in these tournaments, even designing and everything like that, just keeping a close eye on it. And I think it's great that we have so many participants that have been a part of it and now transitioning into officiating and judging as well. A lot of our judges here who are to our right have been former competitors, not just here in the 4x4 Challenge, but of course in F1 in schools as well.
Great to see the teams taking on the individual challenges. That's Terrain 1 currently being navigated by Explore X. But we have more teams to bring out onto the course. So without further ado, let's bring them out. The first of those comes to us from the GEMS Wellington International School. Please welcome Wisgeneers. A very interesting team of young competitors all the way from the GEMS Wellington International School, and they have come looking swish. We are very excited to see what they have brought to the table, and they are already my favorite team because their car looks like a Volkswagen Beetle. I am absolutely in love with this design already. Bring it out. Ferdinand Porsche's fantastic design from the 1930s still has life and relevance 90 years later. I love that. Let's get everybody together in the blue box. So you'll have to squeeze up a little bit, but it's just so that we can all see you. First of all, you get a massive, massive thumbs up from me. I am the biggest Beetle fan on the entire planet, and I love that this shape still has place 90 years after its original concept. Well done, guys.
And why did you go for this style here anyway?
So actually, we originally had a different design. We have it here with us.
Oh, right.
So this design was actually our 3D printed design made of PLA. But then we encountered an unexpected problem along the way where it wasn't balancing very well. The balancing was really uneven, and we couldn't get it to stay straight. And so then we had a backup model. And that's one lesson we learned, that we should always have a backup ready. And with our backup, we had a much lighter vacuum molded plastic model ready. And that was able to fit well and fit the car like a glove. So we opted for that in the end.
And I was going to say as well, you have that in your hand right now. That is extremely heavy. When you look at this, it's a lot thinner. This is very heavy. That's a lot of weight that goes on top of there.
Yeah, this
so
is
I think
bulk.
I think you've made the right move here, moving from something so heavy off into this. Now, the other thing is, you've dressed, obviously, you've actually all collectively dressed in blazers, ties. It seems to be the whole team means business here.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, we came here for business and we're here to win, so.
Hashtag the business. We like it.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Talk us through then, I see, it doesn't look like it's on just right. I think you're probably going to mold it on there. You're just going to push it on ever so slightly as well. Talk us through, I've seen a couple of teams do this as well. I see some blue tack there at the front. Now, obviously, there's the diodes there for the LEDs and everything like that to keep them in place. Is that also to keep the shell on top as well?
Yeah, exactly. So the shell is also supported by the blue tack. So that's what's holding it onto the model slightly as well for a little bit of support. Yeah, that's also a trick we pulled out last minute, for being completely honest. But yeah, it's turned out to work a little bit fine, and we're going to pull a few adjustments to correct the angle. But other than that, it should be okay.
So I'm guessing you've had to rename this particular beast the Bumblebee, of course. That's the best way to go about it. What do you think is going to be the toughest challenge you're going to face on our course? Is it going to be the trailer tow, or is it going to be one or two?
I think it might be when we have that elevation and when we're going up. We noticed one thing when we were driving it, that for some reason, when we were reversing the car, it had a lot of torque, a lot of power. But when we were accelerating it or going forward in the positive direction, it wasn't able to return as much power. So that's the one thing that we're worried about going through those inclinations, yeah.
Well, the course is ready for you to take on the first challenge. So if one of the Wisgeneers would stick around with us and chat a bit more about the design, who's going to do that? Go for it, mate. Well, you join in. Take your precious yellow Beetle and go onto the course. I really want you guys to win just because I love the Beetle. But I know it's got to be a fair competition for everybody. So I love that you've come up with the original design and you've still got the original design with us. I think, this is what we were talking about earlier as well, about there are no failures, there are only mistakes that lead you closer to the solution. So well done for coming up with a plan, but bringing that original plan still and then having plan B. So tell me who you are and what your role is within the team.
Yeah, so my name is Rohan Thomas, and what my role was I was head of rendering the car models. design in car in terms of CAD and Fusion 360. That's what we used. And working with my team worker, who was in charge of the hardware and circuitry, and to get the correct fit for the car in the end. Yeah.
So considering that we're on the back foot now with this design, and we've obviously got the original iteration of it, knowing what you now know, what would you have done differently? What material would you have changed to make it lighter, the dimensions? What would you have changed?
I think one of the biggest things we could have changed is that, so after we printed out the 3D model, we noticed that the weight of it was considerably large. And one thing we could have done was to thin out the 3D model a little bit more to, again, reduce that weight and make it a little bit easier to balance. And also just reduce the scale of the entire model a little bit, because that's something that we found difficult. Even if it was just slightly more elevated and a smaller model, I think it would have been a lot easier to balance. And that was our main issue.
And now, was that a decision that you made here today, or was this a decision that you made earlier?
Yeah, that was actually a decision we made here today. We got the 3D model really late. We only got it yesterday. And then at the last minute, when we were trying to sort things out together, we noticed that it wasn't balancing quite properly, especially with the weight and how heavy it was. We needed a lot more support structures, and we just couldn't get that at the last moment. So that's why we opted for, the Bumblebee.
And of course, with the weight of that, it doesn't just affect the balance of the car, it would also affect the battery and the power, because you're going to have to be a lot more trigger happy. So obviously that's also a strategy that you thought, right, the driver's going to have a bit of an issue trying to pull all this weight. The battery's going to be depleted a lot quicker. So that's why we moved over to a thinner shell.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as I was saying before, we noticed that, the acceleration was for some reason just a little bit lower, especially when we were moving forward. And I think it might help us just a little bit when we're going to those high inclinations.
What's been the biggest takeaway for you guys as a team? And for you personally, what have you learned the most that you can now take onto your further education, your further academia, and then into your further life?
I mean, other than the very technical skills I've learned here, which is, CAD modeling, prototyping, rendering, I've also learned a lot of really important soft skills, which is, going through further challenges, keeping your head up no matter what happens. I mean, we had this big issue here today. We were really excited to use this 3D printed model, but things didn't work out. And luckily we had a backup, and that's something that I'll always take with me. So always have a plan B, always come prepared. And in the end, that's actually helped us a lot.
And the chemistry with you guys as a unit, obviously you're having to take on these challenges with a lot of emotion, a lot of exhaustion, fatigue, a lot of energy that you bring into the passion. How important has it been for you guys to have strong chemistry to kind of run together as a unit?
Yeah, I mean, chemistry played one of the most important roles. All of our decisions as a team are made together. We all have a say in what we do. Even when it came down to the last minute, when opting for the last one, even though a few of us were, gutted for not using this model, yeah, we had to do what we were meant to do and just keep our heads up.
Fantastic. Look, I know that you guys really want to see this to its conclusion and all of your hard work and fruition. It looks like it's going to pay off because you guys have worked together and kept your heads about you while others may lose theirs. Fantastic work so far. I really wish you all the best, and hopefully the team's going to come through with flying colours. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Excellent. You go and rejoin the team and go and rejoin the Bumblebee. Do please take your fantastic design with you. And yeah, well, there you go. I'm a happy man. The Volkswagen Beetle saves the day. It always does.
Well, that's a good thing, because we've had 2 pink cars already, right? And now we've got a yellow one, a Volkswagen Beetle. So we're both happy, aren't we? We've seen cars that we really like here.
All our bases are covered. I'm very happy about this.
I really like as well that they thought about the strategy, right? They thought about that if we have a heavier car that's really not going to help us out at any point, right? Yes, it might help them in certain terrains where you actually really need to keep the weight down, but because the majority of it needs that speed, it needs that lightweight material, right? They saw what happened this morning, right? They saw what happened this afternoon before they went out. They learned from the competition, right? You know what? It's not going to work for us. We need to slip it up.
It's very impressive how they've been able to problem solve that quickly, to change direction and still have a unified team and go straight at the task. And this first task, I have to say, is going very well. They're utilizing the time that they've got. They're not rushing it. They're not pushing themselves within a limit. They're not getting stressed out. They're just doing the tasks as they need to. Team Orbit, the youngest team in the field, currently taking on Terrain 1 as well, from the Ambassador School in Dubai. And it's great to see these guys. They've obviously continued to commit. They've already told us they weren't going to be using the shell. But again, they're just getting on with it. I love the resolve and the maturity of these teams. They're putting on such a fantastic effort. I can't wait to see the final teams that we have got coming out. We've got 4 teams still to run. And obviously, they'll face the judges and they'll face our courses over the duration of the day. I think we're ready for our next team to venture forward. We'll just await the double confirmation for that. I can't take my eyes off that bumblebee as it navigates its way through. And I think they've just about finished the first task, haven't they? They've just disconnected the first one. I think they have, and they've managed to return into the right place. I'm happy with that, and so are the judges. I love it. Well done to the Wizeners with so many obstacles up against it. And the Bumblebees brought it home. Love it.
Amazing enough, they did it in half the time allotted.
Yeah.
They had more than 4 minutes remaining on the clock when the trailer was parked. Fantastic job.
Dr. Ferdinand Porsche was a genius. What can I say? He comes up with a great design. Well done for using it, chaps. Right, we should be getting our next team out and ready now. We'll just double check and make sure that everybody is in position. We've still got a very busy and hectic time in 1 and 2 at the moment, but hopefully we will be able to continue. Once they've moved their way forward, obviously, from the Wizeners. Oh, I think they're just finishing putting the trailer in, actually. I got a little bit ahead of myself and jumped the gun there. Team Orbit still navigating at the moment. This is the rather tricky little midfield section of the course, but they're going pretty quickly, pretty rapidly to try and get themselves back up the ramp.
Without that heavy shell on top of that large shell they have, that's really helping them out here as well, because they don't have to worry too much about corners or the bodywork touching any of the outside parts like the railing here on the ramp or any of the cones. I think that shell, to take it off, was a great, a really good idea for them as well to remove it. But it looks like they're struggling ever so slightly getting their way up the ramp here at the moment. It does have grip tape on it there to really help with the traction, but you can see the glistening wheels. That's the water that's been splashed all over it thanks to the water basin, and we thought it was an issue, and it would actually get picked up from time to time, but it looks like they're about to crest over the hill as they work their way up.
Go on, guys, you can do this. Patience, just control. Doesn't have to be rushed at the moment. Still got nearly 3 minutes in hand. They're going to go back down to the bottom of the crest and have another crack at it. It needs to be one fluid movement, I guess, to make it work. There we go. Go on, guys, you can do this. Oh, it's so difficult. All these little facets, all these little elements, the weight, the power input, everything has got to be just so to get it right. It looks frustrating from the outside, but for these guys, I promise you, it cannot be more frustrating than having to navigate and work their way through. So we've still got 4 teams to come. 3 of them are actually from the same institution. They're all from the Indian High School in Dubai. So we're going to see a fantastic, nice little inter-school rivalry going on there. That's one of the other things I quite like about this competition. You haven't just got one team from one school represented each time. There's rival competitions within the same academic unit.
Yeah, and you know what? It's convenient that they're all placed next to each other as well. I noticed some of the schools that are participating together, they're sort of scattered around. These 3 are going to go back to back. They're also situated next to each other, their pit displays here. So obviously there's already the rivalry over there that my pit display is better than yours. And of course, when it comes to their runs as well, they're going to be thinking the same thing here as well. So we're moments away from bringing them out, Jake, I think.
Well, that was very nice from Team Orbit just to finish the latter stages of that part of Terrain 1. They've only got one more piece to navigate, but we want to bring out the next team onto the course, so we will now do that. So for the first of our trio of teams that come to us from the Indian High School in Dubai, please welcome Arba, the team named after the Arabic word for the number 4 to base themselves on the 4x4 concept. Team Arba are ready to put on a fantastic showcase here in the Yas in Schools National Finals, the 4x4 Schools Challenge. They come with plenty of style and determination. Let's have a look at the car that they have brought to the front. Well, I tell you what, Dr. Ferdinand Porsche's creativity is back on display. We've had a Beetle, and now look at this. We've got a 911. If you bring your way all into the blue box and face the front so that we can all see you. But check this out. We've had a Beetle, and now we've got a Porsche, proper Porsche 911.
And we've been waiting for this one to come out as well, because this was one of the first cars that we spotted here. Now, before we get to the car itself, I have 2 questions. Obviously, I don't know if this is timed correctly, but you're obviously the 4th last team to go out. So obviously, Arba works for you here. But why did you not choose Char instead? Char.
We've had to do some translation there.
It's a UAE team.
I think you didn't expect me to say that as well, did you?
He knows his language.
I spent a lot of time in the market here as well, so you have to pick up multiple languages. But it's great to see that you bought this here. Talk us through why you chose this body style, and why is the rest of the whale tail missing?
Well, okay, so essentially it was unique, and it gave us a lower center of gravity, and it was lighter too. And we wanted to create a successor to the legendary Porsche 959.
So what is this, the Porsche 987 or something really weird?
It's a 993.
Oh, so this is a 993, but it's quite a bit different. I mean, this should probably be known as the 993X for extreme, because it is quite extreme.
Yeah, it's a wide body.
And you've picked up some sponsors here as well. I can see a logo there at the front. You can see just there. You can also see a logo there on the side window, and you've actually got two sponsors on the side logo there. Talk us through how it was to get sponsorship for your team here.
Well, we had to try very hard to get sponsors, and we got sponsors that went through.
So mainly we focused on UAE companies that aligned with our motives. So we looked at software engineering companies, we looked at steel companies, and our uniform is also by another company. So in total we had 3 sponsors: CADmate, Invicta Durasteel, and Victory. So here is Invicta Durasteel, CADmate, and Victory.
So you basically, you haven't just gone for any old companies that you've heard of. You've literally done the research and figured out their goals are the same as ours.
Exactly. So we look for companies that go with our mottos so they can understand our goals better.
And how cool is it that it gets to be on the side of a Porsche shell?
I've got to say that as well. But what I have noticed as well, if we look at just the side profile of the vehicle real quickly here, the car, to me, the shell of it looks a lot further forward than it would be at the back. Is that weight distribution there for the shell?
I think it's easier to go off-road when you have more ground clearance at the front than at the back, because the obstacles are coming at the front, not at the back.
Okay, that wasn't an answer I was looking for, but it's an answer that really solves an issue here, doesn't it?
It does, and I have to say, of all of the designs so far, it is the most visually different, the most spectacular in terms of its interpretation, but I love that the lifeblood of automotive industry has been kept. You haven't just gone for a box that looks aerodynamic. You've actually gone for something with some passion and some heart to it.
Yes, yes, for sure. Our entire goal was to create something completely different, and this was the one that worked. We tried the Audi Nano Quattro, and we tried the Mercedes AMG GT. We just got, this just worked.
Okay, so if there are any decent mode manufacturers out there that are thinking about a rallying program, don't do loads and loads of hours in the CAD and hours of A&D and research. Just get these guys. They've already done the homework. They know what they're doing. Guys, I'm going to let you take the fantastic beast, the Porsche, onto the first task. Who's going to stick around and have a chat with us in depth? Good man, right. Come and have a sit with us. Guys, I am so looking forward to what the Arba Porsche can bring to the competition. Take it away. Thank you very much indeed. Bring it on. So you guys take the machine. I kind of want to leave it here, but you guys have to take part in the competition. So on you go. Right, so first of all, young man, your name and your role within Team Arba.
My name is Rahul. I'm the electronics engineer of the team.
Okay, so Rahul, when you guys are looking at the shell being a cool race car concept, and then you have to adapt that onto a 4x4, the first thing I've got to ask is, yes, it looks cool, but how difficult technically has it been to incorporate the cool style that you've picked with the engineering prowess that the machine has to have?
Obviously, the first important thing to note is the complexity of the design as compared to the others. The original design we had, which was the Audi Quattro, had printing issues, such as the filament being too thin, or like the sides being too thin, which reduce the durability. Now, using this, we still managed to get a very durable car using carbon PLA, carbon reinforced PLA, but it's still pretty, let's say, challenging to have a car designed out of sports that can still deliver on practicality.
So considering that you've used carbon PLA rather than the 3D printing, I'm guessing you had to use a very complex mold to get that Porsche designed the way you needed it to look.
Luckily our designer Neil Jessen managed to create a good CAD design of a Porsche, which as you can see looks very impressive. So yes, thanks to him, we managed to get a good design that we could print using carbon PLA.
So if I want a rally 4x4 RC that I want to play with my kids, I know exactly where I'm going. I'm going to Team Arbar. They know exactly what they're doing.
Now, what was the decision to put the shell further forward than having it like a bit more exposed at the back there? Obviously, with the obstacles, the front comes first, obviously. But was that a strategy that played in mind at the beginning, or was that when you saw the course you thought, let's move it forward?
It's, of course, something we tried during testing. Originally, our plan was to have a conventional position. But what ended up happening was the balance of the car ended up being off. So we tried putting it forward, and it worked wonders.
What I like about it is that you've genuinely thought about this from the point of view of, yes, we're here to be impressive in terms of our engineering, but we want to create something with a completely unique style. You look around this pit, nothing looks like yours. Is that the kind of way you guys like to do things? Yes, you've compromised yourselves, but that increases the challenge, right?
Yeah, like every team here is playing it safe. We are here to take risks. Even if the risks don't work, we are here to say, yes, these boundaries can be broken. Yes, we can make this work. Yes, we can try make this work. And yes, it is possible.
So having done that, what's been the biggest challenge that you guys have had to face? What's been the biggest lesson that you guys have learned? There's so many different areas that you guys have had to take on and find answers and solutions for.
Yeah, the biggest challenge, of course, was the design and the implementation of such a system, which, as you can see, all the other teams go for a relatively simple design in order to maximize the Arduino capacities. But we've tried an unconventional approach. And of course, something we can learn from this is to change the shape to adapt to the car as well. Like suppose a Porsche may not always be the best fit for given a car. Like sometimes you need another car. So it always depends on the car, and you should always learn how to adapt to whatever you have.
And what was the backup then for the car if it didn't go as planned here?
I'm glad you asked that, because actually we also brought the AMG body that we talked about right now. So in case anything really went wrong with the car, we would have that body as well.
So definitely we're going to check that out afterwards as well, because they bought a secondary cell. Now, the other question I wanted to ask as well, there's a big red tape that goes around underneath the chassis, over the shell. Is that just to keep everything together?
Yes, as I said, it is an unconventional approach, and yes, there have been problems with it, as I've said, using this. Yeah, we had some issues with the mounting, so we just put that as just to secure it to that, so it doesn't encounter any major issues.
So if you're going to be this ambitious with a 4x4 schools challenge project, how much more ambitious can you be in your future having a look at some of these incredible concepts and you think so much outside the box? Is that the kind of thinking you're going to keep taking forward with you in life?
Oh yes, but I'll also learn to think about it more practically. See, while this design looks beautiful, it is also not the most practical and can therefore fail in sometimes when it is put to some sort of challenges. So you should also be this ambitious. Like, it is very good for you, but you should also learn to treat things practically and find a practical solution that works for you as well.
That's such a mature outcome from a project like this, and such an amazing way to look at things. Rahul, thank you so much for talking to us. I love what you guys have created and what you've done. I know you really want to be close to the action, so I'll let you crack on and go and be with Team Arbar, but thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you as well. Hope have a good day.
Oh, we will. We've had an amazing day. This is a stop the course moment for me, because look, we've got the Bumblebee Beetle from Wizgineers out on Terrain 1, and we've got this majestic looking Porsche shell concept from Team Arbar. I'm loving this right now. I just want to be trackside.
So we've got two Beetles and two different courses, have we?
Yeah, totally. Absolutely right. The Porsche is a Beetle. You're absolutely right.
And I really like the way they're taking this. They're very strategic about this as well. They're very patient. They're not gunning it through the corners here. They're very patient, very methodical about the way they go around it. When you look at it, it looks so simple. It just seems to be right. Find the right line all the way through, probably in the middle somewhere. But with the addition of that trailer hooked onto the end of it, it really adds that element of I can't do that. I need to think of it from a different angle here. They're doing reasonably well here at the moment, especially when it comes down to time. Just under 6 minutes remaining for them at the moment on the trailer toe there, excuse me. There you go. You can see it on your feed now with the beautiful ADNOC building. Of course, proud sponsor is ADNOC here, and we really thank them for being a partner with us here this weekend, because this is a fantastic initiative, not just for the participation here, but the innovation of what's going on in schools here as well, the initiatives that are being taken to really build up STEM across the country.
Well, there's more cool stuff happening in and around. We've obviously got 2 Beatles on my course, so I'm very, very happy. But there's more incredible talent to come. I mean, if that's what one team from the Indian High School Dubai can bring us, I'm really excited to see what the other 2 teams can discuss. But we've had some interesting action trackside. We've obviously had some of our more favoured looking teams out on the course. I know that Sakshi has been trackside keeping an eye on the action. So Sakshi, what can you tell us?
So I have some news from this team. Usually teams compete in one competition in the whole weekend and really focus on it. But I just heard that these guys are coming back to compete in F1 in schools. How are you guys managing all of this? You're so young.
Yeah, it is true that we are 7th graders, but we usually do most of the work before exam. And there's this thing in our school called SEAL Club, which is dedicated to these kind of competitions, such as 4x4 and F1 in schools. So we always meet in person. We have like stay back after school, and we meet in person in the SEAL Club, and we discuss about our car in F1 in schools, our portfolios, everything. So like that, we could mostly finish everything before our exams, and we had to balance it rightly, which it was a task, but we managed to do it.
Yeah, in between the holidays, like we had an exam, but we still managed to come to Yas and compete with our car, and then that's where we got to know our roles, where we were lacking and what we were missing out and what we were doing good or great.
That's amazing. You guys certainly manage your time better than I do. So how did you meet? How did you form your team?
So our team manager, basically, we just formed a group of people. Then we had to decide who to keep and who to remove out based on their responsibilities and what they could do. So at first, the team manager, Sai, who's right now at India, he formed the team mostly. At first, he had less members and different members. Now, because his team was really good, others joined his team, other good members. Like Vihan, who's a good 4x4 driver, and me, who's the good head of enterprise. So like that, there's also engineers, like Advait and Ansh, who are part of the engineering team.
That's great. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Back to you, Jack.
Thanks, Sakshi, and great to hear a little bit more in depth with our young lads from Team Orbit, the youngest in the competition. I love their ambition and their creative drive. It's awesome.
I love their enthusiasm as well. You know, they were energetic when they came in here. They were energetic in the interview just there as well. They're really loving what this is, and to think that they were in year 7. Jake, do you remember what you were doing in year 7?
Yeah, I was running around pretending to be a racing car, not trying to develop one.
I think pretty much the same thing. I'm sure I was running around a neighborhood in Ajman at the time there as well. It's incredible to see how much has developed in the school system here as well. A lot of this is being integrated to really bring up the generation that is going to adapt to pretty much everything, right? They're machine learning, they're coding, they're doing all sorts of things. And it's absolutely incredible to see them do this, especially in year 7.
Yeah, very cool. And also, retrospectively, very jealous. I would have loved to have been
I agree with you 100%.
I would have loved to have been doing this in year 7. Right, we've just seen the fantastic team from Arba, from the Indian High School Dubai. Well, let's bring out their stablemates. Also from the Indian High School Dubai, please welcome the Programmer Pirates. We have expectations for how they're going to emerge. Where are the pirate hats? That's a fail. But otherwise, these guys doing a fantastic job. And the all-female squad from the Indian High School Dubai, straight onto the table. Oh, I like this. This is a very interesting, again, creative design, interesting direction of where you've gone. Properly boxy. Let's get you all in the blue box and face together. If there's height differences, smaller ones at the front, always better. I really like what you've done with this, actually. It's a very unique approach.
And I like the fact that you've got two materials going on here as well. You've got the body, and then you've got some cardboard underneath here just to lift up the body ever so slightly. Talk us through the idea behind this.
We basically use the cardboard for the water challenge. So just when we go into the water, it shouldn't wet up the circuit, which is mainly why we introduced the cardboard. And the upper body is PLA, recycled PLA for the sustainability mode.
So you've seen what's happening. You've seen that water splashes have been a bit of an issue for some of the other teams. So what you've done here is you've added a safety measure to ensure that all of your electronics inside there are nice and safe. I think that's a fantastic idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's last-minute thinking. We like it. Also, the rigidity, the sort of the boxiness of the design. I'm interested because we've seen a lot of curvaceous designs, a lot of aeroflow designs. You guys have actually come up with something that's quite rigid, quite stable.
We wanted something that was smooth to prevent drag while we're going, so just to not slow the car down even more, which is why we went for such a design. And it also represents the most common 4x4 that we see usually, which is very boxy and sturdy. That's why we went for that.
And I see as well you've got the height difference at the top here. You've got a lot of travel there, not just for the suspension, but the vehicle as a whole. So you've got a lot of gaps in there, so that's going to really help you when it comes to the tougher terrain.
Yeah, that's why we did it, especially for the second one, the one with the desert, just to prevent anything from hitting the circuit or any of the components basically.
So you've seen this and gone, right, the toughest challenge of all three here is course 2. What about the first one here? Because we see a lot of teams struggling with a tow hitch.
The thing is, we've practiced, so we're kind of a little bit more confident on that side, but we're mainly worried about the pipe in the second challenge.
I was going to say, because the width of the vehicle as well, it looks like it's going to be brushing up on either side, Jake, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be narrow, but I do sense that the rigidity of the shell and the structure, that gives you a sort of a decent center of gravity to work with. I think you guys have clearly done the research in trying to figure out the best of two evils, which is going to be the best in terms of compromise. Is it going to be the stability of the shell, or is it going to be the width of the geometry?
We wanted to lower the center of gravity, which is why we went for a broader vehicle, because we went through several prototypes and testing, and this was the one that was working best for us.
Smart thinking, really smart thinking. Well, fortunately, the trailer tow is ready for you. If one of your members of the team is ready to sit back and have a chat with us for a bit, you're more than welcome to do that. We would love to hear some more information about the team. Who's going to draw the short straw on that one? Who's going to stick around and have a chat with us for a bit? Thank you so much. Right, for the rest of you, do please take the Programmer Pirates machine and take to the course. Good luck. We wish you all the very best. Right, so another team from the Indian High School, Dubai. Tell us your name, what role you play within the team at Programmer Pirates.
I'm Hilary Shah, the team manager, basically.
Okay, so organizing every different area of the team, how big a challenge has that been over the weeks?
My team members were really cooperative and everything, so it was just mainly the communication problems, which we solved really quickly thanks to my teammates again. And yeah, that was the main issue, and coordinating everything has been really easy.
And where did the name Programmer Pirates come from?
It basically we used it to show our resilience, teamwork, hard work. And yeah, so pirates basically, it shows how we want to conquer and win.
I like the fact that the logo sort of incorporates a nautical theme, like we've got the Programmer Pirates with the anchor. I quite like that. That's quite stylish. In terms of style, you guys have actually gone for a very scientific approach to all of this. Some people have come here with a bit of flair, a little bit of circumstance, perhaps a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but you guys have really done the research. The science is what speaks for itself with your team. Have I misjudged that, or is that about right?
It's that, exactly that.
So in terms of what you guys have brought to the table, what's been the biggest takeaway from all of the studying that you've learned, all of the sort of the skill bases? What have been the biggest obstacles to face?
The obstacles is all of us started with different roles. We assigned roles to everyone, but then in the end, we all united, teamwork, and all of us did each other's work also. Not completing each other's job, but helping each other out. That also really helped in completing the project and gaining an overall understanding in it. So the main takeaway from it is teamwork, of course, Then there's like project management, which like really helped me also personally. And all of the team members also in their particular roles, they gained their like more experience and more skill also.
Now, in terms of sponsorship, I did notice that you have two sponsors on the car, if I'm not mistaken. There's one at the front that I didn't quite see at the beginning, and there's one on the bed of the truck here. You just got a single sponsor.
We have only one sponsor.
You've got one sponsor. How was the process of acquiring that sponsor?
We basically like went to the companies, to the industries personally to meet the managers and everything. We explained the technical terms to the people who like don't actually understand the technical terms. So that's been like a challenge too. And we like learned a lot on the way also. We explained them in the non-technical way, and then it helped like them also how it would show their company and the STEM education actually.
Now, I have been on projects before where acquiring sponsorship is essential for the success of a program. And I know how difficult it is when you're going from company to hear the word no. It's very, very hard when you've put so much hard effort in, you've brought everything that you know you can bring to something, and you still hear the word no. How satisfying was it then, the moment when you managed to convince that sponsor, yes, we'll come on board, we'll support you?
See, as the team manager, all of my entire team, we all reached out to sponsors and everything, but like we did hear like a lot of no's. But still, at the end, when we got this yes, they were also like really happy, right? When they heard about a project and like what it would like help there and us actually. So it was a really good moment. All of us like celebrated for it too.
I'm not at all surprised. It always feels so satisfying when you put so much hard work into something. Looking forward then at this program and what it's given to you all individually, as a team, as a school, you know, how important has this been for your own journey of exploration and understanding of science?
Okay, so like my team members, they are essentially like computer students. I am like a math student and biology actually, so not computer science essentially, but I still have like a basic understanding of computer science. So that like what enabled me to become the project manager. So all of us like had skills. They contributed more, of course, in the coding part essentially, and I coordinated it, helped it, and like learned more skills actually. I was the one who did most of the learning, and they also helped me. That's
amazing. I'm really interested to see what you guys continue to do. I noticed that there's some slight technical issues from what I can tell, so I'm going to let you return to the team and help be a manager and sort those out. Thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you guys all the best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Brilliant stuff.
Now, I do think a lot of teams have come in here and they've sort of practiced the Terrain 1 and Terrain 2 situation, but it seems to be a lot of the issues that we're seeing, the technical, when it comes to technical issues, it's coming during the tow hitch one specifically, right? A lot of teams are having to swap to the secondary car or even the car that's here provided by the Yas and schools, essentially. But it seems to be a lot of them kind of get it figured out in a relatively short amount of time. They're down to 4 minutes and 50-ish seconds on the clock. So there's still some time to get the car around with the trailer, park it back into position. But of course, that added pressure of that time frame now is really, really going to affect the team, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult. And I think the minute there's one issue, the team just starts sweating. They can't help it. You start thinking, well, if that's gone wrong, what else is going to go wrong? How do we fix this? How do we solve this difficult issue? How do we develop and adapt? It's a very difficult situation to find yourself in. And we've seen in sports and in competition in particular, mistakes breed mistakes. It's very, very difficult to then drag yourself out of that.
It's just keeping a cool head, keeping yourself calm, keeping yourself collected, and again, stay motivated, because there's a trophy at the end of this, right? There is a piece that will be put into your school that everyone will go, wow, you're the one that won the 4x4 challenge at Yas and schools. And of course, that's playing on everyone's mind here.
Yeah, so on this particular occasion, it looks as though the team from Programmer Pirates have had to be one of those teams that have decided to switch across and move their way onto the spare backup car. We've got a lot of crowded people around here, which is kind of cool. A lot of people working their way towards us. We've got 2 more teams to come out onto the brigade, but I'm aware of the fact that they're... Oh, you're gesturing to us. Do you want to come out and say something? Is that what have you got here for us?
They've got gifts for us.
Have you got gifts for us? You're more than welcome. If you want to bring those over, that's fine. This is the team from Turbonic. I remember you guys. You did.
Thank you so much.
Tote bags. Oh, yes.
Much appreciated. Look at that. And it's even got their logo there on the front of it as well.
The Al Rahim Charter School. I'm going to remember.
Stunning.
Thank you, Team Turbonic. Thank you
so much.
This is going straight on the Yazin School shelf in my column.
Now I know what to put my laptop in when I come tomorrow, right?
Right. Yeah, totally true. Oh, you're going to say goodbye as well. Thank you so much, my friend. Oh, this is our competitor from Al Rahim, from Turbo Quattro. You're coming back tomorrow. Oh, you're going to bring some merch tomorrow. Oh, well, there you go. There's another reason to tune in tomorrow, folks. Oh, no, race suits. Oh, very cool. Oh, well, we'll see you tomorrow then, my friend. Thank you. Oh, a sneak peek at tomorrow's action.
See, and that's the whole, this is what I really like about it. Everyone is so friendly. Everyone is so inviting. Everyone's having a good time, right? Really appreciate those who have given us these gifts. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. We will treasure these for a lifetime. You've got an entire shelf dedicated at home now to this. I've got now my own space where I've got a lot of my collection in there, and I think I've got some great additions to add in there.
Seriously, I just have such a massive vibe from this event. There's nothing quite like Yazin Scores. It's an absolutely fantastic week. Apparently the next team is, we will bring the next team out, but we've got more people coming with more things. This is wonderful. Oh, key rings. Key rings we love, and notebooks as well.
Thank you so much.
I know you're
much
trying to do it quickly because you need to leave, but that's so kind of you.
There is the bear. Exactly.
The bear.
Courage and strength, determination right there as well. Thank you so much
cool.
to all the teams there as well. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I love the vibe of this event so much. Right, okay, we're going to continue on. We've got 2 more teams to bring out, and it's the 3rd and final team from the Indian High School Dubai that is going to make their way out. We've had Team Al-Bar, we've had the Programmer Pirates. Now it's time to bring out the 3rd of our teams from the fantastic school at Indian High School Dubai. Please welcome Team Phoenix. They've been waiting so patiently all day long. They have brought the firepower with their uniforms and their car design. Fantastic. We love the Riz on the intro as well. I have a feeling that's their motto that Sakshi went and learnt about a little earlier on as well. So let's bring out the Team Phoenix machine. Oh, this looks absolutely stunning. I love it.
And I wonder now if this is one of our motorsport bingo, because you know what this reminds me of?
Go on.
This reminds me of Jeff Gordon's number 24, one of the most iconic liveries in NASCAR, right? With the flames at the front of it, but of course with the name Phoenix, there's going to be flames on this. So who wants to have a chat with us? Who's going to tell us more about why you've done this here? And I've got to say, the car is very, very slim as well. Who wants to have a chat with us here?
Also, in the blue box, if you just pirouette this way so that we can see your faces at the front end, that's it. But come and join us. We don't bite. Come and go a bit closer. Who's going to talk about the design for us?
So the design, basically, it's narrower in the center because we wanted to create like a waist-like design. It gave it a balanced look, and we believe it will provide better stability during the terrain challenge.
So what I want to do is I just want to turn it ever so slightly so the camera can get a good look at it, just to see how thin the shell is here. Try my best not to damage it.
Yeah, we don't want to compromise.
Look how thin this is compared to every other car that we've seen that's been put on this table here. This is incredible here, and you've kind of just smushed everything in there as well.
So yeah, as I said, we believe it will give it more like aerodynamic stability. So that's why we tried to fit it in one slim box.
And I see you've also got an insurance company as one of your sponsors as well, so that's great. So if anything does happen, you got that covered for you there. But talk us through the design here with the flames at the front.
Who else wants to have a word with us?
So the flames over here represent strength, power, and teamwork especially. We chose Phoenix because it represents basically all of these qualities, and it also helps us to strive through another dimension of competitions and all of that stuff.
And I think you've got a real advantage now, especially going through the tunnel section. And I think you're going to have a real advantage at the toe section as well, because I've seen a lot of issues with bodywork kind of touching the tires. You don't have any of those issues here, do you?
Yes, so far we did face quite a lot of technical issues, but then when it comes to the car body, we made sure that it does not touch the tires.
I like the fact that it is completely unique. You're not going to have any issues at all with bodywork exposure over the top of the tires. Sakshi told us earlier on about your motto. I didn't really get to hear it earlier, so come on, guys. You've been preparing this. You've been practicing it. We need to get you to properly do it for us. Go on, when you're ready. Ready? Our motto, yeah, absolutely, the team motto.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat the statement that we just, okay.
Two, right?
It's fueled by fire, driven to conquer. It represents the phoenix. So the wings made of fire, so like we rise through all the struggles. That's what we want to represent through our.
Well, we want to let you have that fire, so we're in unison. Let's have you all do it together. Come on, let's get you motivated. Let's get you built up.
Fueled by fire, driven to conquer.
Oh, love it. That's proper firepower going in. Love it.
Fantastic. Now, it looks like the trailer, the towhook area has been cleared out. So I guess now, if one of you would like to join us on the chair over here to our right-hand side, and if you could take your Phoenix car here and take it over to the trailer area. Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, we've even got wristbands.
Yes.
Love it. And look what it says on the wristband. It even says, fueled by fire, driven to conquer.
I don't know if you'll be able to pick that up, though. It's quite small.
I'm going to be wearing that in my day-to-day life. And then forever, I'm going to be fueled by fire, driven to conquer.
Put it on right now, because I love bracelets.
So tell us what your name is, what role you fulfill in Team Phoenix.
Okay, my name is Shreya, and I was the marketing manager for our team.
Yeah, big skill on this. You definitely get bonus points for that. So from the amount of hard work that goes into putting the marketing strategies and the team together, sponsorship acquisition in particular, you guys must have had so many challenges to face, but the team looks fantastic having brought it here.
We had to approach a lot of companies, a lot of mails, a lot of silence mainly. No one responded. It was very hard to find someone who actually responded to us. We had to go in person, talk to them. But finally, we actually got two people who gave us a total sum of like 2,500, which helped us fund all of this.
It's a lot of money, to be fair. Fair play to you. I mean, I know from personal experience how difficult sponsorship acquisition can be and how difficult it is. You feel so demoralized. You wonder, what are we doing that's wrong? Why is nobody listening to us? So to have that moment, I mean, the satisfaction and the completion of a job well done, that must have been massive for you all.
Yes. We actually, at some point, I was really upset because we tried a lot, and then there was like zero response. But then, yeah, when we finally got a reply to one of our mails saying that they are ready to sponsor, it was just actually total celebration for a moment. It was like total celebration. We were all very happy.
So from like a phoenix from the ashes, it finally all came together, didn't it? Now, talk us through, again, the design of the car is very interesting because, again, I really like the fact that it's so slender. It's very slim in design. Was this something that you always had in mind and envisioned that you'd have something so slim, or was this something that you thought, this actually might work better compared to some of the chunkier cars?
Yeah, we were actually trying to minimize the weight, and we wanted it to like fit. It has to go through all these tough terrain, so we wanted it to be as small as possible. So like we designed like 7 prototypes, each of them we kept modifying it, and then finally we arrived at this design, which is the final one. We thought it was better than all the others that we made.
Now, of course, with the design of the car and the dimensions of it comes an additional challenge. You have to kind of put everything inside, the battery, the wires, everything else that's required. Did that take some more time to figure out, right, how are we going to actually get this to all fit inside of it? And what about weight distribution?
Yeah, actually that did take us some time to figure out where the wires should be properly placed so that everything fits inside. And then eventually, when we all just worked together, we figured it out, and then we placed it properly inside, yeah.
There are 3 teams all from the same place, all from Indian High School, Dubai. Is there a little bit of a friendly rivalry that goes on between the 3 teams, or is it a little bit more supportive? Is it a little bit more, all the teams are in collaboration to a certain extent?
We all supported each other a lot. If I was finding any difficulties, if our whole team had any difficulties, and if the other team actually they were passing through it, they were already past that difficulty, so we did ask them, and they were very ready to tell us if there was any suggestion they could give. They were like fully ready to give us that help.
And of course, you guys are all from the Indian High School here in the country, in Dubai, a nation that is really accelerating its motorsport, its engineering. Everything is really getting big for India right now in terms of its global reach in motorsport. So to be part of that from a STEM direction, that must be so exciting for you all as a female team as well, to sort of be driving that force forward.
Yeah, it's actually, we also want to support all of this. We can say that we want to show that we can also be strong enough. We can also rise through all of these. Yeah.
It's very cool. I mean, India is a country that's putting some really talented young female drivers on the motor racing grid, like Mira Erda and Shirya Lohia. So to know that there's some great engineers coming through as well is very, very exciting. What do you think your design is going to conquer best? Do you think it's going to be the trailer tow? Do you think it's going to be Terrain 1 or Terrain 2? Where do you think the car is going to be strongest?
I think it's going to be Terrain 1 because we had a bit of difficulty with the tow when we were trying it. So I felt like the lights and the buzzer, they worked properly. So I think the Terrain 1 should be perfect for us. I feel like that would be the best.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys can produce when you get out onto the course. I'm going to let you rejoin the team because there's a debate going on, and I feel you need to be part of that as part of the team. Thank you so much for talking with us, and good luck to Team Phoenix.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. I am loving the spirit of the competition, the nature of the personnel that we've got, and our desk is slowly filling with bits and pieces from Project Nova, from Turbonic, from Phoenix, and then, of course, from the guys at Al Rahin Charter School, their fantastic bear insignia. I love it, and we're going to have so much to talk about after 5 days. And this competition is obviously still going to be ongoing for a while yet because we've still got some teams out there on the terrains trying to finish the job. But I just love all of the different types of story, lots of different types of journey that these different teams are giving us.
And again, also the types of cars that we're getting as well. I think, like I said before, I know I keep talking about the dimensions of it, but it's just such a refreshing size to see. We've all seen them be, or have overhang at the front or the back, wider wheel arches, higher top center of gravities and stuff like this. We haven't actually seen a car that slim before. Yes, we've seen some with exposed chassis, but we've actually never seen a car that looks like that. And of course, the team are just conferring there. It looks like actually Terrain 2 is done and dusted. The time of this just clocked over 7. 6.5 minutes remain on Terrain 1. And if you look at the trailer, time continues to tick on, right? If there is a problem with the car, a technical issue that needs to be sorted out, the clock doesn't stop. There's no red flag in this situation. The timer keeps ticking down, and that's that added pressure again to them. But it looks like they've got it going, which is fantastic to see. And of course, they'll be hitching it up in no time.
I'm really excited to see what this design creates. And you're absolutely right. One of the things I really like about the F1 in Schools program, which we're going to see tomorrow, is that all of the cars pretty much fit into the same dimensional space. Yes, they all look different as a concept, but they all pretty much have the same length, the same width, and the same sort of dimensions. They have a different concept of how they create them, but they're all relatively the same shape and size. With these cars, everybody's come up with a different idea. You've got boxy, you've got wide, you've got narrow, you've got slimline, you've got based on actual road-going cars, you've got based on university hats made of Lego. There's so much creativity. I love that there's so much passion and devotion and imagination that goes into these designs.
And you took the words right out of my mouth. We've even seen it extended into what's actually on the shell of the car itself. We've only seen a car once have a LCD screen that shows the tilt and the yaw of the car, right?
That's so cool.
It shows that it's crucial information for the driver. Also, what I like here as well is the teams are really working in unison. Doesn't matter if they have 3 with them, if they have 6, they're all working together to get them around the track. They're staying motivated. They're not getting antsy with their teammate when they make a mistake. They're calming them down, say, look, don't worry about it. We still have time left on the clock because you can make up that time on Terrain 1 and Terrain 2 because it's a combined score total at the end of this for that all-important trophy.
Indeed. Well, we've got down to brass tacks because we have one team left in the competition to make their way out onto the course. Obviously, everybody has gone through the procedures of the verbal presentation. They've gone through their displays. They've gone through their marketing strategies and presentations, and they've all gone through the course. Some have done that in a different order to others, of course. Some have hit the course first and then gone for their presentations. Others have done it the other way round. But there is one final team that needs to make their way onto the course. We're just waiting for the confirmation that they are indeed ready to hit the circuit and be our last team on the grid. We had a fantastic team representing GEMS Wellington International School earlier on. Well, the team that is going to join us for the last time is actually from the GEMS Modern Academy. So we'll just take a look at these closer pictures of the Indian High School Dubai teams completing the journey. I think Team Arbar have just finished their run and they are now retreating back to their pit display. Meanwhile, the program of Pirates, well, they are on the march of the hub on Terrain 1 with 3.5 minutes of their allocated time remaining. And then, of course, we've heard, as we have already heard, from the team from Phoenix, and they've got their car ready. Now, look, they're changing over from their original car to the short base one so that they could get through the tunnel, and then they've changed back again Now, that obviously does add time to it, but clearly the design has not quite worked for the tunnel element of Terrain 1 at the very least.
It's essentially like Formula E was back in the day, right? When you had to change cars to have it fully charged. Because obviously that car didn't fit into the tunnel correctly. It's a bit too wide. So unfortunately for them, they had to swap to a different chassis of the secondary car to get them onto the next obstacle and through the tunnel itself as well. It looks like Phoenix is doing a fantastic job getting that car moving around, and you can really see the body weight being shifted. But back up here to a really complex section. Again, we always talk about this one because it looks so easy on the live feed. It looks really easy when you look at it in person. But when it comes to actually executing this task with the vehicle, it's a lot tougher.
There's so many things that can go wrong, way more than things that can go right. So it is always going to be a real challenge for these guys to master. So I think we are ready now for the final team. I think they are standing by in position. So without further ado, let us bring out the final team in the 4x4 Schools Challenge 2025 to take on the course itself. From the GEMS Modern Academy, please welcome Overdrive. The final team to make their way into the arena, and they have certainly saved one of the most flamboyant designs for last. They have definitely come in with the zebra print style livery of the team uniforms. Welcome to the show, guys. We have got ourselves, oh my goodness, we've got a very arty car. If you guys bring yourselves into the blue box just to the side there, make sure you face the front as well so that we can all see you. This is very impressive indeed. You guys have clearly gone to some art museums and had a look at some very cool designs. I like this. This is very nearly Jackson Pollock. I quite like it.
You know, I was going to say the exact same thing. It's a Cybertruck with Jackson Pollock design there. Of course, well, he
got
did
disco lights as well, though. Hang on.
Indeed, we do. We've got the LEDs running at the bottom there, and of course, well, BMW were known for their art cars. Well, now we've got one sat in front of us here. So, talk us through what inspired you to do all of this.
So we feel like modern art is a big part of our world right now, and we really felt like for the Cybertruck design, we know that electric cars are taking over the world, so that's why we decided to make a design like that. And also the modern art just helps show everyone like what culture and like art is now compared to the old traditional art.
Well, you're absolutely right. EVs are certainly taking over the world. We see them a dime a dozen, and there's more and more coming out. I really like the design here. But what about the choice of the LEDs there? That's obviously going to give you an added advantage when you go through the tunnel because it's quite dark, so you definitely see the car. But why LEDs on the bottom?
So we feel like LEDs just help us navigate better because especially like when we're going, like if there are any dark places, we can easily see the car. And that's why we also chose like vibrant colors so it's more visible to us.
Okay, so who drew the short straw? Who painted this? Was it all 5 of you, or was that all of you did it together? So was there like a session where you stood there and you're all around it and going, right, go for it, bang, and the colors just created? It's a fantastic idea.
It's kind of like that idea where you throw everything at the wall, right, and then you wait until something sticks. They just thought, hey, this looks fantastic. I think we should stick with this, right?
It's so cool.
I also think the LEDs here have an advantage when you go through the basin as well. I think that's going to look absolutely fantastic. What I do notice is that the car kind of tilts off to the right as well. Is that a strategy that's being played out here?
No. So basically, we just have to keep it in the center so it'll be straight. So it's just a placement we did which makes it tilt to the right.
Right, okay, so that's going to go off, and when you go through, it's going to be there. Now, I did see you before with Parc Fermé. Is everything great with the car here? Everything solid?
Yes.
Fantastic. And I see there's some clear bits here that have been stuck on last minute. Is that an adjustment there to the tow hook that you have?
Yeah.
And you think that's going to help you when it comes to towing the car around? What's the advantage that that's going to give you?
So can you repeat?
What's the advantage, that tow hook there that you've revised here? What's the advantage that's going to give you when you come to that section?
So basically, like, it's pretty far from the car, so like, so the wheels won't interfere with the tailor, so it will help us navigate it easily.
One of the things I noticed about the tow trailer section is how difficult it is to line up the steer angle of where the trailer is going compared to where the vehicle is going. How have you guys been working on that?
So basically, like, we prepared a lot for this, especially like 40 minutes before now. So like, we practiced like how to like exactly maneuver the car so like it stays straight over there, so it can fit through the hole.
Interesting. I think it's a really interesting concept of what you've created. Sponsorship, was that a difficult task, or is that something you just decided, nah, we don't need them if the car looks as good as this?
Oh yes, so it was like a very difficult task. Like we started the competition like working on like 5 weeks before. So like we called over 100 companies, and out of that we only got 3 sponsors.
I mean, that's mad. That's a 3% turnover in 5 weeks of work as well. Just 5 weeks to bring this to fruition. So how do you come up with such amazing creativity and such a fantastic design in just 5 weeks of work?
So like, we definitely didn't take it to the last minute. So like, we painted this right yesterday.
Oh, right. So the paint job was literally,
Yeah,
that's
yesterday.
drying at the moment, is it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. It's a very cool concept. I think the guys at Phoenix are just about wrapping up on the tow trailer challenge. So what I'm going to ask is, if one of you can stick around, stay behind, and we'll have a proper chat with you about the concept. Fantastic. The rest of you, do please go and take the overdrive machine onto the course. Good luck. I'm so excited to see how it gets on. It is one of the most stylish designs we've got.
Now, I don't know if I'm wrong in saying this, but I'm having a closer look at this. So you see the design of all this around the car,
It's
right?
even got a remote for the LEDs. I love it, yeah. Just switch it on, switch it on.
Have you noticed the tape also matches it as well?
Yes, it does.
They've colour matched the tape around it as well.
Yes, it
It's
does.
mighty impressive.
Very ingenious. Right, you four chaps, make your way over to the course because it's now set up and ready for you. The one remaining crew member, do stick around with us and we'll have a chat. Good luck to Team Overdrive. Good luck. Right, so let's get down to the nip and tuck of this creative design. It's so impressive. And again, what I like about it in particular for you guys is that it's very unique to anything else that we've seen out there. So first of all, tell us your name, what role you play within Overdrive.
So my name is Ridan Sani, and I'm the operations manager. So I basically make sure everyone, like the tasks that they've been assigned, they're finishing their work on time, it's working properly, the car, like the cameras, the LED sensors, everything, the gyroscope, everything's working properly in the car.
So managing a project like this on this scale, when there's very little time to make it all come together, 5 weeks, how stressed have you been for the last 55 days?
So so thanks to our team coordination and like we cooperated with each other, so we were able to take time out of our days, have meetings, stay back in school, and overall just like make sure the car was functioning properly. So I think we did pretty well on the cooperation part and like doing it on time, but we were like a little last minute with like the paint job and like the exoskeleton of the car, but it came together, so like, yeah.
So let me get this in my mind. With it being only 5 weeks of work, let's say 7 weeks ago, did you guys even know that this competition was a thing? Or was this something that literally came up overnight and you said, right, let's do it?
So we knew that like the competition was something, like we knew it since like 2 months-ish, right? So, but like we only got the car delivered like 5 weeks ago. So basically we were quite prepared beforehand. We didn't know like much what we were gonna do with the car, but we know like the essential components that had to be included in the car. So yeah. So like it just helped us like stay more prepared. Like we were prepared, so then we just could do all the tasks like faster because we didn't have much time.
Wow. I mean, it's incredible to think that in just 5 weeks this can all come together. What's been the biggest challenge that you guys have had to face? What's been the biggest obstacle to overcome?
So I feel like it was the sponsors, because definitely like in the current time, like many companies don't really sponsor like small events like this, but like we called over like almost like close to 100 companies, but we luckily got 3 sponsors, and those sponsors were really essential for us. So our main sponsor is SimScale, which helped us with our design, with like printing the brochures, the info, and like the boards and all that's there at our like the place like where we set it up. And then we also have a printing. SimScale is for like the online designing that we use for like the prototype of the car, and then Zane Print and Promotions is like the printing company that helped us.
So essentially your sponsors are about 70% of your mark, which is quite incredible when you think about that.
Yeah, it is, because like they helped us a lot, I must say. Like even yesterday when we went to go and take like the print, like the brochures and all, so we like prepared it beforehand, and then yesterday we went to like the Dubai port and we got like the brochures and all to prepare for today.
So you only had 5 weeks to prepare. Talk us through the pressure that your team went through just to get everything prepared, because 5 weeks is really not that long. It's what, just over a month?
Yeah, so basically during school we stayed back, we had meetings, so we were quite like pressured. Like even yesterday we had to do like some last minute stuff because we just started the exoskeleton yesterday. Like we finished like cutting the parts and sanding it down, and then yesterday we went to like one of my teammates' house and we glued it, and we took it out and we spray painted it, like everything. We finished that yesterday, so there was quite a lot of pressure because even today like some of the tape started coming out, but thankfully like the time that we had before this, we retaped it, like we painted it, just like did the finishing touches.
Do you think that if you had more time, it would have been better? Or do you think that we had 5 weeks and we produced this? You've done a fantastic job in 5 weeks anyway. Do you think if you had more time, you could have fine-tuned a few things here and there? Do you think marketing would have been a bit easier?
Yeah, because if we had a little more time, maybe like what we did on SimScale, like the online designing, we would have made it more intricate and like aerodynamic and all, because the Cybertruck design isn't very aerodynamic, but we know it's like safe, like so it's like covered from the sides, covered from the top. So it's basically like protecting like the inner part, the internal part of the car. But if we had some more time, we would have designed it better online and then 3D printed it. But like 3D printing takes quite a lot of time. So we just use like MDF boards because we found that was the most suitable for our car because it's reusable, it's strong, and it's basically just a good material to use overall. So then we use the MDF boards. But if we had more time, I'm sure like we would have made like a more intricate and aerodynamic design and also use like 3D printing.
Do you think that there's scope for being able to take the skills that you've learned from working so intensely in such a short space of time into your further journey in development? I mean, you've learned so much in such a short space of time. How are you going to take this experience and grow from it? How are you going to do even better with future projects in the future?
So I feel like the skills that we developed in this, like throughout this journey, is definitely essential, not for me only, but for my team as a whole, because we collaborated, we cooperated, we thought critically, managed time well, and like overall, it just helps us be more prepared for the future. So I feel like this journey definitely helped us a lot and will definitely prepare us for the future.
You've created something pretty spectacular in only the space of 35 days from when the car was delivered to where we are now. So Rodan, thank you so much for talking to us. I'm really excited to see what Overdrive is going to complete, and I really hope that on Tuesday I'm going to give you some very good news when we get to the prize giving in 6 days' time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent. Great to hear from the guys from Overdrive. Just finishing off the closing stages of the courses now. I think we've got 2 of the terrains currently active. Phoenix from the Indian High School at Dubai on terrain 1 at the moment. And this is where we get to see the closing moments of our broadcast, how that slimline design is going to work through the tunnel. I really want to see how this works. Go on, guys, just don't rush it. You've got time. You've got just under 3 minutes. Take your time. Don't overexert. But this is where the intelligence of this design really comes in.
I think as well, in a lot of the obstacles as well, they haven't got too much to play on either side, right? So that weight distribution really helps. But then you see them enter the tunnel, you can see that right rear wheel is not hooking in correctly. It's actually hooking the outside of that tunnel. So they've really got to change the approach there. But again, the design language of this car is very, very intriguing. And I think it's really going to help them in certain instances. But again, time is not on their side at the moment. Less than 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Jake.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We could focus on each individual course and give a lot of focus to, the fact, oh, well, this team hasn't done it in the time. This team's messed up with these penalties. This team, that team, that team. That's not what this event is all about. I mean, yes, for them, there's obviously the enjoyment and the success of the achievement. But at the same time, you learn so much about engineering, about your own human skills and abilities, your patience threshold, your collaboration within members of the team. There are so many different facets to talk about at this level. So I don't feel it's really appropriate to focus in on this penalty, that penalty. This isn't the Olympics. This is an opportunity for these guys to take some amazing skills, some amazing lessons, and go and smash the future and make it their own.
No, you're absolutely right here as well. It's all about building up the future. It's the future generation, excuse me, right? They're learning so much, not just here on site, but of course in the run-up to this whole thing, right? We heard teams doing it in 5 weeks. We've heard some doing it in 3 months. We've seen some that do it even in a longer period, right? They've learned so many different things from the marketing side of things, strategy, coding, everything like this. When you think again, 15,000 lines of code have to go into these things, right? just to code those things takes its own time. One simple parenthesis out of place, that code goes out the window, right? You have to find it, you have to track it down. These things take a lot of time, and I think what everyone has done here has been a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see all of these fantastic students. The 4x4 Schools Challenge in itself has been fantastic. 33% of participants are all female. We've had so many different elements to bring into this competition. And when you think about just how many students, how many teachers, how many schools, how many colleges and universities, and how many different teams, we've had 29 teams of varying different degrees of skill from as young as 11 all the way up to university age, take on the same task, the same competition, and have so many different ideas as to how to make it work. It's been amazing.
And no two car has been similar, right? Every car is coming with a unique style, a unique way of shifting the weight around, a unique livery on the car, sponsors and stuff like this. They've really taken it to the next level. They're not looked at, oh, they're doing that over there in that garage, I'm going to do the same thing. Or, hey, we're from the same school, let's all partner up and do the same thing. No, they've really taken the initiative to go, we're going to create something unique. We're going to take it one step forward and bring out our own creativity in it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 4x4 Schools Challenge. If you like, for this 5 days of the ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals 2025, that was your starter. Tomorrow, we get the main course. We get the F1 in Schools Pro Class. It is going to be a seriously busy day of action tomorrow. So much racing to take place. And don't forget, if you've never seen the F1 in Schools competition before, 4 teams on the track at the same time, and the races last quicker than a Formula 1 pit stop in the modern era. That is absolutely incredible, and we've got so many great races, so many great teams to come tomorrow. But Chris, thank you so much for being part of the broadcasting team this time. I think we've had so much fun hanging out and looking at these amazing designs.
We certainly have, and we look back to when we were growing up and go, man, I wish we could do that.
Can't turn back the clock, can we?
And of course, for those of you watching at home on social media, remember, stay up to date with everything that's happening. At Yas in Schools is the handle. We're on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. And of course, use the hashtag Thrills and Skills, and of course, Yas in Schools, to keep yourself in the conversation and in the know as well.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks to Sakshi as well, who's been our in-depth reporter at the sidelines. She's actually going to be competing in the F1 in Schools tomorrow, so get some sleep, Sakshi, and we'll see you out on the grid. And a massive thank you to all of the teams, all of the participants from all the schools here in the United Arab Emirates, and even the teams that travelled from further afield. A massive thank you to ADNOC as well. We couldn't do any of this without their fantastic support. Tomorrow, we're going to be here bright and early for more great action from the F1 in Schools Pro Class. From me, Jake Sanson, from everybody here at the Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi, we see you bright and early tomorrow for yet more from the ADNOC Yas in Schools National Finals 2025.